Chapter 41. Wren set the envelope on the desk between them. The wax seal caught the lamplight. Dark red. Albrecht crest. Still warm when she had taken it from his hand. Dante did not touch it. "You brought it back unopened." "I wanted to see it first." "And?" She pulled the paper closer. The fibers were heavy. Expensive. The kind of stationery that came in boxes of 20 and cost more than most people paid for rent. "Matteo told me to open it alone. That I would need to decide which side I belong on." Dante's jaw tightened. "He is trying to divide us." "I know." Wren picked up the envelope. The wax cracked under her thumbnail. She worked the flap open with deliberate care, savoring the brief control of the motion, and pulled out a single sheet of cream paper. The handwriting was formal, looped, old-fashioned. She read it once, twice. Then she set it down and pushed it across the desk toward Dante. He read it in silence. "Wren Calloway, you have my respect. Few people survive their first encounter with the Sevrin family and emerge holding the pen instead of the ledger. Fewer still burn their own contract on a council table while 3 elders watch. I am not your enemy. I am the only person in Cairo City who will tell you the truth without expecting you to trade your freedom for it. Your brother is alive. I can prove it. Come to the East Dock Annex tomorrow at midnight. Alone. No guards, no weapons. You will leave with proof of life and a choice no one else will offer you. Matteo Albrecht." Dante set the paper down. His hand stayed on it, fingers spread, as if he could hold the words in place. "He is baiting you." "I know. Man takes at recording my respect. Few people survive their first encounter with the Sevrin family and emerge holding the pen instead of the ledger. Fewer still burn their own contract on a council table while 3 elders watch. I am not your enemy. I am the only person in Cairo City who will tell you the truth without expecting you to trade your freedom for it. Your brother is alive. I can prove it. Come to the East Dock Annex tomorrow at midnight. Alone. No guards, no weapons. You will leave with proof of life and a choice no one else will offer you. Matteo Albrecht." Dante set the paper down. His hand stayed on it, fingers spread, as if he could hold the words in place. "He is baiting you." "I know." "Annex best would you let?" "You are not say that." "You are not going." His voice dropped. "He will kill you, Wren. Or he will take you and use you the way Aldo planned to use you. The only difference is Matteo will smile while he does it." She met his eyes. "Then I need to know what he is offering before I decide whether to refuse." Dante pushed the letter back toward her. "You already know what he is offering. Proof. Proof that Nico is alive. Proof that he has something you want. And you think I should ignore it?" "I think you should not walk into a trap because the man who said it used nice paper." Wren picked up the letter. She read it a 3rd time. The words did not change. The handwriting did not shift. The offer remained exactly what it appeared to be. A door, open just enough to see through. But Matteo had not signed his name. He had written Matteo Albrecht in full, as if his name alone carried enough weight to make the offer credible. She folded the paper and slid it back into the envelope. "I need to think." Dante stood. "You can think anywhere in this house. You can think in the study, in the library, in your room. You can think anywhere that does not involve walking into Albrecht territory alone." Wren tucked the envelope into her jacket pocket. "And if I decide to go?" The silence stretched. Dante's hand moved to his collar, loosening it by a fraction of an inch, the only crack in his composure. "Then I will stop you." "By force?" By whatever it takes? She studied him. The threat was real. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way his weight had shifted onto the balls of his feet. He would block the door, post men at every exit, lock her in a room if he had to. But he would not touch her. Not that way. Matteo knows you will try to stop me, she said quietly. That is why he sent the letter. He wants to see how far you will go to keep me here. He wants to know whether I am your partner or your prisoner. Dante's throat moved. And what will you tell him? Wren pulled the envelope on the desk, the broken wax seal, the handwriting that had been chosen so carefully. Because Nico is the only family I have left, and if Matteo is telling the truth, I cannot afford to ignore him. If he is lying, I need to know that too. She walked out. The corridor was empty. Chapter 42. The sealed office smelled the same. Paper and dust and the faint metallic tang of old ink, but the light through the blinds fell at a different angle now, and the guard outside the door had been replaced by a woman in a dark suit who nodded once as Wren passed. No search, no escort, no silver-haired man materializing from the shadows to log her entry time. Wren set her laptop on the desk and stood there a moment, letting the silence settle around her. The stack of ledgers she had left on the corner shelf was still there, untouched. The pen she had balanced across the spine of Volume 4 had not moved. Someone had cleaned the office overnight. The coffee cup was gone, the trash bin empty. A fresh legal pad sat centered on the blotter, and beside it, a fountain pen she had never seen before, black resin, heavy, with a brass band engraved with the Sevrin crest. She picked it up. The nib was already inked. A note beneath it, folded once, in handwriting she did not recognize. Use this one. The others in this house have been bled dry by Aldo's men. No signature. Wren set the pen down and turned to the shelves. The duplicate books were where she had left them, but the order was wrong. Volume 3 sat on top of Volume 7. Volume 9 was facing the wrong direction. She pulled Volume 3 and flipped through it. The entries matched her memory. The test transfers, the dates, the coded references that Corbin had helped to decode in the sleepless hours before the council. But the page she had marked with a corner fold was smooth now. No fold. Someone had been through every volume in this room. Reading, checking, maybe correcting. She closed the book and called for Corbin. He appeared in the doorway within 90 seconds. Out of breath, collar damp at the temples, the chain on his reading glasses swinging as he moved. "You are here early," he said. "I am here on time. The difference is I used to wait for permission." Corbin's throat moved. "What do you need?" "Sit down." He sat. Wren remained standing. "Last night, Matteo accepted my conditions. The elders accepted my conditions. I am the Sevrin family auditor, and I answer to no one inside this house except Dante Sevrin, and only because he owns the books I am auditing." Corbin nodded. "Good. That is good." "It is not good. It is necessary, and it means everything changes this morning." She walked around the desk and sat across from him. "First, I need a complete list of every proxy account Aldo Sevrin has ever touched. Every shell, every holding company, every front that carries his signature or his initials or his voice on a recorded line. I want the list on my desk by noon." Corbin's fingers twitched toward his pocket. "That will take time. You have until noon." He pulled out a small notebook and began writing. Wren watched his hand move, the careful script, the way he numbered each line before he wrote it. "Second, I need inventory of every ledger copy in this house. Originals, digital scans, physical backups, any document that contains data Aldo could have altered or suppressed." Corbin's pen paused. There is a problem. Tell me. The digital archive. He looked up. I tried to access it this morning. The system shows an override at 3:47 a.m. last night. Someone logged into the server room and exported a complete copy of the Aldo Sevrin evidence volumes. Wren's chest tightened. Who? The entry code belongs to a Sevrin accountant who died 3 years ago. Boating accident. The name was never removed from the access roster. Wren stood. Show me. Corbin led her through the corridor, past the study, past the kitchen, down a set of stairs she had never noticed, tucked behind a door that looked like a maintenance closet. The server room was cold enough to rouse goosebumps on her arms. Racks of blinking equipment lined 3 walls. A single monitor sat on a metal desk, logged into a system display. Corbin tapped the screen. Here. The export timestamp. 3:47 a.m. The user ID is registered to David Core, deceased 2021. Wren leaned closer. Who authorized the export? No one. The system accepted the credentials because they were still active. Who manages the access roster? Corbin hesitated. I did, before the council, but I have not changed any entries in 6 months. Wren straightened. Who else has keys to this room? 3 people, me, Dante, and the head of estate security. Rafe? Yes. Wren looked at the screen. The export had copied 17 files, every ledger volume related to Aldo's scheme, every communication log, every transfer record. Someone had walked out of this room at 4 in the morning with a perfect copy of the evidence that had cost Aldo his position. Who knew I was taking this role? Corbin's voice dropped. Everyone. The estate staff heard the verdict before midnight. The elders' drivers carried the news to every connected house in the city before 2. So whoever took the copy knew they had until dawn to move. Wren turned from the monitor. Lock this room. Change the access roster. Every name that is not mine, Dante's or Rafe's, gets suspended until I verify them individually. Corbin nodded. And the missing copy? Tell Rafe. Tell him to check every camera feed from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. I want to see who walked into this room and what they carried out. Corbin pulled out his phone. Wren walked back to the sealed office. The ink bottle stood where she had left it. The new pen lay beside the fresh legal pad. The ledgers waited in their imperfect order. She sat down and opened volume 3 again. The missing copy could be anywhere by now. In Albrecht's hands, in a burner safe, in the bottom of Cairo City Harbor. But whoever took it had not stolen the originals. They had copied. And copying meant they wanted the information, not the destruction. She turned the page and found the first test transfer, signed by Teresa Vass 18 months ago, and began to trace the same trail she had already proven once. Because if the copy reached the wrong hands, she would need to prove it again. And next time, she would not have the element of surprise. Chapter 43. The list arrived at 11:40, typewritten, 3 pages, each entry cross-referenced to a shell, a date, and a notary Wren had never heard of. Corbin stood at the door while she read. His hands hung loose at his sides, but his shoulders sat too high, braced for a blow that had not landed yet. She counted 23 proxy accounts, 18 of them still active. You told me Aldo touched the books, she said without looking up. You did not tell me he built a second treasury inside yours. I did not know the full shape of it until I pulled the records this morning. You managed the access roster for 6 years. And he managed the data I was allowed to see. Wren set the pages flat on the desk. The Sevrin crest pen rested beside them, a gift from someone who had not signed their name. She picked it up anyway and began numbering the accounts by activation date. The earliest entry predated her birth. The second used a notary whose license had been revoked in 2004. She worked through the first page in silence, matching each proxy to the corridor losses she had traced during her first week in the sealed office. The pattern held. Aldo had bled money through these accounts at consistent intervals. Each transfer sized to dodge automated flags, each destination nested inside a shell that pointed nowhere. But the second page showed something different. 6 accounts carried civic redevelopment fund numbers, city housing grants, port authority modernization bonds, public money that had been routed through private intermediaries before reaching Aldo's control. Wren's hand spat. "These require city sign-off," she said. Corbin stepped closer. "The grants cycle through approval boards. Aldo had connections inside the zoning committee and the port commission." "Which board members?" "The records do not name them, only the grant IDs and the release dates." Wren pulled the third page closer. The accounts on this page were different. They carried law firm prefixes instead of shell numbers. 3 of them bore the same billing code she had seen on Marcus Hale's desk for 3 years. Hale and Associates billable matter, client trust accounts, opened with signatures that matched Marcus's authorization pattern. She read the entry again. The first deposit into one of these accounts had been made 14 months before she found the Meridian Coast discrepancy. 3 weeks before Marcus proposed to her. The air in the room changed. The hum of the server fans seemed louder. "These accounts connect to Marcus's firm," she said. "Yes." "Through his billing codes." "Yes." "Did Aldo open them or did Marcus?" Corbin's voice dropped. "I cannot prove either. The account registrations were filed by a third-party administrator who died in the same boating accident that killed David Core." Wren turned the page over. The back listed 3 more accounts, each linked to a redevelopment grant that had been approved by the same city councilman whose name had appeared in Marcus's calendar for standing Friday appointments she had never made. The lattice was wider than she had thought. Aldo's sabotage had not been a single leak fed to the Albrechts. It had been a pipeline built over years, using public funds, private trusts, and a law firm that had been laundering legitimacy longer than anyone had been watching. She sat back. The chair creaked. "The Albrechts were using these same accounts," she said, "before Aldo started selling them routes. Before the Meridian Coast file landed on my desk, they were already inside the system, moving money through the same channels." Corbin said nothing. "Who else is still protected?" "I cannot answer that." "Then find me the grant administrator who approved these IDs. Find me the city employee who signed off on the release dates. Find me the name behind the notary who certified the first account in 1987. Corbin's hand moved toward his pocket. "The 1987 account predates Aldo's control of the Sevrin books by 11 years. "Exactly." Wren stood. The list felt heavier in her hand than 3 pages should have weighed. "Whoever built the first account is still in the system. They bought the door. Aldo walked through it. Marcus kept it open. And someone inside city government has been signing off on every layer of it for decades." She walked to the window. The fog had not lifted. It pressed against the glass like a second wall, gray and patient. The same fog that had rolled in when Marcus sent his first message, when Aldo burned his documents, when Matteo Albrecht stepped through the gate with a sealed envelope and a dead man's name. "The digital copy that was stolen last night," she said. "Whoever took it will search these accounts. They will find the redevelopment grants and the law firm trusts. They will know what I know. Then we'll have lost the advantage. We lost the advantage the moment the servant door opened at 3:47 a.m. She turned back. "But whoever took that copy did it because they want to control the information, not destroy it. Which means they are still deciding what to do with it." "You sound as if that gives you time." "It gives me the person who took it." Corbin's brow furrowed. Someone inside this house knew the access codes and the schedule. They walked past the cameras at an hour when Raf's rotation was changing. They left the originals untouched and took only copies. She set the pen down. That person is not done moving. She looked at the list again. The third page. The Hale and Associates billing codes. Marcus had been dead for less than 48 hours. His name was still on trust accounts that had been receiving Aldo's money for 14 months. Someone at his firm was still managing those accounts, still filing the compliance reports, still signing the release forms. She picked up her phone and dialed Elena's number. It rang 5 times before a voice answer, low and rushed. Not now. I have someone in my house. True is there are so 100 printful ski fitties epities. My carry metafex are still soon invaded with. Pretty ethical of a Steve, she speech me breaking with reaction as that holy friends speared this form. Charily suts your late of his cane. I is slow, late to not a modern type, the roten tapes it to the toch wog ratting. Now wonderful is this abast predical time wonder. Her buddies tented as a draw because anybody started and only find scory. Raga was a clear and it absolutely prudence tiding my pence. I mean, it's nothing it's missing. We were along in the store. The rabbitive Searchinsons keep them armed through. They would literally take a firm gullet circling out there. His serially understand it second. That is the Albrecht's reverentially, revelopment. That's the Gallic is gonna be lifted there. Let's declass the GAN. When most hovering glove and definitely examined in that best, everything that had been married in 2020 night of your Wargrebook. Snath one of the very little Dafen block underly moment trich is to sense that this nickel is been sense from inspiritual validly. The aubring them that slitted my social people is contact, the keeping public ladder of the desk tricks. The prouse in the last mac that I have damn with the reppers Barby, had be sailed, like inching polists, one sintin with the holy grandeurs and decides where that. They're in their asculations, where they are, what we change the work, my smeekins like, Moya there is no dosh truck today. A differences of presentation. This is me accidental of the work would shout, and weighs the enges perfects for anything. I'll also enjoying this coming serving packies no, that's we banal fast as my wad said. I do not need the gripe period, well, they seem like a bodson, the exhortation for the first lady literatiation. Chapter 44. The phone went dead. Wren stood in the office with the receiver against her ear, listening to the hollow space where Elena's voice had been. No dial tone, no static, just the pressed silence of a line that had been cut from the other end. She set the receiver down. The list of proxy accounts lay on the desk, 3 pages of names and numbers that connected redevelopment grants to Marcus's billing codes to accounts opened before she was born. But Elena had someone in her house, and the line had died before Wren could ask who, before she could offer help, before she could tell her to run. She reached for the phone again. Nothing. She tried her cell. The call went straight to voicemail. Elena, it's me. Call back when you can. Whatever you do, don't stay in the house alone. She hung up and stood there, the fog pressing against the window, the list heavy in her hand. The door opened. Rafe filled the frame, his jaw tight, his knuckles scarred and white where he gripped the edge of the door. Aldo is asking for you. Wren looked up. He's in the basement, under guard. Says he'll talk to no one but you. About what? Wouldn't say, just that you've been looking in the wrong place. The words landed in the center of her chest. Aldo had been sitting in a holding room for hours, separated from his phones, his books, his allies. He had no way to know what she had found in the proxy accounts unless someone had told him, or unless he already knew exactly what she would find. Does Dante know? Not yet. Rafe's voice dropped. Aldo asked for you first. Bring Dante, the conversation ends. And if I bring guards? Same. Wren looked at the list on the desk. The 1987 account, the redevelopment grants, the dead administrator who could not testify, the person still in the building who had stolen the digital copy. Aldo wanted her alone. She picked up the fountain pen, the one with the Sevrin crest, the one left by the stranger who knew the house was bled dry. I'll go. Rafe's shoulders tightened. Wren, I need to hear what he says. If I bring an audience, he'll lie by default. Alone, he may tell me something true just to watch me carry it. That's how he works. He gives you a piece of the trap and lets you walk into the rest. Then I walk carefully. Rafe felt her gaze for a long moment. Then he stepped aside. The basement stairs were narrow and smelled of concrete and old water. The guard at the bottom stepped aside when he saw her, pulling open a steel door that had been fitted with a padlock on the outside. Aldo sat on a wooden chair in the center of the room. No restraints, no handcuffs. The Sevrin family did not humiliate its own blood in front of staff. He looked older than he had at the council. The iron-white hair was disheveled, the crescent scar at the base of his throat visible above his open collar. But his pale gray eyes were unchanged, watchful, still calculating. You came alone. You asked. I asked to see whether you had the spine. He smiled without warmth. Or whether he keeps you on a shorter leash than he thinks. Wren closed the door behind her. The lock clicked. I've been looking in the wrong place, she said. You wanted to tell me where to look instead. I wanted to tell you that you have mistaken a symptom for the disease. Explain it. Aldo leaned back. The chair creaked. You found my accounts, the redevelopment money, the law firm trusts, Marcus's billing codes, the administrator who died in the boat with David Core. He said the words like a recitation, like he had known she would find them. You think I built that system, didn't you? Pop the bee agreeably fixed it, like teasing his head that shagging him a tangible studi funds about this idea. Well, as the camera grounds being bleeded, Faraday still loves. I walked through a door that was already open. He tapped his signet ring against the chair arm. Someone else built that door. Someone who has been inside the Sevrin family longer than I have been alive. Longer than Dante's father was alive. Longer than the current books have existed. Wren's breath caught. The 1987 account. Yes. Who opened it? I do not know. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to believe nothing. Aldo's voice was flat. But I am telling you the truth because it no longer serves me to hold it. If you trace that account to its origin, you will find the person who has been bleeding this family since before I was old enough to hold a pen. That person is still inside these walls. And that person is who Matteo Albrecht paid for information, not me. Wren stared at him. Matteo paid you for root intelligence. The elders saw the logs, the calls to Albrecht Holdings. I sold him roots. I sold him schedules. I sold him enough to make him trust me while I built my own position. Aldo's voice was cold. But I did not sell him the thing he really wanted. He paid me small sums for small answers, and I gave him what he asked for, thinking I was in control of the transaction. And now? Aldo's eyes held hers. Now I know that someone inside this house was selling him deeper information before I ever picked up the phone. The person who built the 1987 door. The person who has never been caught. The person who placed the Meridian Coast file where you would find it, knowing you would push, knowing Dante would take you, knowing the whole chain would collapse. The words hit like a blade between the ribs. The Meridian Coast file was left for me? You found it because someone wanted you to find it. You were led here, Wren. You were not discovered. The room was silent except for the hum of basement ventilation and the distant sound of water moving through old pipes. Who? She said. I do not know. I spent years trying to find them. I never succeeded. Then why are you telling me now? Aldo's smile was thin, almost tired. Because you burned my reputation, took my accounts, and left me in this room with nothing to lose. And because I want to watch your face when you realize that the person who built the door is still inside, that they are still moving, and that they have a copy of everything you used against me. The lights flickered. Wren looked up at the bulb in the ceiling. It steadied, then flickered again. There is a problem, Aldo said quietly. They know you are here. The lights went out. The basement went black. Wren's hand found the wall, her fingers pressing against cold concrete. The door was somewhere to her left. The padlock was on the outside. She had closed it behind her. Footsteps in the dark. Not hers. Aldo's, slow and deliberate on the concrete floor. You wanted to know who I was working with? His voice came from the blackness. I was not working with anyone. I was working against someone. And that someone is coming. A grating sound, metal on metal, a door sliding open in the wall behind her. She turned, blind, her hand reaching for something, anything. Radios burst into static, voices overlapping from above, shouts, a crack of gunfire somewhere in the house. Then Aldo's voice, closer now, so close she felt his breath on her ear. The lights will come back in 30 seconds. When they do, you will find the door open and me gone. And you will have to decide whether what I told you is truth or bait. She heard him move, footsteps receding into the dark. The lights came back. The chair was empty. The door in the far wall, a panel she had not noticed, stood open onto a corridor she had never seen. And Aldo Sevrin was gone. Chapter 45. The lights came back. The chair was empty. The panel door hung open on a corridor of bare concrete and dust. Aldo's voice still pressed against her ear in the dark. You will have to decide whether what I told you is truth or bait. Wren moved before thinking. Her hand closed around the fountain pen in her pocket. Her feet carried her through the open panel into the corridor beyond. The passage ran straight for 20 feet, then curved left into pitch black. No lights, no sound except water dripping somewhere ahead and the muffled crack of gunfire above. She counted the steps. 12, 14, 16. The corridor ended at a metal ladder bolted to the wall. Above it, a hatch stood open, gray light spilling down from a room she did not recognize. She climbed. Her hat cleared the floor, and she saw the estate kitchen, industrial refrigerators humming, prep tables empty, a back door swinging on its hinges. Aldo's escape route had brought her out behind the pantry, through a service passage she had never noticed. Gunfire erupted again, closer now, from the direction of the main hall. She ran. The corridor beyond the kitchen was dark. Emergency lights flickered along the baseboards, casting long shadows across the floor. A body lay crumpled against the wall, one of Aldo's guards, blood pooling beneath his shoulder. Wren stepped past him and kept moving. The main hall was chaos. Two men in dark tactical gear moved through the smoke near the east staircase, covering each other as they pushed toward the upper floor. They were not Sevrin. They did not fire at her because they had not seen her yet. She pressed back against the wall, counting. 15 seconds to reach the study. 12 if they turn. A hand closed around her arm and pulled her sideways into a service alcove. Rafe. His mouth was a hard line. Blood ran from a cut above his eye, dripping down his cheek. There are 8 of them, he said, voice flat. They came through the north service entrance 3 minutes after the lights went out. Someone killed the generator and the battery backup in sequence. Sequence. Generator failed first, then the battery array, then the hardline phones, in that order. Wren's mind snapped through the implications. Not random failure, coordinated. Someone inside knew the estate's emergency systems, knew the failover order, knew exactly how to blind the house before the team breached. Where is Dante? Clearing the east wing with 2 of my men. Rafe's eyes held hers. He ordered me to find you first. Then we find him. And then we find who is doing this. Rafe nodded once and moved. They stayed low, keeping to the service corridors and servant passages that ran behind the main rooms. The estate had been built for defense once. Old walls, hidden routes, sight lines that favored the defender. Someone had used that knowledge to open the door for the attackers. The East Wing's study was dark when they reached it. The door stood open, papers scattered across the floor, a chair overturned near the fireplace. Dante was not there. Rafe's radio crackled, a voice Wren did not recognize, clipped and professional. Second team breached the west basement entrance. They are not engaging, they are extracting. Which direction? Rafe said into the radio. North gate, 3 vehicles. They have Aldo. Wren's stomach dropped. Stop them, Rafe said. The radio went dead. Rafe was already moving, running down the east corridor toward the north entrance. Wren followed, her heels clicking against the marble, the fountain pen still tight in her fist. They burst through the north door into the courtyard. 3 black SUVs sat idling near the gate, headlights cutting through the fog. Men in tactical gear moved around them, weapons low, covering the approaches. In the center of the courtyard, 2 men dragged a figure in a charcoal suit toward the lead vehicle. Aldo. Rafe raised his weapon and fired. The first shot took the nearest guard in the shoulder, spinning him sideways. The second shattered the passenger window of the lead SUV. The courtyard erupted into controlled chaos, returned fire stitching across the cobblestones as Rafe pulled Wren behind a stone pillar. Stay down. She pressed her back against the cold stone, counting the shots, tracking the pattern. 7 rounds from the left, 3 from the right. Reload. Behind her, the main house door slammed open. Dante moved through the courtyard like he had been born to it, weapon raised, eyes locked on the lead SUV. He fired twice, and the driver's side window shattered. The vehicle lurched forward, tires screaming against the cobblestones. The other 2 SUVs followed, splaying covering fire as they accelerated toward the open gate. Rafe stepped out from behind the pillar and put 3 rounds into the rear tire of the last vehicle. The SUV swerved, caught the curb, and kept moving, rubber shredding against the wheel well. Then they were through the gate and gone. The courtyard fell silent. Dante lowered his weapon. His chest rose and fell in hard, controlled breaths. He turned, and his eyes found Wren. She stepped out from behind the pillar, counting the seconds since the last shot. 32. No more fire. They have Aldo, she said. Dante nodded. They did not come to kill him, he said. They came to take him. The gunfire was cover for the extraction. Cover for something else, Rafe said. He was standing near the shattered window of the lead SUV, his phone in his hand, reading something. What? Ref looked up. The server room was breached. They did not take Aldo's paper evidence. They took the digital mirror, the one made at 3:47 this morning. Wren's mind collect, the thief who copied the evidence, the insider who knew the access codes and Rafe's rotation schedule. They did not steal it to destroy it. They stole it to deliver it. The intruders came for the copy, she said. Aldo was a secondary target. Dante's jaw tightened. Or Aldo was the delivery method. He walks into Albrecht's hands with the evidence in his pocket, and Matteo controls both the man and the proof. Wren stared at the empty gate. The fog was rolling thicker now, swallowing the road, swallowing the headlight glow that had faded into the dark. Aldo was gone. The evidence copy was gone, and the person who had built the 1987 door was still inside the walls, watching, waiting, weaving pieces on a board no one else could see. Dante stepped beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of him through the cold air. "The estate systems were killed in sequence," she said. "Generator, battery, hardline phones. Someone inside knew the failover order." "I know. The same person who knew the server codes and race rotation schedule." "I know." Dante's voice was flat, controlled, but his hand found hers in the dark, his fingers threading through hers, grounding them both. "I need to see the server room," Wren said. Dante nodded. They walked through the silent house together, past overturned furniture, past shattered glass, past the body of Aldo's god still bleeding on the corridor floor. The server room door stood open, the maintenance closet door hanging on one hinge. Inside, the server rack hummed, intact, untouched, but the access log on the terminal screen told a different story. Access 224703. Credential car D. Dante stared at the screen. Dated caller has been dead for 3 years. Wren looked at the timestamp, 2247, 3 minutes after the lights went out. Someone had been in the server room during the blackout, accessing the system while the estate was blind. The person who built the 1987 door was still inside the walls, watching, waiting, moving pieces on a board no one else could see. Dante stepped beside her, close enough that she felt the heat of him through the cold air. "The estate systems were killed in sequence," she said. "Generator, battery, hardline phones. Someone inside knew the failover order." "I know. The same person who knew the server codes and race rotation schedule. The blackout was cover for the extraction, not the theft." Dante's eyes met hers. "Which means they have been planning this since before the council." Wren nodded. "And they are still inside these walls." The emergency lights flickered, steadied, and held. The house hummed with silence and tension. The body count still rising, the answers still buried in the dark. Wren looked at the access log again. Core D, the dead man's name, the same name that had been used to export the evidence copy at 3:47 a.m. The same name that had been on the access roster for 6 months without anyone removing it. Someone had been using David Core's credentials for a long time, and they had been inside the Sevrin family longer than Aldo, longer than Dante's father, longer than the current books had existed. The door stood open. The thief was still moving, and Wren had just run out of time. Exactly, they liked to get all those two-wielded guide everyone. Lucia found her in the corridor outside the server room, still smelling of smoke and cordite. The access log burned into her memory. "The board called," Lucia said, 3 times in the last hour. They want to know if the Severing family is still standing then, or if they should shift their end-of-year pledges to the Albrecht Foundation instead. Wren looked at her. "What foundation?" "The Caro City Redevelopment Trust. The gala is tomorrow night. Black tie, charitable giving, and every councilman with a zoning vote will be in the room." Lucia's voice was flat, purposeful. "If we do not appear, the story writes itself. Aldo's coup succeeded. The family is bleeding. Dante cannot hold the house together. And if we do appear, we pretend the attack was a security drill and Aldo is on an extended vacation." Lucia's mouth tightened. "No one says that part. They infer it from the fact that we are there, dressed well, not dead." Wren leaned against the corridor wall. The adrenaline had faded, leaving a hollow ache behind her eyes, the weight of the night pressing down on her shoulders. She could still hear the gunfire, still see Rafe's bloodied face in the dark, still feel the cold concrete of the tunnel closing around her. "You want me to go?" "I want the family to survive the next 48 hours without a second Albrecht push." Lucia's gaze held hers, steady and unblinking. You are the reason Aldo fell. If you vanish after the attack, everyone assumes you are the target and they are still coming. If you stand beside Dante in a ballroom, everyone assumes you won. Wren considered it. The guest list would be thick with redevelopment names, the same names that had signed off on the proxy accounts, the same grants that had routed public money through Aldo's channels. The councilman with the standing Friday appointments, Marcus's managing partner, who had kept the trust accounts running after the boating accident. The person who had built the 1987 door would be watching. How many names are on that list? Lucia pulled a folded card from her clutch and held it out. 312. Every donor, every board member, every city official who had touched the redevelopment trust in the last 5 years. Wren took the card. The paper was heavy, embossed with gold lettering, the kind of invitation that cost more than most people's rent. I need a dress. The gala was held at the Harbor Club, a limestone fortress at the edge of the financial district where the city's old money went to pretend philanthropy was not just another form of leverage. Crystal chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings. A string quartet played something soft and expensive near the bar. The air smelled of champagne, cold flowers, and the particular tension that came when 300 people who had bet on Dante Sevrin's victory woke up to find they had backed the wrong horse. Wren wore deep green silk, high-necked, long-sleeved, the fabric falling past her wrists like armor disguised as elegance. Lucia had sent it up that afternoon with a note that read, "You are not hiding tonight. You are counting." Dante walked beside her, dark suit, no tie, his hand resting at the small at her back without pressure, without possession, just there. A statement. They crossed the marble floor together. The room adjusted. Conversation did not stop, but it shifted, the way a tide turns before a storm. Eyes tracked them from every corner. Glasses paused mid-air. A woman in silver chiffon touched her husband's arm and whispered something that made him set down his drink. Wren let them look. She had spent her life being useful in the background, valuable because she was invisible, effective because no one noticed the person who read the fine print. Tonight, she stood in the light, the woman who had broken Dante Sevrin, and she let every person in that room wonder what else she knew. A server offered champagne. She took a glass and did not drink. Dante leaned close. The man through the east window, gray hair, round glasses. That is Paul Voss, Elder Voss's son. He sits on the redevelopment board. Wren filed the name. Who is he talking to? The woman in blue is the Harbor Trust's general counsel. The man with his back to us is the deputy mayor. Paul Voss had his hand on the deputy mayor's forearm, his mouth close to the man's ear, his expression carefully neutral. A conversation that looked casual but had the posture of a negotiation. Aldo's hand, still moving pieces. Keep walking, Wren said. They circled the room, pausing at tables, exchanging pleasantries with faces she memorized and names she catalogued. Lucia appeared at intervals, steering them toward the right people, away from the wrong questions. Rafe stood near the main entrance in a suit that did not fit well, but carried a gun that did. Wren's skin felt tight. Every smile was a mask she had to decode. Every handshake carried a trace of something hidden, a bet placed, a favorite owed, a secret already sold. She was reading the donor board near the bar when she saw him. The managing partner, gray suit, silver hair trimmed neat, the same polished calm she had seen in Marcus's office during firm reviews, the same measured authority that had signed off on the compliance reports, the trust accounts, the release forms that kept the scheme breathing after the boating accident. He was standing near a pillar, speaking with a man whose face she knew from the proxy account list. The city councilman. The one with standing Friday appointments in Marcus's calendar. The one whose signature had approved the redevelopment grants that fed Aldo's hidden treasury. They were not smiling. Their heads were bent together, their voices low, their postures tight. Wren set down her untouched champagne. She crossed the floor without looking back, without waiting for Dante, without giving her time to second guess. The managing partner saw her coming. His face shifted, a flicker of recognition, a calculation, a mask sliding into place. Wren, let them look. She had spent her life being useful in the background, valuable because she was invisible, effective because no one noticed the person who read the fine print. Tonight she stood in the light, the woman who had broken Dante Sevrin, and she let every person in that room wonder what else she knew. A server offered champagne. She took a glass and did not drink. Dante leaned close. The man by the east window. Gray hair, round glasses. That is Pa Voss, Elder Voss's son. He sits on the redevelopment board. Wren filed the name. Who is he talking to? The woman in blue is the Harbor Trust's general counsel. The man with his back to us is the deputy mayor. Paul Voss had his hand on the deputy mayor's forearm, his mouth close to the man's ear, his expression carefully neutral. A conversation that looked casual but had the posture of a negotiation. Aldo's hand, still moving pieces. Keep walking. Wren said. They circled the room, pausing at tables, exchanging pleasantries with faces she memorized and names she catalogued. Lucia appeared at intervals, steering them toward the right people, away from the wrong questions. Rafe stood near the main entrance in a suit that did not fit well, but carried a gun that did. Wren's skin felt tight. Every smile was a mask she had to decode. Every handshake carried a trace of something hidden, a bet placed, a favor owed, a secret already sold. She was reading the donor board near the bar when she saw him, the managing partner. Gray suit, silver hair trimmed neat, the same polished calm she had seen in Marcus's office during firm reviews. The same measured authority that had signed off on the compliance reports, the trust accounts, the release forms that kept the scheme breathing after the boating accident. He was standing near a pillar, speaking with a man whose face she knew from the proxy account list. The city councilman. The one with standing Friday appointments in Marcus's calendar. The one whose signature had approved the redevelopment grants that fed Aldo's hidden treasury. They were not smiling. Their heads were bent together, their voices low, their postures tight. Wren set down her untouched champagne. She crossed the floor without looking back, without waiting for Dante, without giving herself time to second guess. The managing partner saw her coming. Chapter 47. She let the champagne sit untouched on the bar. The room had not stopped watching. The managing partner had evaporated into the crowd. The councilman still stood frozen near the pillar, scrolling through something on his phone that made his face look like old paper. Dante did not steer her. He walked beside her, spoke when spoken to, let her lead the conversation at every table they paused at. She felt his presence like a current at her back, steady and watchful, never pulling. She used it. At table 7, she found a woman whose name she recognized from the Port Authority minutes, a trustee with voting power on the Harbor Point corridor budget. Wren smiled, asked about the redevelopment timeline, mentioned she was reviewing Severin's logistics partnerships. The woman's smile tightened. I did not realize the Severins were conducting reviews at charity galas. Neither did I, Wren said pleasantly. But the gala schedule and the council calendar aligned, and I believe in efficiency. She let the words hang. The woman's eyes flicked to Dante, then back to Wren, measuring. I will have my office send you the corridor projections. I would appreciate that. They moved on. At table 11, she found a man whose firm name appeared on 3 of Aldo's proxy account documents. a shell layer who had signed compliance forms for the trust accounts Wren had traced through Hale and Associates billing codes. He did not recognize her. She introduced herself as a consultant reviewing Sevrin family holdings, asked about his firm's work with port logistics, mentioned she had seen his name on some interesting compliance filings. His hand tightened around his wine glass. I do not discuss client work at social events. Of course not. Wren kept her voice light. I only mention it because the compliance forms I reviewed had some unusual signature timestamps. I am sure your accounting department would want to know. She held his gaze. He looked away first. I will have someone look into it. I know you will. At table 14, a trustee named Cora Blanchard recognized her. Not from the audit, not from the Sevrin connection, from Marcus's office. I remember you, Cora said, her face brightening with the particular warmth of someone who did not know she was speaking to a woman whose life had been sold in increments. You were Marcus Hale's fiancé. I met you at the firm's holiday dinner last year. You wore a blue dress and spent the whole night talking to the senior partner about cross-border compliance. Wren's chest tightened. That was me. Such a tragedy. What happened to Marcus? Cora shook her head. He spoke so highly of you, said you were the best forensic accountant he had ever worked with. The words landed like small, precise cuts. Wren kept her face still. Marcus was generous with his praise. He was practical about it too. Cora leaned in, lowering her voice. He told me he had you booked for advisory on a big project he was developing. Said you were going to help him restructure some trust accounts. He even had you on his calendar for standing Friday consultations. Wren's stomach went cold. I never had standing Friday consultations with Marcus. Cora blinked. Oh, I must have misunderstood. She laughed, a small, uncertain sound. I saw your name on his schedule so many times. I assumed it was a regular thing. How many times? The question came out sharper than Wren intended. Cora's smile flickered. I do not know. Every week for months. I sat near his assistant in the open floor plan. I saw the calendar rotation. Wren's mind moved fast. Marcus had not scheduled her for meetings she never attended. He had scheduled her name, her identity, her professional presence. He had built a calendar rotation around a woman who was never in the room. He had been using her name as cover for someone else's appointments. Thank you, Wren said. That is helpful context. Cora looked relieved to be released from the conversation. Of course, I am so sorry for your loss. Wren did not correct her. She found Dante near the back wall, a fresh glass of whiskey in his hand, his eyes tracking the room with the patience of a man who had spent his life reading crowds. Your face changed, he said. She told him. Dante's jaw tightened. Which accounts did he put your name on? I do not know yet, but someone was using those calendar slots. Someone real. Someone who needed my name on the schedule as cover to meet with Marcus without raising suspicion. Who? The same person who has been inside your family longer than Aldo. The same person who built the 1987 door. Dante was quiet for a long moment. Then he set down his whiskey. We are leaving. Not yet. Wren. I said not yet. She turned back toward the room. Chapter 48. The private room Paul Voss led her to was a coat closet dressed in silk wallpaper, 2 chairs too small for the conversation, a single sconce throwing amber light across his face. He closed the door behind them. Wren did not sit. Nico Calloway, she said. Where is he? Paul Voss adjusted his round glasses with the care of a man who had let patience in rooms where mistakes cost more than money. I do not know his current location. But you know where he was. I know where he was routed through. He folded his hands. The Albrechts move him every 48 hours. They have 3 holding sites. One of them is a bonded warehouse on the eastern dry dock strip. I confirmed that much. How? Because I paid for the storage contract. Wren's chest tightened. You paid for it. Through a clean subsidiary. No shame in his voice. My father asked me to find Nico. I used redevelopment connections to trace the corridor leases. The Albrecht company that holds the warehouse lease has a paper trail through a port logistics firm I funded 3 years ago. You funded a firm that rents to the Albrechts. I funded a firm that leases cold storage to anyone who meets the bond threshold. What tenants do with the space after signing is not my department. Wren studied his face. He believed what he was saying, or he had rehearsed it enough times to sound like he did. Why are you telling me this? Because my father trusts you. Paul Voss's voice dropped. And because if the Albrechts are holding a Sevrin debtor in a facility connected to my funding stream, I want it scrubbed from my books before someone decides I am complicit. You want deniability. I want survival. Those are different things. He pulled a folded paper from his inside pocket and held it out. Wren took it. The paper carried a list of names, corporate entities, and donation amounts. A private donor annex for the Cairo City Redevelopment Trust. Money that flowed through charitable grants before reappearing in port logistics firms. The 4th name on the list made her stomach drop. Elder Voss. Paul Voss's own father had contributed to the same fund that seeded the logistics firm leasing to the Albrechts. She looked up. Your father's name is on this list. I know. Did he know where the money was going? I do not ask my father what he knows. Paul Voss's thighs were flat. And I suggest you do the same if you want to keep his support. The door behind her opened. A server in black vest leaned in. Miss Calloway, there is someone at the press line asking for you by name. The press line was a velvet rope strung across the Harbor Club's east foyer, held in place by 2 board security guards and a portable podium. Elena Vale stood behind it. She wore a press badge clipped to a black jacket, her hair pulled back, her face carrying the particular stillness of someone who had arrived through a back channel and did not want to be recognized by the wrong person. Wren cost her. Elena leaned into the rope. I cannot stay, she said, low and fast. I have a contact inside the Redevelopment Board's accounting office. She pulled the donor annex list 40 minutes ago. I have it. No, you have the public extract. Elena's eyes were sharp. I have the full schedule of restricted grants, the ones that do not get reported to the full board. She slid a folded paper across the podium. Wren took it, her fingers brushing the velvet rope. There is a name on there, Elena said, that I need you to look at before you do anything else. 3rd section, 2nd grant cycle. What name? Just look. Elena stepped back from the rope. I have to go. My source is waiting in a service stairwell with a timer. Elena. She stopped. Your house. The person you said was in wide. Are you safe? Elena's mouth tightened. I locked myself in the bathroom and climbed out the window. They were still in my kitchen when I hit the fire escape. She paused. I have been running since that call dropped. Before Wren could answer, Elena turned and vanished into the crowd behind the press line. Wren unfolded the paper in the foyer's shadow, scanning the restricted grant schedule until she found the 3rd section, 2nd grant cycle. The name was there. Not Elder Voss, not Paul Voss, Elder Marchetti. The man who had held the ledger in the council room, the man who had let Wren speak, let her burn the contract, let her walk out with authority. The man who had gone to verify Aldo's forgery and returned with a delayed judgment that bought Matteo Albrecht time to reach the estate. Elder Marchetti had signed off on a restricted grant allocation to the same port logistics firm that leased to the Albrechts. Wren stared at the name until the letters blurred. Marchetti had voted to keep her. He had also sat on his judgment long enough for Matteo to arrive. She did not know whether that meant he was an ally who had been compromised or a traitor who had been playing a longer game than Aldo. She folded the paper and slid it into her clutch. Dante found her in the foyer, his face unreadable, his eyes moving from her face to the folded paper edge, visible at the clasp of her clutch. Who was at the press line? Elena. His jaw tightened. She is supposed to be in hiding. She was in the redevelopment board's grant records. Wren kept her voice low. Elder Marchetti signed off on the same restricted fund that seated the logistics firm leasing to the Albrechts. Unshid did not love it. This will adjusted my defullment, let the security wadi, the divirt, write fees and matri. Exgen's second grant cycle was a velvet rope strung across the Harbor Club's east foyer, held in place by 2 board security guards and a portable podium. Elena Vale stood behind it. She wore a press badge clipped to a black jacket, her hair pulled back, her face carrying the particular stillness of someone who had arrived through a back channel and did not want to be recognized by the wrong person. Wren crossed to her. Elena leaned into the rope. I cannot stay, she said, low and fast. I have a contact inside the redevelopment board's accounting office. She pulled the donor annex list 40 minutes ago. I have it. No, you have the public extract. Elena's eyes were sharp. I have the full schedule of restricted grants, the ones that do not get reported to the full board. She slid a folded paper across the podium. Wren took it, her fingers brushing the velvet rope. There is a name on there, Elena said, that I need you to look at before you do anything else. 3rd section, 2nd grant cycle. What name? Just look. Elena stepped back from the rope. I have to go. My source is waiting in a service stairwell with a timer. Elena. She stopped. Your house. The person you said was inside. Are you safe? Elena's mouth tightened. I locked myself in the bathroom and climbed out the window. They were still in my kitchen when I hit the fire escape. She paused. I have been running since that call dropped. Before Wren could answer, Elena turned and vanished into the crowd behind the press line. Wren unfolded the paper in the foyer's shadow, scanning the restricted grant schedule until she found the 3rd section, 2nd grant cycle. The name was there. Not Elder Voss, not Pa Voss, Elder Marchetti. The man who had held the ledger in the council room. The man who had let Wren speak, let her burn the contract, let her walk out with authority. The man who had gone to verify Aldo's forgery and returned with a delayed judgment that bought Matteo Albrecht time to reach the estate. Elder Marchetti had signed off on a restricted grant allocation to the same port logistics firm that leased to the Albrechts. Wren stared at the name until the letters blurred. Marchetti had voted to keep her. He had also sat on his judgment long enough for Matteo to arrive. She did not know whether that meant he was an ally who had been compromised or a traitor who had been playing a longer game than Aldo. She folded the paper and slid it into her clutch. Dunn found her in the foyer, his face unreadable, his eyes moving from her face to the folded paper edge visible at the clasp of her clutch. Who was at the press line? Elena. Chapter 49. The estate felt different when they returned. Not the architecture. The corridors were the same marble, the same dark wood, the same Sevrin crest worked into the iron sconces. But the air had shifted, thinner, charged, as though the walls had absorbed the gallus tension and were now bleeding it back. Wren walked beside Dante through the east wing without speaking, her clutch pressed against her ribs, the folded grant schedule burning against her palm through the silk. His study door closed behind them. The room was exactly as she had left it. Papers stacked on the desk, the evidence boxes against the far wall. a lamp burning low near the window where she had stood hours ago, watching Elena vanish into the press line. Wren set the clutch on the desk and pulled out the grant schedule, the donor list, Elena's folded paper. Dante did not move toward her. He stood near the door, watching her with the particular stillness of a man who had spent the night watching a room full of enemies and was now trying to decide which of them had followed him home. Marchetti, he said. Not a question. Signed off on the grant allocation, Wren said. Same logistics firm, same restricted fund that seeded the Albrecht lease. The money came from the family trust. Through a redevelopment channel he controlled, clean on the surface, buried 3 layers deep. She looked up. Paul Voss gave me the donor list. His father contributed to the same fund. They are all connected, Dante. Every elder who sat in that room has a thread leading back to the same door. And Marchetti is the one holding the keys. Or he is the one who built the door. Dante's jaw tightened. He crossed to the desk and picked up the grant schedule, his eyes moving over the names in the low light. Wren watched his face, looking for the crack, the tell, the moment when the weight of another betrayal landed. It did not come. He set the paper down and looked at her. What else did Paul Voss tell you? He paid for the storage contract on the warehouse where they are holding Nico. 3 holding sites, 48-hour rotation. He gave me the bonded warehouse on the eastern dry dock strip as the primary location. Did he tell you who signed off on his payment? He said his father. And his father signed off because Marchetti approved the fund. Yes. Dante was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, Marchetti was my grandmother's executor. He held the estate together when my father died. He taught me how to read a balance sheet. The words landed like stones. People change. Wren said, or they never were who we believed. Dante's eyes met hers. I do not know which is harder to carry. She felt the weight of that, the same question that had been pressing against her ribs since she found Marcus's calendar cover, the same wound, still bleeding. How many people in her life had been wearing masks she had not wanted to see? She crossed to him, not fast, not soft, with the same deliberate precision she used on ledgers, measuring the distance, choosing the step. I know what you are doing, she said. What am I doing? Letting me see the wound so I do not have to carry mine alone. He did not deny it. His hand came up, not quite touching her face, stopping at the edge of her jaw, close enough to feel the heat of him, far enough to let her choose. I am trying to figure out how to keep you alive, he said. What am I doing? Letting me see the wound so I do not have to carry mine alone. He did not deny it. His hand came up, not quite touching her face, stopping at the edge of her jaw, close enough to feel the heat of him, far enough to let her choose. I am trying to figure out how to keep you alive, he said. What am I doing? Letting me see the wound so I do not have to carry mine alone. He did not deny it. His hands came up, not quite touching her face, stopping at the edge of her jaw for the captor pressure of a man who had spent the night watching her hurt a room full of enemies and is still not sure how she had survived it. You stood at that gala, he said, and you declared war on 2 men who had been feeding the Albrecht network for years. You did it in silk and heels, in front of 300 witnesses, without blinking. You told me it was good. It was terrifying. His eyes held hers, and I have never wanted anyone the way I want you in that moment. The air between them tightened. Wren did not pull back. She stood in the space he had left her, close enough to feel the warmth rising from his collar, to see the tension in his throat, the way his hand trembled slightly against her jaw. Matteo is counting on this, she said. On what? On not being the thing that makes you reckless. Dante's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. He does not understand, he said, that you are the thing that makes me careful. His hand slid to the back of her neck, fingers threading into her hair, and he pulled her forward slowly, giving her every chance to stop. She did not stop. The kiss was hard, edged with everything they had not said, the names they had not trusted, the clock they could not stop. His other hand found her waist, pulling her against him with a desperation that felt like hunger and fear braided together. Wren kissed him back with the same ferocity, her fingers gripping his collar, the silk of her dress shifting against his jacket. This was not comfort. This was claim and acknowledgement. The recognition that they were both standing on ground that could open beneath them at any moment. When they broke apart, his forehead pressed to hers, breathing uneven. 40 hours now, he said. I know. If he thinks I am the thing that breaks your discipline, he will keep pressing. I know. Dante's hand finally touched her face, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw with the careful pressure of a man who had spent the night watching her hold a room full of enemies and was still not sure how she had survived it. You stood at that gala, he said, and you declared war on two men who have been feeding the Albrecht network for years. You did it in silk and heels, in front of 300 witnesses, without blinking. You told me it was good. It was terrifying. His eyes held hers, and I have never wanted anyone the way I want you in that moment. The air between them tightened. Wren did not pull back. She stood in the space he had left her, close enough to feel the warmth rising from his collar, to see the tension in his throat, the way his hand trembled slightly against her jaw. Matteo is counting on this, she said. On what? On me being the thing that makes you reckless. Dante's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. He does not understand, he said, that you are the thing that makes me careful. His hand slid to the back of her neck, fingers threading into her hair, and he pulled her forward slowly, giving her every chance to stop. She did not stop. The kiss was hard, edged with everything they had not said, the names they had not trusted, the clock they could not stop. His other hand found her waist, pulling her against him with a desperation that felt like hunger and fear braided together. Wren kissed him back with the same ferocity, her fingers gripping his collar, the silk of her dress shifting against his jacket. This was not comfort. This was claim and acknowledgement. The recognition that they were both standing on ground that could open beneath them at any moment. When they broke apart, his forehead pressed to hers, breathing uneven. 40 hours now, he said. I know. If my Tenny closes whatever he is closing, the evidence trail against Aldo dies, the proxy accounts vanish, the restricted grants become traceable, and Nico stays in Matteo's hands. Dante's eyes held hers. I will not let that happen. I know. She believed him. That was the dangerous part. His phone vibrated on the desk, breaking the silence. Dante reached for it without letting go of her, his arms still around her waist, his eyes scanning the screen. The blood drained from his face. What? He turned the phone toward her. A photograph. Nico, bound to a metal chair in a windowless room, his face bruised, one eye swollen shut. A strip of duct tape across his mouth. His chest rising and falling, alive, barely below the image, a message. You have until midnight tomorrow. Then he becomes a message Matteo sends in pieces. Wren's hand went cold. The clock had just found a second hand. Chapter 50. The photograph burned in Wren's hands. Not literally. The screen was cool, the image frozen, Nico's swollen eye a dark pit in the dim study light. But something in the pixels caught at the edge of her vision. A wrongness in the data that had nothing to do with blood or bruising. She zoomed in. Give me your phone, she said. Dante did not question it. He unlocked the screen and handed it over, his eyes still on her face, reading the shift in her breathing. Wren rotated the image, enlarged the bottom edge. The concrete floor had a seam, a faint discoloration that ran diagonally across the frame. And something else, a reflection, thin as a blade, caught in the corner of a drainage grate. She zoomed again. Numbers. Not markings, not serial codes. A partial sequence stamped into the grate's edge, blurred by compression, but legible enough to read if she squinted. "Get me my laptop." Dante moved before she finished the sentence, crossing to the study door and barking an order into the hall. When he returned, his hand was already reaching for the phone in her grip. "Do not send anything from this," she said. "No forwarding, no saving. The transmission path matters." "I know." She did not ask how he knew. The question belonged to another night. The laptop arrived in under 2 minutes, carried by a guard whose face she did not bother to memorize. Wren connected Dante's phone to the machine, pulled the image file, and ran it through a metadata extractor she had installed weeks ago at the estate, back when she was still checking every document for tampering. The data unspooled on screen. File creation, camera model, compression ratio, and coordinates, not GPS. The phone had stripped the location tags before transmission. But the image contained a digital signature from the rebroadcast relay, a node identifier embedded in the file's transport layer, invisible unless you knew where to look. Wren had known where to look since she was 22, tracing fraudulent invoices through server logs at Hale and Associates, while Marcus brought her coffee and told her she was brilliant. She mapped the relay coordinates against the port grid. The bonded barhouse strip, Eastern Dry Docks, Sector C through G, a ribbon of concrete and corrugated steel running parallel to the water, accessed through 4 checkpoints, all controlled by private security firms whose parent companies she had traced through the donor annex list 3 hours ago. 17 warehouses in that sector, she said. Dante leaned over her shoulder, his breath warm against her temple. How specific is the identifier? Specific enough to narrow it to the signal path. The image was relayed through a repeater within 200 meters of the building where it was taken. She tapped the screen. That is not the same as knowing which door. But it is closer than we were 30 minutes ago. It is bait. Dante straightened. His hand found her shoulder, grip firm but not restraining. Explain. This is not a mistake. Wren turned to face him. Matteo knows what I do. He knew I would pull the metadata. He knew I would trace the relay. He put that image in your hands because he wants us to find the sector. Then why send the deadline? To make us rush. She stood, the laptop still open, the coordinates still glowing on the screen. He wants us to hit the wrong door. He wants us to breach the wrong warehouse, trigger the trap, and give him the excuse to move Nico somewhere we will never find. Dante's jaw tightened. You are sure? I am sure that Matteo does not leave a trail to his best leverage by accident. The study fell silent. Wren could hear the estate settling around them, the creak of old timber, the distant hum of the generator that had been restored after the blackout. Somewhere in the east wing, a guard shifted weight, his boots scraping stone. She looked at the photograph again. Nico's swollen eye, the duct tape across his mouth, the way his chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths that she had counted 3 times since the image appeared on Dante's screen. He was alive. That was the only fact that mattered. I am going to the bonded sector, she said. No. Chapter 51. Wren pulled the port grid onto her laptop screen and began overlaying the relay coordinates against the shipping schedules. The bonded sector had 17 warehouses. Sector C through G. She had assumed the image was taken inside one of them because the metadata placed the relay within 200 meters of the strip. But assumptions were the reason forensic accountants kept second sets of books. She zoomed in on the signal path. The rebroadcast had passed through 3 nodes before reaching Dante's phone. The first was the camera that captured the image. The second was a local relay, probably in the bonded sector itself. The third was the wild card, a booster station 30 kilometers north of the dry docks, outside the industrial zone entirely. Wren copied the booster coordinates into a separate window. 30 kilometers north. That placed it near the old freight rail terminus, a stretch of track that had been decommissioned 5 years ago and converted into private storage yards. She pulled up the property records for the parcels surrounding the booster station. 3 LLCs, 2 holding companies, 1 address registered to a compliance consulting firm that listed Marcus Hale as its primary contact. She stared at the screen. Marcus had been dead for days. His digital signature was still active. Dante had moved to the sideboard, his back to her, one hand braced against the edge. She could see the tension in his shoulders, the controlled stillness that meant he was working through the same calculation she was already running. "The booster station is outside the bonded sector," she said. He turned. "Where?" "Freight rail terminus. Decommissioned line? The property is held by a shell that lists Marcus as the compliance contact." Dante crossed to the desk, his eyes scanning the screen. She watched him read the property records, the LLC filings, the dead man's signature still warm in the system. Marcus registered the booster station while he was still alive. Someone used his name to register it? Whether Marcus knew or not is the question. Dante's jaw tightened. "You think the image was not taken in the bonded sector?" "I think the image was relayed through a booster 30 kilometers north of where we were meant to look." She pulled up the shipping schedules for the freight terminus. "The old rail line is still active for cargo storage. Private container yards, no checkpoint, no customs log, no paper trail." She pointed at the schedule. 3 container shipments arrived at the terminus in the last 48 hours, all consigned to a logistics broker with no physical office in Cairo City. Dante's hand came down on the desk. Matteo staged the photograph from a moving relay. Or from a container yard that is not part of the bonded strip at all. She met his eyes. He wanted us to fixate on the dry docks. He wanted us to commit Rafe's team to a breach in the sector. He counted on us reading the metadata and assuming the image was taken where the relay pointed. "But you found the booster." "Because the relay identifier had an anomalous hop. The signal passed through 3 nodes, not 2. The third node was 30 kilometers north, and it was not part of the standard port infrastructure." Dante's phone buzzed. They both looked at it. Another message from the same unknown number. "The accountant is faster than your tactical team. The next image will have no coordinates at all." Dante picked up the phone, his thumb hovering over the screen. "He is watching us. Or he has someone inside the booster station watching the relay traffic." Wren straightened. "He knows we traced the metadata. He knows we found the third node. He is telling us he can adapt faster than we can." Dante set the phone down. "Then we stop reacting to his messages and start mapping his network." Wren pulled up the booster station's connection logs, cross-referencing the relay timestamps against the shipping schedules for the bonded sector. The pattern emerged in the numbers. The booster had been active for exactly 47 minutes, the same window as the servo breach that had stolen the evidence mirror. 47 minutes. The same duration. The same precision. Someone inside the Sevrin network was feeding Matteo operational windows. The same person who had used David Core's credentials to access the server room had also activated the booster relay during the blackout. Wren felt the cold settle into her chest. "The booster was activated during the attack," she said. Whoever used Core's credentials to steal the evidence mirror also activated the relay. They knew we would pull the metadata. They built the trail to lead us exactly where Matteo wanted. Dante's hand found her shoulder. Then we use that trail. How? They want us to chase the relay, so we chase it. But we send a second team to the terminus while Wef rakes noise at the dry docks. Wren looked at the shipping schedule again. 3 containers, 40-hour window. If the booster was connected to the terminus, the relay router was probably inside one of those containers. A mobile broadcast unit that could be moved at will, repositioned to any yard, any dock, any storage lot in the city. Nico could be anywhere along that route, not trapped in a single warehouse, moved through a network that was designed to be invisible. The relay is mobile, she said. It is inside a container. They can reposition it anywhere the shipping lines reach. Dante's grip tightened. Then we find the container before they move it again. Wren pulled up the Port Authority's maintenance schedule for the freight terminus. The container yard was inspected twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday. The last inspection was yesterday. The next was not until Thursday morning. 3 days. They had 3 days before anyone with authority entered the yard. The container yard is off limits until Thursday, she said. No maintenance crew access, no customs checks, no paper trail until the next scheduled inspection. Dante's eyes were dark, calculating. How do you know the schedule? I pulled the Port Authority's maintenance logs from the Gala guest list database. She tapped the screen. The Harbor Trust General Counsel had remote access to the full inspection calendar. I saw him log in during the negotiation with Paul Voss. Dante stared at her. You took the schedule from a man who was standing 20 feet away. I took the schedule from a man who was distracted by a $10 million redevelopment negotiation. She met his gaze. He never noticed the access request. Silence. Then Dante's mouth curved, just slightly. You are going to be the death of someone in this city. Not tonight. She stood, the laptop still open, the coordinates of the freight terminus glowing on the screen. The LLC filings, the dead man's signature still warm in the system. He wanted to regret it others that I am blankly rathering. The reminder have 60 stairs, because the magic checker pointer helps that illegical surges infected the Ed's bot. Dante's care totally discusses the middle it crash on the first dump of his death. And I have always in my now to tax. This is a visible unbond. Man of Boik Bronmaith and Maniche's a scrussy shadow that it still furds for the purging sturdiness as the entire rich, came to that one wheel. Mention of this write a letter in your misting to not listen to the way skin with a churchsputch a ghouls of your mean belief and report on the rim ages to reach underly the next accountable visitors. Man of the air can't litter stands with a really summon hister to catch it off summon. Man of the universe is /is modulational I mean how really then I rescue the navigates trues that. I'm godding with Epilant, I am buying the world today I have dis winter money. Man of the ALC are going to a facial righteous evidence. My work is not anti-reading. The accountant should check the maintenance logs for the law office Marcus used to file his compliance reports. The office was closed last week. The window was open. Wren's blood went cold. The law office. Marcus had used a compliance firm registered to the same address as the booster station's shell. If the relay route threaded through that office, if Matteo had been using Marcus's professional network to ghost his broadcasts, then the container at the terminus was not the only mobile relay. There was a second, and it was still active. She looked at Dante. How close is that law office to the Sevrin estate? His face told her everything. It was inside the perimeter. Chapter 52. The window was open. Wren stood at the study desk, the laptop screen casting pale light across her face, and let the words settle. Marcus Hale's former law office, inside the Sevrin estate perimeter. She had walked past that building twice since arriving. A converted carriage house with frosted windows and a brass plate listing compliance services. She had assumed it was rented to an outside firm processing shipping documentation. She had never looked inside. Dante was already on his phone, voice low and sharp, ordering a sweep of the carriage house perimeter. No approach, no breach, just eyes on every exit until he gave the word. Wren pulled up the server logs again. The active credential for David Core had been used for 47 minutes at 19:14 on the night of the attack. That was the theft window. The evidence mirror had been copied and extracted through a dead man's login while Wren was in the basement with Aldo. But the logs went back further. She scrolled past the attack date, past the previous weeks, past the months Corbin had let the access roster rot without updates. The credential had been used before, not just once or twice. A steady pulse of access spread across 3 years, timed at irregular intervals that avoided any predictable pattern. 73 days since the first entry in the log. Then 112. Then 201. Someone had been inside the Sevrin server room using David Core's name for 3 years. Reading files, copying data, feeding information to a pipeline that led through Aldo's prox accounts and Matteo's mobile relays. 3 years, Wren said. Dante ended his call. What? She turned the screen toward him. David Core died in a boating accident 3 years ago. His credential was never removed from the access roster. Someone has been using it since the beginning. Dante's face went still. Show me. She pulled up the log entries, highlighted the pattern. The accesses were short, never longer than an hour, never at the same time of day or day of week. Whoever was using the credential knew the estate's surveillance rhythms, knew when the guards rotated, knew when the server room was empty. The final entry before the attack was the longest, 47 minutes at 19:14. Enough time to copy every file in the evidence mirror. The person who stole the evidence is the same person who has been inside the system for 3 years, Wren said. They did not start working with Matteo recently. They have been feeding him operational windows since before the Meridian Coast file existed. Dante's jaw tightened. Who knew about Core's access? Whoever set it up? Whoever left the credential active after he died? She pulled up another file. The books around his death were closed by Aldo and signed off by an outside compliance consultant. She found the name in the footer of the closing document. The compliance consultant was listed as a partner at Hale & Associates, Marcus Hale. The room went cold. The death was signed off by Marcus, Wren said. Aldo authorized the closure. Marcus confirmed the books were clean. Dante's voice was flat. That is not coincidence. No, it is a burial. She pulled up the full compliance file. The closure documents were dated 6 weeks after Core's body was recovered from the harbor. The coroner had ruled accidental drowning. No autopsy requested, no investigation opened. The estate's insurance had paid out within 30 days. The credential had remained active on the server. Wren scrolled through the compliance report, looking for any mention of Core's digital access. Nothing. The report focused on physical inventory, paper ledgers, estate access. The server was not listed as a Sevrin family asset in the compliance filing. It had been deliberately excluded. Marcus knew, she said. He wrote the compliance report. He knew the server existed and he left it out of the filing. That is not an oversight. That is a door left open. Dante's hand came down on the desk, hard. Core was killed. We cannot prove that. We do not need to prove it. We need to find who has been using his name. Wren pulled up the server's physical access log. The server row had a keypad entry logged by credential, not by person. But the door itself had a manual latch that could be engaged from inside. If someone entered during a legitimate access window and stayed past the log, the system would not register their exit. The logs showed entries but no departures for 17 of the 93 access events. Whoever was using Core's credential had been staying inside the server room after the log entry closed, hiding, waiting, reading files while the estate slept. 17 times, Wren said. They entered and never logged out. They stayed inside the room for hours after the access ones ended. Dante leaned closer, reading the timestamps. They could have been copying files during every one of those windows. Or feeding data to a relay that did not need to be mobile, a hardline connection inside the server room itself. She looked at him. If they had a direct line out of the estate, they did not need Matteo's mobile relay. They could broadcast from inside the perimeter whenever they wanted. Dante's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then his eyes went sharp. The carriage house door is unlocked. The security team is holding position at the perimeter. Wren was already standing. I am going in. No. Whoever has been using that credential is still inside the estate. They accessed the server again last night. She tapped the screen. 3 hours before Matteo's first message arrived, they are feeding him real-time information. Dante's hand caught her wrist. I will go. You do not know what to look for. I know how to clear a room. Then clear it and let me look. The silence stretched between them, taut and dangerous. Then Dante's grip loosened. Do not touch anything until I confirm the room is empty. I can read a room before I enter it. That is not reassuring. He was already moving toward the door, his phone pressed to his ear, ordering the security team to hold the carriage house perimeter until he arrived. Wren followed, the laptop still open, the dead man's login still glowing on the screen. The carriage house sat at the edge of the estate, a converted brick building with frosted windows and a brass plaque reading Harbor Compliance Services. The door was unlocked, just as the security team had reported. Dante pushed it open with one hand. The interior was dark, silent, and smelled of old paper and closed air. Wren stepped past him, her eyes adjusting to the dim light, the laptop still warm in her hands. The desk at the center of the room held a single folder. Her name was on it, Chapter 43. The folder sat on the carriage house desk, her name handwritten in black ink across the manila tab. Wren's fingers hovered over it. Dante stood at the threshold, one hand raised to hold the security team at the perimeter. His eyes tracked the room's corners, the ceiling seams, the shadowed gaps between filing cabinets. Room is empty, he said. Boarded window in the back office. No secondary exit. She heard the unspoken question. She did not answer it. Her hand closed around the folder. The paper inside was thin, onion skin, the kind used for carbon copies. 3 pages, typed, no letterhead, no signature, no date. She read the first line. The accountant cannot be moved. Moving her confirms she is an asset to be positioned, not a partner to be trusted. The heir must understand this or lose her. Wren's breath caught. She turned to the second page. The relay inside the law office was active for 14 months. Marcus Hale logged access using her calendar as cover. The compliance reports were filed under her name without her knowledge. She is not the target. She is the proof someone else has been invisible inside the system for longer than Marcus worked here. The third page was a single line. The person who built the 1987 door is still in the room. What is it? Dante moved closer. Wren handed him the pages. He read them in silence. His jaw tightened at the third line. This is a warning. Or a confession, She took the pages back. Whoever left this knows I found the folder. They wanted me to find it. They timed it. Dante's hand moved to her wrist, light, testing. I am not moving you to a different wing. I did not ask. You should not have to ask. His voice was quiet, rough at the edges. I was going to suggest it after we secured the carriage house. The east wing felt exposed after the attack. I wanted you closer to me. Wren met his eyes, and I would have refused. I know. Silence stretched between them, taut and strange. Then why suggest it? Because I had to offer what I thought would keep you alive. His thumb traced her wrist bone. And because I needed to hear you refuse it. I need to know you will always refuse it. She pulled her hand free. I am not an asset you position for safety. I am not a ledger entry you move to a better column. I know. His voice held no defense, only recognition. She studied his face, the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his shoulders that had not eased since the gala. He had not slept, neither had she. If you want me to stay in this fight, she said, then you stop treating me like something that needs to be stored in the right room. You give me access to every corridor in this house, every key, every code. Done. And you stop asking permission after you have already decided the answer. His mouth curved barely. Done. Then we have nothing more to discuss. She turned toward the door, the folder pressed against her ribs. His hand caught her elbow, gentle, soaking her without force. I am not asking about protection anymore. His voice dropped. I am asking what you need tonight. She stood still, the folder warm in her hands. The carriage house was silent. The security team had faded to the perimeter. The frosted windows let in pale light from the estate floodlamps. What she needed. Not what she could use. Not what the investigation demanded. Not what would keep her alive until morning. What she needed? To not be seen as evidence someone left for me to find, she said. Dante's hand slid from her elbow to her fingers. You are not evidence. You are the person reading it. She looked down at their hands, his dark against her ink-stained fingers. Then prove it. He pulled her gently toward him, slow enough that she could step away if she chose. She did not step away. His mouth found her starting free. I am not an asset you position for safety. I am not a ledger entry you move to a better column. I know. His voice held no defense, only recognition. She studied his face, the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his shoulders that had not eased since the gala. He had not slept, neither had she. If you want me to stay in this fight, she said, then you stop treating me like something that needs to be stored in the right room. You give me access to every corridor in this house, every key, every code. Done. And you stop asking permission after you have already decided the answer. His mouth curved barely. Done. Then we have nothing more to discuss. She turned toward the door, the folder pressed against her wrist. His hand caught her elbow, gentle, stopping her without force. I am not asking about protection anymore. His voice dropped. I am asking what you need tonight. She stood still, the folder warm in her hands. The carriage house was silent. The security team had faded to the perimeter. The frosted windows let in pale light from the estate floodlamps. What she needed. Not what she could use. Not what the investigation demanded. Not what would keep her alive until morning. What she needed. To not be seen as evidence someone left for me to find, she said. Dante's hand slid from her elbow to her fingers. You are not evidence. You are the person reading it. She looked down at their hands, his dark against her ink-stained fingers. Then prove it. He pulled her gently toward him, slow enough that she could step away if she chose. She did not step away. His mouth found her serves, soft at first, then deeper, his free hand sliding to the small of her back, the folder pressed between them, a barrier that could be set aside. She set it aside. The desk at her back, the papers scattered, his hands on her hips lifting her onto the edge. She felt the weight of the night, the dead man's credential, the hidden door in the basement, the folder with her name on it, all of it pressing against her ribs. But here, in the dark carriage house, she was not a target or a trap. She was choosing. His mouth traced her jaw, her throat, the hollow above her collarbone. Her fingers found the buttons of his shirt. He did not rush. He stalked at each near boundary, each new inch of skin, waiting for her answer before he moved further. "Yes," she said, and again. "Yes." His hands gripped her waist, her hips, pulling her closer until there was no space left between them. Only heat and breath, and the slow, deliberate rhythm of a choice being honored. The carriage house window shattered, they broke apart, Wren's hand already reaching for the nearest object, a metal paperweight. Dante moved between her and the glass, his body a shield. But no shot followed, no voice. Laughter drifted through the broken pane. Lucia's voice, sharp and apologetic. "My fault. I threw a stone. The front door was locked." Dante's shoulders dropped, tension bleeding into anger. "Lucia." "Urgent. I would not interrupt otherwise." A pause, then her voice turned dry. "Though I see I should have thrown it harder." Wren slid off the desk, straightening her clothing. "What is urgent?" Lucia's silhouette appeared at the broken window. "The missing ledger copy has surfaced. Someone put it into city circulation 2 hours ago." Her voice lost its the healers. Start. No. No. No follows, no grass and drifted, then we have nothing more to discuss. She turned toward the door, the folder pressed against her ribs, his hand caught her elbow, gentle, stopping her without force. "I am not asking about protection anymore." He said that we just means like when we need to be mourning. So of men the burial. No. No, George to says heavy. No one of the Coden, my ideal contrat, my heart. No. No connection. The cheers, as we adi, will adi the communion office. And the world, but right now sin. I need to make animal tasting hopefully not to move by fight, mud of somewhat of very men's terrier. Have even no walking on my first. Less like the acquired artifice on his hour, and Clizzy mission that I was not menning up for my errors wait maybe in there, maybe that on record. Missed that I deserved to head in radia, because I knew missed it. I know. The Litter Rumps, Chapter 54. Elena's call came through as Wren was still buttoning her shirt, the broken glass crunching under her shoes. "I have an address." Wren pressed the phone to her ear, turning away from the broken window. Lucia's silhouette still stood outside, watching. Dante's hand found her lower back, a question she answered by not moving away. "Tell me." "Preston Brody, financial intermediary, works out of a converted warehouse on the North Pier. His name came up in 3 of my sources off-the-record calls tonight." Elena's voice was tight, controlled. "He brokers documents between criminal clients and respectable firms. If someone wanted to put a Sevrin ledger into city circulation without touching it themselves, Brody is the kind of man who would arrange the handoff." "Does he know what he was carrying?" "Brody does not ask. That's why he is still alive." A pause. "Was still alive. I cannot confirm he is breathing." Wren's fingers tightened on the phone. "Send me the address." "I can do more than that. I can meet you there. I have a contact inside the Harbor Trust who owes me a look at their receipt ledger for tonight's courier packet." She stepped closer. And I am done being positioned while other people move. Lucia's voice drifted through the broken window. She has a point. And the North Pier is neutral ground. No Sevrin flags, no Albrecht guns, just warehouses and the night watch. Dante's hand dropped from her back. Rafe drives. You do not enter the building until he clears it. Fine. 30 minutes, max. Fine. The car moved through the wet streets in silence, Rafe's eyes scanning every intersection, every shadow between street lamps. Wren sat in the back, the folder from the carriage house across her knees, her laptop open, the deputy mayor's zoning calendar pulled up on the screen. Dante's hand rested on the seat beside her, not touching, close enough to feel the heat. The North Pier emerged from the fog, a strip of converted warehouses with industrial windows and roll-up doors. Most were dark. One showed a single light on the second floor, a rectangle of yellow against the gray brick. Rafe pulled the car to a stop half a block away. Wait for my signal. He was out before Wren could answer, moving along the building's edge with the practiced silence of a man who had done this 100 times. The side door was unlocked. He vanished inside. 2 minutes passed, then 3. Dante's hand found hers in the dark. He would signal if there was trouble. Wren nodded, but her throat was tight. She counted the seconds between heartbeats. 18, 19, 20. Rafe appeared in the doorway, gestured once. Go. The stairwell smelled of salt and old paper. Wren climbed behind Elena, who had arrived ahead of them, her press badge still clipped to her jacket. The second floor opened in a single large room, desk in the center, filing cabinets along one wall, a printer still warm, and a body. Preston Brody sat in his office chair, head tilted back, a single bullet hole in his forehead. The blood had stopped flowing. The ink on his desk blotter was still wet. Wren stopped at the threshold. Someone got here first. Rafe was already moving through the room, checking corners, the closet, the fire escape exit. Window is unlocked. Fire escape leads to an alley. No cameras covering the rear. Elena stepped past Wren, her face pale but her hands steady. She pulled a phone from her pocket and photographed the desk, the body, the papers spread across the blotter. Receipts are gone. The courier packet is gone. She pointed to a single sheet caught under Brody's elbow, but that one is still here. Wren crossed to the desk. The paper was a carbon copy, the top sheet ripped away, leaving only the reverse impression of handwriting. An invoice number, a date, a single line item, maintenance payment for private berth 7. Marina trust account 4418. No name, no company. But the account number pattern matched the shell registrations from Aldo's proxy list. This is the payment for the relay container. Wren's finger traced the faint impression. The Marina Trust pays for the berth. The berth holds the relay. The relay routed Nico's image. Elena looked up from her phone. I can trace this account number through the Harbor Trust system. If the maintenance payment was processed through their clearinghouse, there will be a signature on file. Then do it before someone scrubs that too. Rafe appeared at Wren's elbow. We have maybe 10 minutes before the night watch does his rounds and finds the body. Move. Wren pulled the carbon copy from under Brody's elbow, careful not to disturb the blood. The ink on the blotter was still wet. The killer had left while the page was still drying. And the killer knew Wren was coming. She turned to Dante, who stood in the doorway, his eyes scanning the room with a controlled stillness that made her chest ache. The invoice was left for me to find, just like the folder in the carriage house. Someone is feeding me breadcrumbs. Dante's jaw tightened. Then we follow the trail before the next crumb is a body. He held out his hand. She took it. The broken window in the carriage house had been a warning. This was an invitation. and whoever was leaving the breadcrumbs wanted her to walk deeper into the dark. The Marina trust account, the private berth, the relay container. Nico. The night pressed closer as they moved toward the stairs. Brody's blood still warm behind them, the Convent copy folded in Wren's pocket. The killer was still moving through Caro City, and he knew exactly what Wren Calloway could read. Chapter 55. They moved through the stairwell, the carbon copy folded in Wren's pocket like a live wire. The North Pier settled behind them, Brody's body already becoming someone else's problem. Elena drove, Rafe rode shotgun. Wren and Dante shared the back seat, the folder from the carriage house across her knees, her laptop balanced on the carbon copy. Marina Trust Account 4418, Wren said, typing before the car had fully pulled away from the curb. The Harbor Trust Clearinghouse processes maintenance payments for private berths across all 3 port districts. If this payment went through their system, there will be a transfer authorization with signatures. The clearinghouse closes at midnight? Elena said, eyes on the road. I have a contact in their compliance department. She owes me for keeping her man out of a story about protected mooring permits. You trust her? Trust is a strong word. I know what she cannot afford to have exposed. Elena made a call. 1 ring. 2. A woman's voice answered, clipped and professional. I need a look at account 4418, Elena said. Marina Trust, maintenance payment, private berth 7, authorization documents. A pause. The voice on the other end asked a question. Because the alternative is I walk into your office tomorrow with a subpoena and a photographer, Elena said. Another pause, then a series of keystrokes. Wren held her breath. Shell registration, Elena said, relaying what she heard. The berth is held by a holding company called Northlight Marine Services. The holding company is owned by a philanthropic board called the Caro City Maritime Heritage Foundation. Philanthropic board? Wren repeated. That means tax-exempt donors, anonymous contributions, no public shareholder registry. Exactly. Elena listened again, then went still, her hand tightened on the phone. Say that again? Keystrokes, a longer silence. The foundation's board includes 3 Sevrin family-connected trustees, Elena said slowly. One of them is listed as a representative of Hale family interests. Marcus, Wren said. Marcus Hale is dead, but his name is still on the charter, and the voting chair of the board has been the same person for 23 years. She paused. The name on the chair is not in the public registry. Wren's mind raced. 23 years. That matched the silver-haired man's claim. Matched the 1987 door. Who is it? Elena shook her head. My contact says the annual filing lists a law firm as the registered agent. The actual voting chair's name is sealed behind a trust document that hasn't been amended since the foundation was created. Can you access the original trust document? Not tonight. The Harbor Trust archives are sealed until 8 a.m. Wren looked down at the carbon copy in her hands. The ink impression was faint, but the numbers were clear. Marina Trust Account 4418, Private Berth 7. She pulled up the Port Authority maintenance schedule she had taken from the Harbor Trust's General Counsel during the gala. Cross-referenced Berth 7 against the inspection calendar. The berth had no scheduled maintenance for the next 6 months. But the payment was processed last night. Someone had paid for a maintenance window that did not exist. The payment is a cover, Wren said. The berth does not need maintenance. Someone paid to have the berth unoccupied during a specific window. Empty dock, no harbor patrol, no inspections. Dante leaned forward. When? Wren pulled up the payment timestamp from the carbon copy. Processed at 21:47. She opened the photograph Matteo had sent. The metadata timestamp 22:31, 44 minutes apart. The payment was processed less than an hour before Nico's image was routed through the relay. Someone paid to keep berth 7 empty so the relay container could be positioned and used without witnesses. Rafe glanced back from the passenger seat. The relay container was on a boat. Or a floating dock, Wren said. Private berth 7 is in the old Marina district. The channel connects directly to the eastern dry docks. A container on a barge could be repositioned anywhere in the port complex without ever touching city roads. Elena ended the call. My contact is sending me the full transaction history for account 4418. It will take 10 minutes. We do not have 10 minutes. We have whatever time it takes to drive to the Marina district. Elena checked her mirror. Rafe? The police will have a bolo on Brody's office by sunrise. We need to be inside berth 7 before they link the body to the Marina Trust. Dante's hand found hers in the dark. We go now. The car turned east, away from the North Pier, toward the old Marina district where the harbor narrowed into private channels and the streetlights were farther apart. Wren pulled up the satellite view on her laptop. The Marina district was a tangle of finger piers, floating docks, and converted boathouses, most built before the city started requiring building permits for waterfront modifications. Private berth 7 was at the end of the longest pier, with deep water access and no direct sightline from the Harbor Patrol Station. Empty access road, she said. No security cameras within 200 meters. The berth is a blind spot. A good place to hide a relay, Rafe said. A good place to keep someone. She did not say his name, but it sat in the space between them. Nico. The car slowed as they approached the Marina gate. A chain-link fence rested at the bottom, with a padlock that had been cut and replaced with a new one. Rafe was out of the car before it stopped, bolt cutters from the trunk, the lock falling into his palm in seconds. The gate swung open. They drove through. The pier stressed ahead, wooden planks slick with fog. Private berth 7 was at the end, a floating dock just visible through the gray. Empty. No container, no boat, no relay. Wren stepped out of the car, the carbon copy in her hand. The dock was wet with recent spray. A single rope hung from the cleat, cut cleanly, the end still frayed. Someone had been here. Someone had moved the relay container. And someone had left something on the dock. A folded piece of paper pinned under a loose plank. Wren bent down, her heart hammering. The paper was dry, fresh, placed here after the fog settled. She unfolded it. A single line of text written in the same hand as the note on her desk. The container is already aboard the night barge. She will find him at the terminus before the inspection. He is screaming your name. She looked up at Dante, the paper trembling in her hand. The killer was not done feeding her breadcrumbs. The killer was leading her to Nico. Chapter 66. The note was still warm from her hand. Wren read the words again. The container is already aboard the night barge. She will find him at the terminus before the inspection. He is screaming your name. The terminus. The decommissioned freight rail terminus 30 kilometers north, where the booster station had routed Nico's photograph through an empty shell company with Marcus Hale's name still on the compliance form. He moved him, Wren said. Matteo moved the container before we even reached the berth. Dante took the paper, his jaw tightening as he read. He handed it back without speaking, already pulling out his phone. Rafe, how fast can you get a team to the old rail terminus? 20 minutes if we run lights, 30 with gear. Run lights, we will meet you there. Dante ended the call and turned to Elena. Can you keep the harbor patrol off the terminus approach for the next hour? Elena's fingers were already moving across her phone screen. I know a harbor master who owes me 3 favors. He'll not ask why. Ask anyway. Tell him there is a gas leak. She nodded once and stepped away, phone pressed to her ear. Wren stared at the dark water where the relay container had been moored. The cut rope still hung from the cleat, swinging gently in the fog. "He was here," she said. "Nico was here, on that dock, maybe an hour ago." Dante did not tell her they would find him. He did not promise. He put his hand on the back of her neck, firm and steady, and said, "Then we go where they took him." The drive to the terminus took 43 minutes. Rafe's team was already there when they arrived. 3 black SUVs parked in a loose perimeter around the rusting gate. The old rail yard had been dead for 15 years, the tracks pulled up and sold for scrap, leaving only concrete slabs and the skeletal frame of a loading platform that ran the length of the main building. The night barge was moored against the platform. Low, flat, black hull with no running lights. A single container sat centered on the deck, its doors facing the platform. Rafe met them at the gate, his face unreadable. "The barge was here when we arrived. No crew, no vehicles. The container was unlocked." Wren's chest tightened. "Is he inside?" "The container is empty." She felt the words like a physical blow, a pause in the rhythm of her heart. "But there is blood," Rafe said, "and restraints. Someone was kept there recently." Dante moved past him without waiting, his stride eating the distance to the barge. Wren followed, her legs moving before her mind caught up, the carbon copy still crushed in her fist. The container doors hung open, revealing a bare steel interior lit by Rafe's men with handheld floods. The floor was clean except for a dark smear near the center, dried and tacky, and a set of nylon straps bolted to the wall at waist height. Wren stepped inside. The smell hit her first, metallic, salt, the sharp tang of sweat and fear. She counted the straps. 4, 2 for wrists, 2 for ankles. A single metal chair sat folded against the far wall, still wet with condensation. She touched the smear on the floor. The blood was tacky under her fingers. Fresh. Hours old, not days. "He was here," she said. "They moved him when we were at the Marina. They knew we were coming." Dante stood at the container entrance, his silhouette black against the floodlights. "Rafe, heat signature sweep, now." Rafe spoke into his radio. The men outside moved, spreading across the platform and into the rail yard. Wren's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, a text from an unknown number. "She is close. Look under the chair." She turned, the folded chair against the wall. She crossed the container in 3 steps and flipped it open. Taped to the underside was a tablet. Black casing, no markings, screen dark. She peeled it free and pressed the power button. The screen lit. A video file was cued, paused on the first frame. Wren recognized the image immediately. Her bedroom. The Sevrin estate. The night she had fallen asleep over the ledgers, her face creased by the page, her hands still resting on the open volume. She pressed play. The footage was silent. She watched herself shift in sleep, watched the candle beside her gutter in smoke. The timestamp in the corner read 04:14 a.m., the night of the estate attack. The angle was high. Ceiling mounted, a camera she had never seen. The video ended. A new file auto-loaded. Her in the study. Her at the family table. Her walking through the east corridor alone. Every frame from inside the estate. Every frame from before she knew the cameras existed. The final video began. Her in the carriage house. Last night. With Dante. The camera angle showed the window, the rain running down the glass, the two of them visible through the sheer curtain, her hair loose, his hands on her face. The recording cut before anything explicit, but the implication was clear. Matteo had been watching her inside the Sevrin estate. The screen flickered, a new window opened, text only. "Do you enjoy being safer in a prettier cage, little accountant?" The text disappeared, replaced by a new line. I could have sold that footage to the elders for twice what the root was worth. Instead, I am giving it to you. Free. Because I want you to know what he has hidden from you. He put every camera in that room. He knew where you slept. He watched you sleep. The screen went black. Wren stood in the empty container, the tablet cold in her hands, the blood drying under her fingernails, and felt the floor shift beneath her feet. Dante was still at the entrance, his back to the floodlights, his face unreadable in the shadow. She looked at him. He did not know what she had just seen, and she did not know if that mattered anymore. Chapter 57. The ride back to the estate passed in silence. Wren sat in the back seat with the tablet face down on her thighs, the screen dark, the weight of what she had seen pressing against her ribs. Dante sat beside her, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers when the car took a curve, and she felt the contact like a current she no longer trusted to ground her. She did not look at him. He did not ask what was on the tablet. Rafe drove with his eyes on the road, his knuckles white on the wheel, and Elena had stayed behind at the terminus to coordinate with Harbor Patrol. The absence of questions told Wren everything. They all knew something had shifted. They just did not know how far the crack ran. The estate gates opened ahead. Floodlights washed the gravel drive. The main house rose against the dark sky, every window lit, every shadow held at bay by security lamps positioned in the old spots, the predictable spots, the spots a man who installed cameras would know by heart. Wren's hand found the door handle before the car stopped. She walked through the front entrance without waiting for Dante, without waiting for Rafe to clear the hall, without counting under her breath. Her heels clicked against the marble in a rhythm she did not regulate, fast and uneven, the sound of a woman who had stopped performing composure. She heard him behind her, his footsteps, steady, unhurried, the same pace he used in every hallway, every room, every crisis. She reached the study door and stopped. Her hand rested on the frame. She turned. He stood 3 feet back, his hands at his sides, his face unreadable in the low light. He had not reached for her. He had not spoken. He had followed her silence all the way from the terminus without trying to fill it. What do you need from me right now? The question landed clean. No deflection, no defense, no claim that the footage meant something else, that Matteo had fabricated it, that she was misreading the frame. She held up the tablet. Open every current security feed in this house. Give me access to review them myself. Not a curated folder, not a summary. The raw feed with timestamps and access logs going back to the day I arrived. 3 hours after Dante first brought her through the front door. The activation authorization showed a user ID she did not recognize. She scrolled. The camera had been accessed remotely 43 times over the week she had been in the house. Most hits clustered between midnight and 04 a.m. But the access origin was not a terminal inside the estate. It was a relay. A relay that routed through the same shell carrier Matteo had used for the photograph. She pulled up the corridor camera, the one covering the east hall outside her room. Same activation date, same access pattern, same relay origin. The study camera, the carriage house, the family table. All of them routed through external relays, not the estate's internal security network. She turned in the chair. Dante stood at the door, arms loose, watching her hands on the keyboard instead of her face. These cameras were installed on the estate's security network, she said. But the access logs show the feeds are being pulled through an external relay. Someone outside the system has been watching everything I do from a remote terminal. His jaw tightened. That is not how I built the network. You did install them. I approved the security upgrade 6 months ago. A company called Sentinel Access Solutions handled the installation. I reviewed the placement list and signed off on coverage maps. The bedroom was not on that list. She held his gaze. The bedroom camera was added after the installation. The east corridor camera was repositioned. Someone modified the system after you signed off, and they routed the external access through a shell carrier to keep the traffic off your audit logs. He crossed to the console and pulled up the installation manifest. She watched him scroll, watched his eyes move across the file, watched the moment he found what she had already seen. The bedroom camera was not listed. The carriage house camera was not listed. The East Corridor reposition was logged as a routine calibration by a tech whose employee number did not match Sentinel's roster. He straightened. I did not know. She believed him. The problem was she had believed Matteo's framing first, the perfect edit of a narrative designed to land like a knife between her ribs, and she had carried that wound all the way back from the terminus without testing it against the evidence. She had let him plant the story before she checked the facts. How many people have access to the archive? She asked. The system administrator, the head of security, and me. And who has physical access to the server room? 3 people. Corbin, Rafe, me. She looked at the access log again. The remote hits all came through the relay, but the physical installation of the bedroom camera, the repositioning of the corridor feed, those required someone inside the house. Someone with keys. Someone who knew the rotation schedule. Someone who could walk through the east wing at night without triggering a response. The person who installed these cameras is still inside the estate, she said. They modified the system after you signed off, and they have been feeding the feed to Matteo through a relay that does not touch your internal logs. That means whoever it is has network access, physical access, and knowledge of your blind spots. Dante did not answer. His attention had shifted to the center screen, where a live feed from the north gate showed a sedan stopped at the security barrier. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. Gray hair, slumped shoulders, elder Marchetti. The passenger door opened. A second man emerged. Younger. Dark coat. Hands raised in the gesture of someone who had already been patted down. Wren did not recognize him, but the feed zoomed and she saw the messenger bag slung across his chest, the logo stitched into the flap. Portside Courier Services. The same company that had delivered the missing ledger copy to the deputy mayor's office. Marchetti turned and said something to the courier, his face calm, his hands open, the posture of a man conducting routine business at an hour when routine business did not exist. Wren's hand found the edge of the console. The elder who had chaired the council, who had held Dante's grandmother's estate, who had signed off on the restricted grant that ceded the Albrecht lease, was now standing at the North Dolt with a courier from the same company that had weaponized the stolen files. The feed flickered. The courier reached into his bag. Chapter 58. The courier's hand emerged from the bag holding a sealed envelope, cream paper, no logo, no return address. He passed it to Marchetti with the deference of someone who had done this before. Same hour, same gate, same envelope. Marchetti turned to face the camera. He held the envelope up, one hand open, the posture of a man saying, "See." Routine. Nothing to fear. Wren did not move. "That is not a standard courier delivery," she said. "The driver would have handed it through the window. He got out. He walked around the car. He was expected." Dante was already reaching for the phone on the console. "I want him in the study, now, both of them." They met in the east corridor where the morning light had not yet reached, and the hall hung in the gray between night and day. The courier stood against the wall with his hands clasped. Marchetti sat in a chair Dante's staff had brought from the dining room, the envelope unopened on his knee. Wren stopped 3 feet from him. She did not sit. You brought a portside courier through the north gate at 5 in the morning, she said. The same company that delivered the stolen ledger to the deputy mayor. I need a reason that does not end with me calling the elders back to this house. Marchitti's jaw worked. He looked older than he had in the council room, the skin under his eyes bruised with exhaustion or guilt. I have been paying shipping insurance claims for 11 months, he said. Now if a team 20, not the family treasury, personal funds. Dante stepped forward. You are the executor of my grandmother's estate. You do not have our personal funds. You have Sevrin funds that you have been authorized to manage. I have a separate account, a private one, established before I took the executor role. Marchitti's voice held, but his hands trembled against the envelope. The claims came in after the first route disruptions, cargo losses, vessel damage, berth fees for ships that never docked. I recognized the pattern before anyone else. I knew Aldo was bleeding the routes, but I could not prove it without exposing how deep the corruption ran. So I paid. Quietly. To keep the shippers from filing follow complaints that would trigger an investigation before I had the evidence to direct it properly. Wren's mind was already running the numbers. 11 months of claims. Route disruptions that started before the public losses, before the estate attack, before Wren had ever heard the name Sevrin. How much? Just over 2 million, across 17 vessels. 2 million, the same amount that had started this, the same number that had pulled her out of her apartment and into this house. You paid Aldo's sabotage debts with your own money, she said, to buy time to find proof that he was the one causing them, and you never told Dante. I told no one. If Aldo learned I was tracking his losses, he would have buried the trail deeper or moved his timeline forward. I needed to keep the family stable until someone could read the books the way they needed to be read. He looked at her. You were that someone. I knew the moment you found the Meridian Coast discrepancy. That was the exact loss pattern, the exact amount. You were the first person in years to see what I had been watching. The room went still. Wren felt the weight of it. The old man across from her had been bleeding his own fortune to keep the family from fracturing, waiting for someone to find the thread he had been following with his own hands, without ever pulling it. Dante's voice came low. You should have come to me. I could not risk it. You were too close to her. If Aldo saw you moving to protect the books, he would have known you understood the pattern. He would have accelerated everything. The attack on the estate, the move against Nico, he would have burned it all down before you could stop him. He did burn it down. Not all of it. Marchitti held up the envelope. These are the original claim forms, the ones the shipping agents filed before I paid them. They carry timestamps, cargo manifests, port authority seals. They match the dates Aldo's proxy accounts were active. A forensic review will confirm the losses were staged. That Aldo was paying himself through the claims, then using the diverted funds to seed the Albrecht contracts. Wren reached for the envelope. Marchitti released it without resistance. She opened it. Cream paper. Hand-stamped seals. Columns of figures in the cramped handwriting of Hado clerks who did not know they were documenting a crime. The first claim was dated 3 days after the earliest proxy account activation Wren had traced. The second followed 6 weeks later, timed to the day after Aldo's first no communication with the Aubrechts. She looked up. This is the missing piece. The proof that the route damage was engineered to match the money flow, that Aldo did not just steal, he created the losses to justify the diversions. Marchitti nodded, a slow, heavy motion that seemed to cost him something. I have been carrying this for 11 months. I could not let it go. I could not let anyone see it until I knew who would use it correctly. His eyes found hers. You use things correctly, Miss Calloway. The ceiling lights flickered once. Marchitti's face changed, a twist at the corner of his mouth, confusion replacing the exhaustion. His hand went to his chest. Victor? Dante stepped forward. Marchitti's breath caught. His eyes rolled white. He slid sideways out of the chair, landing on the marble floor with a sound that rang through the corridor like a dropped stone. The courier moved, but Dante was faster, dropping to one knee, pressing fingers to the old man's neck. Pulses thready. Call an ambulance, now. Wren was already moving, dialing, her voice flat and efficient as she gave the address. But her eyes stayed on Marchitti's face, the slack skin, the open mouth, the hands still clutching the envelope even as the body went limp. A younger man pushed through the corridor from the family wing, mid-20s, dark hair, eyes wide with the panic of someone who had not yet learned to hide it. Grandfather. He dropped beside Marchitti. He told me. He said if anything happened, to find the auditor, he said she would understand. The grandson looked up directly at Wren. He has a lockbox, in the safe behind the portrait in his study. He said only an auditor would know what to do with what is inside. He made me promise. Wren's hand still held the envelope. The sirens started, distant, growing. The courier had backed against the wall, hands raised. Dante was lifting Marchitti's head, shouting instructions to someone, but the words did not reach her. The lockbox, the velvet ledger, a note about the second set of books. She looked from the grandson to the fallen elder to the envelope in her hand, and she knew the night had not ended. It had only changed shape. Chapter 59. The paramedics moved past her in a blur of blue uniforms and clipped commands. Wren pressed herself against the corridor wall, the envelope still clutched against her chest, watching them lift Marchetti onto the gurney. His face had gone the color of old paper. One hand still twitched, reaching for something only he could see. Dante stood at the center of the chaos, issuing orders in a voice that allowed no argument. 2 men to the hospital, personal guard on the room, no visitors without his approval. The grandson grabbed Wren's arm. His fingers were cold. This way, before anyone stops us. She followed him into the family wing, through a sitting room she had never entered, past a desk covered in unopened mail, and into a study that smelled of pipe smoke and old leather. The portrait above the fireplace showed a woman in her 70s, severe cheekbones, dark eyes that followed the room. The grandson did not hesitate. He crossed to the fireplace, pressed the corner of the frame, and the portrait swung open on silent hinges. Behind it, a wall safe, digital keypad, steel plate thick enough to stop a bullet. Code is 140918. He typed it in without waiting for her approval. The lock clicked. He pulled the handle. Inside sat a single lockbox, black steel, no branding, no markings, about the size of a law dictionary. He lifted it out and set it on the desk. I never opened it. He told me not to, said I would not understand what I was looking at. Wren set the envelope down beside the box. Does anyone else know this exists? No. I checked the room twice before I came to find you. My grandfather was specific. Only the auditor. She studied the lockbox. No external keyhole, no hinges visible, just a smooth black surface and a recessed panel on the side. She pressed the panel. It gave slightly. A biometric reader. Your thumb, she said. Or his. The grandson pressed his thumb to the reader. Nothing happened. He pressed again, harder. The reader blinked red. He did not register me. He must have used his own. Wren looked at the envelope, Marchetti's hand still clutching it even as he collapsed. She pulled out the claim forms, the cargo manifests, the seals. The paper was warm from her grip. At the bottom of the stack, folded separately, a single sheet of cream paper. She unfolded it. The handwriting was Marchetti's. Slow, careful, the letters pressed deep into the fiber. Miss Calloway. If you are reading this, I have been removed from the board. The box will not open for anyone but me. Use the claim forms to pass the threshold. The reader bypasses if you feed it paper from my envelope. She looked at the router. A thin slot at the bottom edge, barely visible, the width of a single sheet. She slid the cream paper through. The reader blinked green. The lid released with a soft hiss. The grandson let out a breath he had been holding since they entered the room. Wren lifted the lid. Inside, 3 bearer bonds, each made out to cash, each valued at $500,000. A leather folder stamped with the Sevrin crest, the leather cracked with age. A single photograph, sepia-toned, showing 3 men in suits standing before a shipyard gate, the date handwritten on the back in faded ink. 1962, Tiro City Maritime. And a notebook. Black cover, no title. The pages were numbered in a hand that predated Marchetti's by decades. She opened it to the first page. The handwriting was elegant, raised, belonging to someone who had been taught to write with a fountain pen before ballpoints existed. This ledger exists outside the family books. It tracks only leverage transactions, debts that cannot be collected through courts, favors that must never be recorded in ink, relationships maintained through surfaces that leave no trace. Aldo Sevrin did not invent this system. He inherited it. The door was built before he was born. He walked through it because it was already open. The current custodian is unnamed. The doctor sweared up to my friends, into the coverdury of separate as the beads. The notebook has heat a stater. The sauce line of the heads are steel slowly. Slow quickly around the mop. I must adjust, the wisdom just trom. And there just as 6 scored drosts enters the deal. The holes put on seal monotrablic. Bless of the Johns provide. Is other believable with the voice. The leather insides you believe, had happened in my 5. The Kip's men placed through the war. He will see because I was building. You can prettily said I have been vestor for my book. And when we need to do my anywhere, please figure it out the stretch hotes had. I need to put me to be fond before a new weight. Dante's hand finally touched her arm. A brief pressure, a surrender. 9. Not a minute later. She slipped the notebook into her jacket, tucked the envelope under her arm, and followed the grandson out of the study. The corridor stretched ahead of her, empty and dark. Behind her she heard Dante's voice, low, speaking into a phone. But she also heard something else. A footstep. A shift of weight. The soft scrape of leather on marble. She stopped. The corridor was empty. She waited. Nothing moved. But the hair on her arms stood up, and she knew, with the certainty that comes from months of watching her back, that someone else was awake in this house at 5 in the morning. And that someone had been listening. Chapter 60. Wren stood in the dark corridor, her pulse a hard drum against her ribs. Nothing moved. The scrape she had heard, leather on marble, a shift of weight, had stopped. The air settled back into the stillness of a house holding its breath. She waited until the silence felt complete, then walked the length of the hall, her heels clicking at a steady pace. No one. She turned the corner and pressed her back against the wall. The notebook was still inside her jacket. The envelope was still under her arm. She counted. 7, 14, 23. No footstep followed. She moved toward the study where Dante was waiting, but she did not stop scanning the shadows at each doorframe, each alcove, each recess where a body could press itself flat and wait. Dante was standing at the window when she entered. He had not changed his shirt. Macchetti's blood had dried to a brown stain across the chest. The gray light of early dawn was beginning to push through the glass, catching the lines in his face that she had not noticed before. "The grandson is waiting in the kitchen," he said without turning. "He will take you through the port district. No cameras on the back road between the fish houses and the rail spur." Someone was listening. Dante turned. In the corridor, outside Macchetti's study, a footstep, weight shifting. Then nothing. His jaw tightened. "You did not see them." "No, but I felt them." Dante crossed the room and stopped in front of her. His hand came up, hesitated, then dropped to his side. "There are 37 people living on this estate. Staff, security, family. Half of them were awake when Macchetti collapsed. It could have been anyone." "It could have been the custodian." The words sat between them. Dante's eyes dropped to the notebook in her hand. "I have heard whispers about that ledger since I was 12 years old. My grandmother mentioned it once at a dinner, said there were books even the elders did not get to see. She looked at me when she said it. Then she changed the subject." "And you never looked for it?" "I was told certain family instruments were reserved for the old guard, that some things were not meant for the heir until the heir had proven he could hold the line." His voice dropped. "I thought it was a story, a ritual, something grandmothers say to make the empire feel older than it is." Wren opened the notebook to the transfer dates. She held it so he could see. 1962 to 2022. 6 transfers. Your grandmother was custodian. "How do you know?" "The third initial is S, 1986. You said she died in 2002, but she held the role for 16 years. She passed it to someone else before her death." Dante's face went still. "Who did she pass it to?" "The notebook does not say. The current custodian is unnamed, and they are alive." Dante looked at the page, at the blank entry after 2010, at the empty space where someone's initial should have been. If the current custodian is alive and unnamed, that means the transfer never happened. Or it happened off the record, and the custodian wants it kept invisible. Dante's hand moved to his own chest, a reflexive gesture, pressing against the dried blood on his shirt. Frankelheitsche, pressing against the dried blood on his shirt. Ron looked at the phone harder against her ear. "If he sells that page, the Sevrins lose every federal contract they hold. The port corridor permits, the bonded warehouses, the customs exemptions." "Which is exactly what the buyer wants." "Who is the buyer?" Elena's voice dropped. "My source would not say, but he said the buyer has been waiting for this document since before Marcus was born." Wren looked at Dante. He was watching her face, reading the pieces. "A document no one should know exists?" she said. "Exactly. And Marcus somehow has a single page from a ledger that has been hidden for 60 years. Unless someone gave it to him." The corridor footstep, the listener in the dark, the custodian who was supposed to be unreachable. "Where's Marcus now?" Wren asked. "North Channel, Dock 17. He is waiting for the buyer to arrive at sunrise." Wren calculated. 6 minutes until first light, 18 minutes until the sun cleared the Harlow buildings. "I need a number." "Texting it now." The phone buzzed in Wren's hand, a local number, unlisted. "If you call that number, you will be calling Marcus Hale directly." Wren ended the call and looked at the screen. The number sat there, waiting. Dante stepped closer. "He is baiting us. If Marcus has one page, he either stole it from the custodian or the custodian handed it to him as a distraction. Or the custodian is Marcus." Dante's eyes widened. "Think about it," Wren said. "Marcus was inside the Sevrin network for years. He knew the 1987 door existed. He had access to Maceni's study. He had my calendar. He had every piece of paper that crossed the family books. But Marcus is an outsider. He married into the Hale family. He was not born into the Severn bloodline. The Velvet Ledger does not track bloodlines. It tracks leverage, and Marcus Hale has been building leverage for years. Dante looked at the notebook, at the blank entry. Then why would he sell the page? If he is the custodian, he would protect the secret. Unless he is done protecting it. Unless he wants to burn the Severns to the ground and walk away with the insurance money. Wren looked at the number on her phone. She pressed dial. The line rang twice. A voice answered, familiar and wrong. Wren. She had heard that voice say her name 1,000 times. In bed, at dinner, on the phone when she was afraid. It had always sounded safe. Now it sounded like a door closing. Marcus. You found me faster than I expected. You sold me. I sold a page. The rest of the ledger is still intact. You have no right to touch that book. I have every right. His voice was calm, controlled. I have been watching that ledger grow for 3 years. I know every transaction, every name, every date, and I know what happens when the right buyer sees the 1986 entry. What happens? The Sevrin family collapses. The port corridor opens for auction. The Albrechts take control of the eastern dock strip, and Nico Calloway becomes a footnote in a war that started before he was born. Wren's hand tightened around the phone. Where is Nico? Safe, for now. But that changes at sunrise, depending on whether the buyer arrives before you do. Give you the dockin. 7 minutes, dock 17, cut alone. A pause. Entering the notebook. The line went dead. Wren lowered the phone. Dante was already moving toward the door. You are not going alone. I am going exactly as he asked. He will kill you. He will try. Wren tucked the notebook into her jacket. But if I do not go, he sells the page. The Severins fall, and Nico dies in the rubble. Dante blocked the door. Let me go in your place. He will know. Let Rafe take the shot from the water. He has a buyer arriving at sunrise. If the buyer sees anyone but me, the deal goes through and the page disappears into federal hands. Dante's hand pressed against the doorframe. The muscle in his jaw jumped. 7 minutes, Wren said. If I am not back by then, burn the estate down. She pushed past him and walked into the gray dawn. Chapter 61. The fog lay flat on the water, thick enough to swallow sound. Dock 17 stretched ahead of Wren in gray planks and rusted cleats. A single boat bobbed at the far end, cabin lights off, no figures on deck. The sunrise was still minutes away, the sky a bruise of violet and orange behind the harbor buildings. She walked the length of the dock with her hands visible, the velvet ledger pressed against her ribs beneath her jacket. The boat stayed dark. At 10 feet, a hatch opened. Marcus stepped onto the deck in a coat she had never seen, charcoal wool, expensive cut, wrong on him the way everything about him had become wrong. Put the notebook on the dock. Wren stopped. Show me Nico first. I do not have Nico. You said he was safe. Safe is not the same as present. Marcus spread his hands. I know where he is. That is the commodity I am selling. You are selling a page from a ledger you had no right to touch. I am selling the thing that kept me alive while your new family tried to kill me. Wren watched his face. The familiar lines had hardened into something she barely recognized. The man who had proposed to her in a candlelit restaurant was gone, replaced by someone who had been watching a velvet ledger for 3 years while pretending to love her. Who is the buyer? Someone who will pay enough to make me disappear. The custodian gave you that page. Marcus's smile was thin. The custodian does not know I have it. Then you stole it. I found it. There is a difference. Wren took a step closer. The dead accountant, staving to the completing content. The ghost consultancy has an active server in the city hall. Closed for renovation. But I ran the access records. Someone entered that office at 2 a.m. the same night, using a key card that should have been deactivated when the Sevrin accountant died. Wren's breath caught. Course card? Course card. Still in use. Still active. Someone inside the city is keeping the dead man's credentials alive, the same way someone inside the estate kept his server access active for 3 years. You are telling me this, why? Because I want you to understand I was never the only ghost in this machine. Marcus let the page hang between them. The buyer is not here for me. The buyer is here for the page. And the buyer has been inside the city system longer than either of us has been alive. A boat engine rumbled in the channel, distant, approaching. Marcus looked past her shoulder. You have 30 seconds. Give me the page. Give me the notebook. Wren pulled the velvet ledger from her jacket, held it at arm's length. Marcus placed the 1986 page on the dock, weighted with a metal cleat. They exchanged in silence. Wren tucked the page into her jacket without looking at it. Marcus opened the notebook, ran his fingers across the entries, and closed it. You should go, he said. The buyer does not like witnesses. Where is Nico? Marcus turned toward the hatch. Dock 42, Warehouse C. He is alive, but he will not stay that way if you waste time following me. He disappeared into the cabin. The engine in the channel grew louder. Wren ran. She reached the end of the dock, hit the pier, and did not stop. The fog swallowed the boat behind her. The sunrise turned the water to fire. Her phone buzzed as she reached the road. Elena? Where are you? Leaving dock 17. Marcus had the page. I have it now. Good, bad news. Elena's voice was tight. That consultancy I found? I kept pulling the thread. The billing codes traced to a committee office on the 3rd floor of City Hall, closed for renovation. But I ran the access records. Someone entered that office at 2 a.m., due to the datatement flowed for renovation. But I ran the access records. Someone entered that office at 2 a.m., using David Core's badge. Marcus told me. Marcus told you. When did you start trust in Marcus? I do not. He corroborated what you found. That means it is real. It gets worse. The ghost consultancy has an active server in the City Hall basement. Still running. Still logged into the Sevrin account network. Wren stopped. An active server inside City Hall? Connected to the estate relay. Whoever the custodian is, they have been running the Velvet Ledger transactions through city infrastructure for 60 years. The server is probably the oldest machine in the building. Can you access it? I am already inside, pulled the file tree while we were talking. A pause. Wren, the dead accountant's shell is still making payments, monthly, to a numbered account I cannot trace without going deeper. How deep? Into the server itself, physical access, but the committee office is closed. No staff, no cleaning crew, no security until the renovation starts next week. Wren looked at the sky. The sun was climbing. The city was waking. Give me the address. 3rd floor, room 312. The badge reader is deactivated during renovation. Just walk through. I am already moving. Wren, the server logs show file deletions. Someone is inside the system right now, scrubbing the records. How long do I have? Depends on how fast they type. Wren ended the call and flogged a cab. City Hall rose from the financial district like a monument to permanence, limestone and iron, and decades of decisions carved into its facade. Wren paid the driver in cash and walked through the main entrance behind a cluster of early shift clerks. No one looked at her. The third floor was silent. Renovation barriers blocked the east corridor. She ducked under the tape and followed the numbers to room 312, a glass-paneled door with a sign reading, "Committee on Waterfront Development, closed." The door was unlocked. Inside, the office smelled of dust and old paper. Filing cabinets stood against the wall, their drawers partially open. A single computer terminal glowed on a desk in the corner, its screen showing a command line interface. The cursor blinked. Wren sat down and touched the keyboard. The screen populated with a file tree. She scrolled through folders labeled by year, each one containing scanned documents, payment authorizations, and correspondence logs. The earliest entries were hand-typed, the paper yellowed even in the scans. She found the Velvet Ledger folder. It contained 203 subfolders, one for each transfer date. The 2022 folder was empty. The 2010 folder contained a single document, a payment authorization from the dead Sevrin accountant's shell dated 3 weeks before his death. Wren opened it. The document listed a payment of $500,000 to a numbered account in the Cayman Islands, authorized by David Corr's digital signature, approved by Committee Custodian, M.H. Marcus Hale. Watch the wad optaline. Just reach the vote of a catchword cosed evenant, the way the favored heading out varies. The gains with the engine in the channel grew louder. Wren ran. She reached the end of the dock, hit the pier, and did not stop. The fog swallowed the boat behind her. The sunrise turns the water to fire. Her phone buzzed as she reached the road. "Elena, where are you?" "Leaving dock 17. Marcus had the page, I have it now." "Good, bad news." Elena's voice was tight. "That consultancy I found?" I kept pulling the thread. The billing codes traced to a committee office on the 3rd floor of City Hall, closed for renovation. But I ran the access records. Someone entered that office at 2 a.m. to gain, using David Corr's badge. Marcus Hale, before he joined the firm, before he met her, before any of it. The dead man's shell had been active for 12 years. The cursor on the screen jumped. A dialog box appeared. Deletion in progress. 127 files remaining. Wren's hands moved. She copied the core payment authorization to her phone. She grabbed the 2010 folder contents. She reached for the 1987 folder. The dialog box updated. 87 files remaining. She pulled the 1987 files, the 1974 files, the 1962 files, 42 files remaining. A folder labeled Current Custodian sat at the bottom of the tree. She clicked it. The folder was empty. 7 files remaining. The cursor stopped. A final dialog box appeared. Deletion complete. Server shutting down. The screen went black. Wren sat in the dark office, the phone hot in her hand, the files on her device the only copies left. Behind her, the door clicked shut. She turned. The handle was not moving. The lock had engaged. The renovation tape was still in place. The corridor was still empty. But the door was sealed from the outside. Chapter 62. The door was sealed. The corridor beyond the glass was empty. Wren pressed her palm flat against the wood and listened for footsteps. Breathing. Anything. Nothing. The renovation tape swayed in a draft that came from nowhere. She pulled out her phone and dialed Elena. "I am locked in." "Locked how?" "Door engaged from the outside. No handle on this side. The server is dead." A pause on the other end. Keys clicking. "Can you see the mechanism?" Wren crouched. The lock was a standard interior deadbolt with an external thumb turn, the kind that required a key from the other side. Commercial. Keyed cylinder. Then you are not getting out through that door. Wren stood. Her reflection in the dark glass showed a woman with pinned-up copper hair, and ink stains still visible on her right hand from Marchetti's note. She looked pale. She looked like someone who had spent the night running through a city that did not want her to stop. What about the window? Wren crossed to the far wall and pulled the curtain. The window faced a light well, 3 stories down to a concrete floor. No fire escape, no ledge wide enough to stand on. Not an option. Then we work from where you are. The server is dead, but I pulled a directory tree before the deletion completed. I have file names and timestamps. No contents, but I know what was there. Wren sat on the edge of the desk. The terminal sat dark, its fan still spinning a low, mournful hum. Give me the names. Elena read them off. 23 folders, each labeled by year. The first one was 1962. The last, 2022, empty. Between them, a structure that traced the Velvet Ledger's custody chain on a digital parallel track that someone had been maintaining for 60 years. The 1986 folder? Wren said. What was in it? One file, labeled Sinnet 1986-2 a scan of something hand-typed. Marcus's page, the same document he had traded her for the full ledger at Dock 17, the one he said a buyer had been waiting for since before he was born. That file was copied before the deletion? According to the directory, yes, 3 days ago, by a user account labeled audit.support. Wren went still. That is not a real account. No shit. Someone inside the city system created a dummy credential and pulled the file before the scrubbing started. They knew the deletion was coming. They took what mattered first. Can you trace the credential? Working on it. The log shows the authentication came from a physical terminal in the committee office, not a remote login. Someone walked into the same room you are in now and copied the file from this machine. Wren looked at the empty desk, at the chair pushed in too neatly. When? Yesterday, 2017 p.m. During office hours. During office hours, Elena repeated. Whoever walked in here had a key and a badge and no one questioned them. The draft under the door shifted. Wren felt it move across her ankles, cold and damp, carrying the smell of dust and old carpet. What else did you pull before the deletion? Partial directory echoes. The system logged file sizes and modification dates, even after the contents were erased. I have metadata for 17 of the 23 folders. Give me the 2002 folder. 9 files. Largest is 12 MB, modified March 14, 2002. The year Dante's grandmother, initial S, was supposed to have passed the custodian role before her death. March was 3 months before she died. If she had transferred the ledger in March, the timing meant the handoff was deliberate, planned, not a deathbed scramble. What about 1998, the transfer from initial A? 4 files, modified July 11, 1998. One of them is labeled servicecontranets.pdf. Wren's breath caught. Read me the modification log. Modified 11:03 p.m. User account, custodian. Again, I only walked in that I asked this. I am pulling the metadata remnant. The file has a location tag. A digital tag on a scanned document? On the inventory list, the file properties show a network printer path. The printer is registered to a commercial archive service called Preservation 1. They specialize in off-site document storage for law firms, banks, and old crime families. Wren finished. Bingo. Preservation 1 has a facility on the north edge of the Port District. Address is 147 Maritime Lane. The property is owned by St. Catherine's Parish Trust. A church-owned record and Annex on the edge of the port. Wren turned toward the window. The lout well showed nothing but gray stone and a single barred grot at the bottom. That is where they keep the originals. If they still exist, yes. The inventory update from 2019 suggests someone checked that the documents were still in place, but the deletion script ran today. Whoever is scrubbing the digital trail may have already sent a team to the physical site. The draft under the door stopped. The silence in the corridor shifted. Wren pressed her ear to the wood. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. One set. Leather soles on marble. The steps stopped outside room 312. A key turned in the lock. The mechanism clicked. The handle did not move. Whoever was on the other side had unlocked the door but had not opened it. They were waiting. Wren stepped back. Elena's voice came through the phone low. Wren, what is happening? Someone just unlocked the door? Who? The handle stayed still. The corridor beyond the glass was empty, but the key had turned. The lock was no longer engaged. Wren could push the door open. She could step into the corridor. She could walk out of City Hall. Or whoever had unlocked the door was still standing there, waiting for her to make the first move. Wren. I do not know yet. She reached for the handle. Chapter 63. She pushed the door open. The corridor was empty. Gray light bled through a window at the far end, illuminating dust motes suspended in still air. The key hung from the outside lock on a brass ring, waiting. Wren stepped out. No footsteps retreated. No shadow waited around the corner. Whoever had unlocked the door was already gone, had never intended to show their face. She pulled the key free and pocketed it. Then she walked. The stairs were silent. The lobby was empty. The security desk had a single guard watching a monitor, and he did not look up as she passed through the revolving door into the gray morning. The fog had thickened. It swallowed the streetlights and muffled the harbor sounds until Cairo City felt like a drowned city, soft and patient and holding its breath. Her phone buzzed. Elena. You out? Wren typed one word back. Yes. She walked north. The address Elena had given her was 15 minutes on foot, through the Port District's edge where the courthouse marble gave way to warehouse brick and rusted rail spurs. She called Dante. He answered on the first ring. Where? Walking to Preservation 1, Maritime Lane. Someone unlocked the door and left. Who? I do not know, but they wanted me out of that room, and they wanted me to know they were the one who did it. A pause. Then, I am already moving. Wraith has a van. Text me the address. I am almost there. I need you to bring Lucia's legal seizure cover. Done. The line went dead. Wren walked faster. Preservation 1 occupied a 4-story brick building at the end of a dead-end street. No sign marked the entrance, just a steel door with a keypad and a small brass plaque that read, St. Catherine's Parish Trust, Annex B. Wren pressed the call button. A voice crackled through the speaker. This is a private facility. This is Wren Calloway. I have a court order for a document seizure under the Cairo City Port Authority Oversight Review. Silence. Can you verify that order? It is coming. My team is 3 minutes behind me. She held up her phone, the key from room 312 still cold in her palm. You can call the committee office if you want, but the committee office is empty and the server in room 312 was scrubbed clean 2 hours ago, so I would recommend opening the door. A longer silence. The lock clicked. The steel door swung inward. Wren stepped into a narrow hallway lit by fluorescent tubes behind wire mesh. The air smelled of paper, dust, and industrial-grade dehumidifiers. A man in a gray uniform stood at the far end, hands at his sides, face carefully neutral. Ms. Calloway. Mr. Preservation 1 does not use names. Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the building. Wren followed. The hallway opened into a receiving area with a steel counter, a computer terminal, and a corkboard covered in faded parish notices. The man stopped at a second door and pressed his thumb to a reader. Your team will need to sign in. No photography, no removal of materials without filing a chain of custody form. I understand. I will need your identification. Wren handed him her driver's license. He copied the number onto a clipboard form, handed it back, and gestured toward the open door. This way. The climate-controlled vault was larger than she had expected. 2 floors of rolling shelving compressed into tight aisles, each labeled with parish codes and date ranges. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, steady and cold. Your materials are in Section F, Rack 7 through Rack 14. They were transferred here in 2019 from the old committee archive at St. Catherine's Rectory. Wren's chest tightened. The inventory update from 2019. The file modified at 4:47 a.m. Someone had moved the physical records here 3 years ago, anticipating that the digital trail would eventually be burned. She walked toward Section F. The shelving groaned as she pulled a rack open. Boxes stacked 6 high, each labeled with a year range and a 3-letter code. She found 1962 first, then 1974, then 1986. She pulled the 1986 box. Inside, manila folders, carbon copies, receipts, notarized declarations. But beneath them, a black-bound ledger identical in size and feel to the velvet notebook Marchetti had hidden behind his portrait. She opened it. The handwriting was different from the notebook. Older, more deliberate. The ink had browned at the edges, but the entries were still legible. March 12, 1986. Transfer of leverage instrument. Firearms manifest. Federal cover designation. Delivered by courier to S. Receipt acknowledged. Custody transferred. S. Dante's grandmother. Wren turned the page. April 30, 1938. Collateral transfer. Warehouse deed South Dock. Registered to Calloway Holdings. Signatory, Aldo S. Bren. Bren Court his her driving sod. Calloway Holdings. The property she had never known about titled in her name, used to hold Nico. She pulled the next folder. January 22, 1998. Debt instrument executed. Nico Calloway. Principal, $800,000. Guarantor listed as Wren Calloway without consent. Interest, variable tied to port revenue. She read the entry 3 times. The handwriting was different again. Newer, crisper, a different custodian. Initial A, she turned to the last page of the 1998 folder. September 12, 1998. Pending exchange noted. AO for accountant. Terms open. Trigger. Completion of audit by named signatory. Heir for accountant. Dante for her. Someone had written the terms of a trade 17 years before she ever walked into the Sevrin estate. Before Nico's debt, before Marcus's betrayal, the door had been dealt long before she was born, and someone had been waiting for her to walk through it since the day she chose accounting. Footsteps echoed from the lower stacks. Wren froze. The sound was deliberate, slow. One set of footsteps on concrete, moving toward the vault entrance. She closed the folder. She slid the 1986 edger under her jacket. The steps stopped. A voice, low and familiar, came from the aisle behind her. I thought you might find that one. Wren turned. The silver-haired man stood at the end of the rack, hands clasped behind his back, the same unhurried posture he had worn the night he came to her apartment. The same marble-faced calm. He was not supposed to be here. He worked for the books. But he had unlocked her door. He had left her the key. I placed the ad, he said. Thomas Mercer. The response window is 44 hours. Wren's throat tightened. You are the custodian. I am the finder. The custodian is someone else. Someone who has been watching you since the day you opened the Meridian Coast file. He stepped closer. Someone who wants to meet you, but not yet. The footsteps came from the floor above now, multiple sets, moving fast. The parish trustees have been notified of your seizure order, the silver-haired man said. They will arrive in 2 minutes. If they find you here with that ledger, they will detain you until the parish lawyer arrives, and the parish lawyer works for the buyer Marcus warned you about. Wren looked at the boxes around her, the evidence she needed, the proof of Nico's manipulated debt, the contract that named her as collateral. She could not carry all of it. She did not have to. She pulled her phone and began photographing pages, rapid, systematic. The camera shuddered a soft click in a vault silence. The footsteps in the vault reached the bottom of the stairs. The silver-haired man moved to the vault door and pressed his palm to the reader. The lock engaged. That would buy her seconds, mainly a bit. I will hold them, he said. Go, through the receiving room, out the fire exit. Your team is waiting at the north corner of Maritime, Wren. Wren finished the last page, shoved the phone into her pocket, and ran. Chapter 64. The fire exit door slammed shut behind her, the alarm silenced by the silver-haired man's palm on the panel before it could scream. Wren stood in the alley, the 1986 ledger pressed against her ribs, her lungs burning. The fog swallowed the building behind her. The van idled at the north corner, its engine a low vibration through the wet concrete. Dante stepped out before she reached him, his dark suit blending with the shadows under the fire escape. You're bleeding, he said. She looked down. Her palm had a gash she did not remember earning. Blood streaked across the ledger's black cover. Not mine. She held up the book. I found it. The 1986 transfer, the parish contract, Nico's debt instrument, and a September 1998 entry. Heir for accountant, terms open. Trigger completion of audit by named signatory. Dante's face went still. 17 years, Wren said. Someone wrote the trade 17 years before you met me. Rafe leaned out of the driver's window. We need to move. The parish trustees called city security. They are locking down Maritime Lane. Wren looked at the ledger in her hands, the weight of it, the proof. There are more, she said. The vault has 23 boxes. I only photographed the surface, the ones proving Nico's debt was manufactured, the ones linking Marcus to the ghost server, the Carrie T. shell documents. They are still in there. Dante's jaw tightened. If we leave now, that evidence burns, Wren said. If we stay, we burn with it. She was already moving back toward the fire exit. The vault is climate-controlled, she said over her shoulder. Paper survival protocols. Fire suppression is chemically sealed between floor layers. If we can get in and out before the parish trustees override the safety systems, we can pull the critical volumes. Rafe killed the engine. Dante caught Wren's arm at the fire exit door. His grip was gentle, but his eyes were not. You are not going back in there alone. I need someone to cover the vault entrance. The trustees will come through the main door. That gives us maybe 3 minutes. Then we go together, he said. Rafe, hold the corridor. If anyone comes through that main door before we are out, buy us time. Rafe nodded once and pulled a service revolver from the glove compartment. They moved. The fire exit let them into a supply corridor, fluorescent lights humming overhead. The silver-haired man stood at the far end, hands clasped, waiting. I locked the vault door with my thumbprint, he said. The trustees are at the main entrance. They will have a bypass key within 2 minutes. Wren held up the ledger. I need 3 movie boxes, the 1998 debt instrument folder, the Carrie T. Shell registration, and the Marcus Hale compliance attestation from 2010. The silver-haired man did not argue. He turned and led them deeper into the building. The vault door opened with a hydraulic sigh. The air inside was cold and dry, the smell of old paper and steel shelving wrapping around them. Wren moved to section F Rack Rhine, the 1998 box. She pulled it open. The first folder held Nico's debt instrument. Original. Handwritten signatures. The guarantor Lauren read Wren Calloway in ink that had not been there in 1998. She photographed it anyway. Rack 11 held the Carrie T. Shell registration, dated 2004, signed by Marcus Hale as compliance contact on a logistics company that had no vessels, no employees, and no physical address. She took that too. Rack 14, the 2010 folder. She opened it. Inside was a single envelope, cream paper, no stamp. Her name on the front in handwriting she recognized. The silver-haired man's face changed. That was not in the inventory. Wren tore the seal, a single sheet. Typed written. Wren, if you are reading this, the fire has started. She looked up. The first plume of smoke curled from the far aisle. No, not smoke. The fire suppression system had not activated. The chemical seals had not released. Someone had disabled them. The smoke thickened fast, rolling across the ceiling in a gray wave that dropped as it cooled. The heat hit a second later, dry and furious, and then she saw the flame. Orange at the base, black at the crown, crawling up the rack at the far end of section A. 2 aisles, simultaneous. That is not accidental, Dante said. The silver-haired man was already moving, grabbing a fire extinguisher from the wall mount. The suppression system is zoned. If 2 zones failed at once, someone physically disconnected the chemical feed. We have maybe 90 seconds before the fire reaches the oxygen recirculation vents. Then the whole vault goes. Wren shoved the envelope into her jacket. She grabbed the 1998 folder, the 2010 folder, the Carrie T. Shell registration. Dante took the 1986 ledger from her and pressed a fireproof bag into her hand. I will carry the rest. You get the evidence out. The smoke was thick enough to burn her throat now. The fire had jumped to a third aisle, faster than it should have, feeding on paper and binding glue, and the dry air of a room designed to preserve paper, not people. Wren moved, rack by rack. The boxes blurred past. She grabbed what she could identify, what she could remember from Elena's metadata. The 2002 folder, the 2004 Annex, the 2019 inventory list. Dante was behind her, the fire extinguisher emptied, his hand finding her elbow in the smoke. We need to go, now. The vault door was still open. Rafe stood at the threshold, gun drawn, his silhouette cut against the fluorescent light of the corridor. Wren ran. She reached the door, the fireproof bag pressed against her chest, the folders tucked under her arm. She looked back. Through the smoke and the heat, she saw movement at the far end of the vault. A figure, masked, low to the ground, moving with purpose through the fire. The figure reached rack 12, pulled a single bound book from the shelf, tucked it under a dark coat, turned and disappeared through a maintenance hatch Wren had not noticed. A bound book. 1 volume. Specific. Targeted. Someone had known exactly what to take. The fire roared. Dante pulled her through the door. Rafe slammed it shut behind them. Wren stood in the corridor, coughing, her eyes streaming, the fireproof bag heavy in her hands. Someone had started that fire. Someone had disabled the suppression system. And someone had walked through the flames to take one legend. The one she needed most. Chapter 65. The van smelled of smoke and wet paper. Wren sat in the back, the fireproof bag open across her knees, the rescued folders spread in a semicircle around her ankles. Dante was beside her, one hand pressed to his mouth, the other braced against the vibrating wall as Rafe drove them north through the fog. The 1998 folder lay open on her thigh. Nico's debt instrument, original signatures, the guarantor line in ink that had not been there in 1998. She had photographed it twice, but it was the pages underneath that made her stomach turn. 3 promissory notes, each one small, each one dated within a 4-week window in August 1998. 15,000, 22,000, 18,000. They looked like bad decisions, the kind Nico made when he was drinking, when he thought fast money was the only kind that mattered. Together they formed a staircase. Someone had fed Nico money in increments, small enough that he signed without reading, small enough that he thought he could cover the next one with the last one. By the 4th week, the markers had been aggregated, consolidated, and presented as a single debt instrument with interest tied to port revenue. The guarantor line had been added later, by someone who knew Wren's name would make the paper worth more. "He did not owe this much," she said. Dante looked at the page. "Those are 3 separate markers. None of them exceed 22,000. Someone bought them from the original holders, aggregated them into a single note, and inflated the principal by 400% before registering with the Sevrin Treasury." She flipped to the Carrie T. Shell registration, signed by Marcus Hale in 2004. Compliance contact for a logistics company with no vessels, no employees, no physical address. The shell had been used to process 3 payments to the same holding account that later received Nico's aggregated debt payment. Marcus had not just known about the inflation. He had helped build the infrastructure that made it possible. "He was already in place," Wren said. 4 years before he met me, before the engagement, before any of it. He built the shell that would process the inflated debt, and then he waited until I was close enough to be useful. Dante's jaw tightened. "He was not your fiancé. He was a ceded access." The words hit like a physical blow. She kept turning pages because stoppa meant feeling it. The 2010 folder was next. She opened it carefully, expecting another letter, another prediction, another piece of the maze someone had built around her. Instead, she found a single sheet of typed paper, not addressed to her. A payment record, quarterly, regular as a heartbeat. 48 payments over 12 years, each one routed through the same parish trust account that funded St. Catherine's archival cover. The payee field read, "Reverend Thomas M. Corrigan, Port Chaplaincy Services." 48 payments for pastoral visits to bonded cargo vessels. She read the entry 3 times before the meaning settled. "The chaplain," she said. "Port chaplain. He serviced the church annex. He had access to every vessel that docked at the parish-affiliated berths." Dante leaned closer. Regular access to cargo holds, crew manifests, and bonded storage. No one questions a chaplain. No one searches a priest. Wren kept reading. The last payment was dated 3 weeks ago, but the column beside it showed a different date. Last no contact, 72 hours prior. She looked up. "The chaplain has gone missing." The van hit a pothole. The folders shifted. Wren pressed a hand to the pages to keep them from scattering. "Confirmed missing or unreachable?" "The record does not say, but there are no check marks in the verification column after the 72-hour mark. Someone was supposed to confirm his status and did not." Dante's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen, his expression shifting from concentration to something harder. "Rafe, pull over." The van slowed. Rafe guided them onto a gravel shoulder where the fog pressed against the windows like a living thing. Dante held up the phone. The screen showed a text from an unknown number. Reverend Corrigan's last known location, berth 9, Eastern Dry Dock. His vessel jacket is still on his desk. If you want to find out what he knew before he stopped answering, you have until the dockmaster's morning inspection at 6. Wren checked the van clock. 4:47 a.m. 73 minutes. Who sent that? She asked. Dante turned the phone toward her. The message header showed no sender ID, no relay identifier, just the text and a timestamp. The same person who left the folder in the carriage house, he said. The same person who unlocked your door. The silver-haired man shifted in the front passenger seat. He had not spoken since they left Preservation 1. The finder, Wren said, or the custodian. The silver-haired man's voice was dry. They are not the same person, but they use the same channels. If the custodian wanted you to find the chaplain before the dockmaster seals the berth, they would send this. Wren looked at the folders in her lap. 48 payments, 12 years. A chaplain who had access to every vessel, every crew manifest, every sealed container that passed through the parish's bonded berths. If the archive is purchased silence, the chaplain was purchased access, and he had just gone missing. 73 minutes before the dockmaster sealed the evidence. She closed the 2010 folder. Berth 9, Eastern Dry Dock. Dante nodded once. Rafe, go. The van pulled back onto the road, the fog swallowing their headlights, the clock on the dashboard ticking toward inspection. Wren pressed the fireproof bag closed. Somewhere in the smoke and ash, the maxed figure had taken one ledger. But she still had the rest. And she had 73 minutes to find out what a dead chaplain knew before the dockmaster buried it. Chapter 66. The van's headlights cut a pale tunnel through the fog as Rafe navigated the Eastern Dock Road. Wren spread the payment records across her lap, the pages damp from the Preservation 1 fire, the ink bleeding at the edges where water had kissed the paper. 48 payments, 12 years. She traced the pattern with her finger. Quarterly, never missed, even when the chaplain was supposedly on leave. Dante leaned closer. You can tell that from the gaps? Not the gaps, the dates. She tapped the second page. Every payment posted on a Monday. Every single one. Even holiday Mondays. Even when the port was closed for storm surge. Someone was clocking in like a regular employee, not performing occasional pastoral visits. She pulled the Marina access logs from the folder beneath it, a sheaf of carbon copies Elena had pulled from Harbor Trust before the fire. The entries were stamped, signed, and time-stamped by the dockmaster's office. The chaplain logged access to berth 9 exactly 17 times in the last 3 years. Each visit lasted between 47 minutes and 2 hours, and every single visit coincided with a bonded cargo vessel at berth that never appeared on the parish supply manifest. Dante took the log. His jaw tightened as he read. 17 vessels. None of them carried parish goods. Correct. Wren flipped to the third sheet. But the customs records I photographed at Preservation 1 show something else. Every vessel the chaplain visited was later flagged for a minor customs violation. Not enough to impound, just enough to trigger a secondary inspection that delayed departure by exactly 1 shift. Rafe's voice came from the front seat. Delayed how long? 8 to 12 hours. Wren looked up. Long enough for someone to move cargo off before the official seal was broken. Long enough for the vessel to leave clean with nothing to find. The van hit a patch of uneven asphalt. The pages shifted. Wren pressed them flat. The chaplain was not visiting the sick. He was marking vessels for inspection delay. Someone was using his pastoral schedule to coordinate cargo movements through the bonded corridor without triggering automated alerts. Dante's phone buzzed again. He glanced at the screen. Same sender, no header. He read aloud. Berth 9 is not the only key. Chaplain kept a route book. 3 vessels scheduled before dawn. Choose the wrong one and the evidence sails. Wren felt the cold settle deeper. The dashboard clock read 5:03 a.m., 57 minutes. He is beating us, Dante said. 3 vessels, 1 with the evidence, 2 decoys. If we hit the wrong berth, we alert Matteo's people and lose the window. Wren kept reading the payment records. 48 payments, 12 years. She traced the column of dates. The pattern was so regular, so predictable, so carefully timed. Then she saw it. A single deviation. The 23rd payment was posted 2 days late. Not a Monday. A Wednesday. The only late payment in 12 years. She checked the corresponding Marina log. No visit that week. Chaplain was logged as unavailable. Sick leave. She checked the customs records. No flagged vessels that week. She looked at Dante. The 23rd payment, it was late. 2 days. The only late payment in 12 years. Dante leaned closer. What does that mean? I do not know, but everything else about this operation was precision. If the chaplain missed a week, it was not illness. It was planned. She flipped to the customs records for that month. 4 vessels, all cleared without inspection. No flagged delays, no secondary inspections. The corridor was quiet for exactly 1 week. Then the payments resumed, regular as a heartbeat. Wren looked at the clock. 5:08 a.m., 52 minutes. We are missing something, she said. The chaplain did not just mark vessels. He controlled the timing. If he missed a week, it was because someone needed the corridor clean. No delays, no flags, no evidence. Dante's phone buzzed a 3rd time. The same unknown sender. Route book is in his vessel jacket at berth 9. The jacket will be collected at 5:45. You have 37 minutes. Wren followed the likes paced a surreyed at the sweep bath. Wren streaked just to plake 1:30:12. The rip book is in his vessel jacket at berth 9. The jacket will be collected at 5:45. You have 37 minutes. Wren doesn't dare, and I say, wins basespec well wills it. I have always why me kitchen, 40 minutes into be screens moving to even looking to maybe in Strom. This incredibly clear things but huntering-hearted. His jants who be pain and self built, but would a lead that stes with we believe the winde in chection. Dante leaned closer. One completely showed mired. Why? Now the Thames waste is any harder, you never unpicked your evidence about the dater. Should I lewd this? Lives ever, with streaming and exploopingization. The seconds is equal sweep. I desperately will convent the support. This first way he understands exactly what Everly do. She would internally promise for the blast little delay. The boy screamed dispected, lanched into the bath, to deputy Fodstrons, and it's one unamazing mace one. The funk a standing of Dante was going through a recorsion treed session. Wren trikes this person of the 7 fi to hold, and sirs his ordering Desiatbergs that looked at Miss Adita, and she believe it so utily. Take the state, smile into the sweep'em, to say the monosomy and with advancement providence, rem. Matteo is not baiting us with decoys. Dante's expression went still. He is baiting us with the wrong question. Wren nodded. The evidence is not at berth 9, it is at berth 12, and berth 12 does not exist on any schedule because it is not a bonded berth. It is a private berth. Private, unregistered, and invisible to the dockmaster's inspection. The van's engine hummed. The clock ticked. 46 minutes. Wren held the phone up. Berth 12, Now, before the evidence sails. Dante's hand found hers in the dark. His voice was quiet. Rafe, berth 12. The van pulled forward, the fog swallowing their headlights, the dock road curving toward a berth that was not supposed to exist. Chapter 67. The fog pressed against the van's windows as they curved off the main dock road onto a service track that did not appear on any map Rafe had pulled. Berth 12, 1:03 p.m. No vessel registered, no schedule, no inspection window. Rafe, keyless headlights. The van rolled forward on parking lights, the fog swallowing their beam before it reached 10 feet. Wren leaned between the front seats, scanning through the windshield for any sign of a vessel. There. Dante's voice was low, port side, against the far wall. She saw it then. A dark hull, no running lights, no gangway, no name painted on the bow. Just a silhouette against the churning fog, tied to a concrete bollard that looked as old as the harbor itself. 50 meters, Rafe said. No cover between here and there. Wren studied the vessel. No activity on deck, no guard posted, no light from the cabin. Too quiet, she said. Dante's hand was already on the door handle. We do not have time for quiet. 38 minutes. 38 minutes until what? The inspection at berth 9? We are not at berth 9. Until the evidence sails, or until whoever collected that jacket at berth 9 realizes we did not take the bait. Wren looked at the vessel again. The hull was low in the water, laden, heavy with cargo. He is not on that boat. Dante turned. Matteo does not leave a vessel unguarded with evidence on it. Not after everything he has done to keep us chasing. If there is something on that ship, it is bait. So we check it anyway. Or we watch it. See who comes to collect. Dante's jaw tightened. And if no one comes, then we board. But I want to know who is watching first. She pointed to the warehouse on their left. A rusted fire escape ladder climbed the wall to a catwalk that ran parallel to the vessel. Give me 10 minutes. If I see movement, I signal. If I do not, you board. Dante looked at the ladder, then at the vessel, then at her. You are not going up there alone. Rafe goes with me. You stay with the van and keep the engine running. Dante's hand found her wrist. Not hard, not restraining, just present. 38 minutes. I know. She pulled away and moved toward the ladder. Rafe silent behind her, his footsteps barely audible on the wet concrete. The rusted iron bit into her palms as she climbed. The fog thickened as she rose, swallowing the ground, swallowing the van, until only the dark hole below and the catwalk above existed. She swung onto the catwalk, Rafe landing beside her with barely a creak. They crouched low, scanning. The vessel sat motionless below. No guard, no light, no movement. And then she saw it. On the roof of the far warehouse, barely visible through the fog, a faint glow. Red. Like a cigarette tip. Someone was watching. She touched Rafe's arm and pointed. He nodded. Slowly, she pulled out her phone, angled the screen away from the watcher, and typed. One observer, rooftop, red glow, possible sniper. She sent it to Dante. His reply came in seconds. I see him. Can you identify? She squinted through the fog. The figure was too far, too indistinct, just a shape against the gray sky. No. Then we assume hostile. Wren looked at the vessel again. Dark. Silent. Laden. She typed again. Board or wait? Dante's response took longer this time. She imagined him in the van, weighing options, calculating odds. Then his reply came. Wait. 7 minutes. If no movement, we board together. Wren crouched lower, her back against the catwalk railing, the cold metal pressing through her jacket. Rafe was still watching the rooftop. 7 minutes stretched as. The fog shifted. The vessel groaned against its lines. Somewhere in the distance, a buoy clanged once. Then movement. Not from the vessel, not from the rooftop, from the water. A small skiff emerged from the fog, its engine barely audible, cutting through the black channel toward the dark hull. A single figure at the helm, hooded, face obscured. Wren's pulse kicked. She typed, "Company incoming. Skiff, 1 person." Dante read it. His reply was 1 word. Confirmed. The skiff slid alongside the dock vessel. The figure tied off and climbed aboard, moving with practiced ease. No hesitation, no caution. This was expected. Wren watched as the figure crossed the deck and disappeared into the cabin. 2 minutes passed. Then the cabin light flicked on, visible through a porthole that was not quite blacked out. Wren could see movement inside. The figure was searching, looking for something, or looking for someone. She was about to signal Dante when her phone buzzed. Not Dante. An unknown number. She opened the message. "You chose the right berth, but you chose the wrong question. The chaplain is not on that vessel. He never was. Turn around. Look at the warehouse behind you." Wren's blood went cold. She turned. The warehouse behind them was dark, silent. But on the 3rd floor, a single window glowed with a faint, steady light. And in that window, a silhouette stood watching. Her phone buzzed again. "He is in the office. 3rd floor, room 312. Room 312, the same room she used to escape the City Hall server, the same room where the finder left her the key. Wren's hand tightened on the railing. She looked at the vessel below. The figure was still in the cabin. The rooftop watcher was still smoking. Then she looked at the glowing window, and the silhouette stepped back, as if beckoning her to follow. Dante's voice crackled through her earpiece. "Wren, what is happening?" She did not answer. She was already moving. Chapter 68. She climbed. The rusted ladders shook under her weight. Below, the fog swallowed the van, the vessel, the skiff. Above, the single window glowed steady and patient. The silhouette gone now, but the light still burning. Room 312. She reached the 3rd floor landing and found the door unlocked, a key already hanging from the deadbolt. Same as before, same message. She pushed inside. The room was empty. A single desk lamp lit the space. A plastic chair faced the desk. On the desk, a phone lay face up, the screen dark. A single piece of paper beside it with 2 lines of type. "Pick up the phone. I am listening." Wren closed the door behind her. The lock clicked. She did not lock it. She crossed to the desk, picked up the phone, and pressed it to her ear. Silence. Then breathing. "State your name." A voice came back, modulated, flat, processed through something that stripped the warmth from it. "That is not how this works." "It is how this works." Wren sat in the plastic chair. "You called me. I climbed 3 flights of rusted stairs in the fog while a possible sniper watched the wrong vessel. That cost me time and trust. You start with a name, or I hang up and find the chaplain myself." A pause, then, "Call me the custodian." Wren's grip tightened. "The custodian is someone else. The silver-haired man told me that. The silver-haired man does not know everything." "Then convince me." The voice shifted, became slower, more deliberate. "You opened the Meridian Coast file at 11:14 p.m. on a Tuesday. You read the first discrepancy at 11:17. You stopped at 11:41 because your phone rang and it was your brother, drunk, apologizing for something he had not told you yet. You saved the file, closed your laptop, and stared at the wall for 12 minutes before you went to bed. Wren's blood ran cold. No one knew that. She had never told anyone that. You were watching me. Someone was. Always. What do you want? Matteo Albrecht is holding an auction. Not for cargo, not for roots, for the Velvet Ledger. He has enough pages to authenticate the original, and he has your brother as a live exhibit of what happens to people who tried to hide from the book. Wren's course hammered. He wants me to authenticate it. He wants you to verify the chain of custody before the buyers commit. He knows you have seen the full ledger. He knows you photographed the 1986 entries at Preservation 1 before the fire. You are the only living witness who can prove the book is real and not a forgery. And if I refuse? Then Nico Calloway becomes an example of what happens to witnesses who do not cooperate. And Matteo sells the ledger without authentication, which means he sells it to the highest bidder regardless of whether the buyer is someone who will use it or burn it. Wren stared at the far wall, the fog crest against the glass. Where? Old customs house on Merchants Row. Abandoned. Converted to a private sale room. 14 buyers confirmed. Each one has paid a seat fee to see the Velvet Ledger opened and read aloud. That is not an auction. That is a leak. It is a clipidation. Matteo decided he cannot use the book himself. The Severins are too fractured, the Albrechts too exposed, so he is selling the leverage to whoever wants it most. Wren set the phone down on the desk, stared at it, picked it back up. If I walk into that room, I am his authenticator. That makes me a target the second the sale ends. Yes. Then I need terms. You are not in a position to set terms. I am the only person in Cairo City who has seen both the digital and physical copies of the full ledger. I can authenticate it, or I can name 17 different ways the chain of custody has been broken and make the book worthless before the first bid. Matteo knows that. Which is why you are calling instead of sending a car. Silence. Name your terms. Wren leaned forward. First, Nico is brought into the room alive and visible before I authenticate a single page. Second, I speak before the buyers on my own words, not a script. Third, when the sale ends, I walk out with my brother and whatever pages I choose to keep. Fourth, Dante Sevrin is not touched during or after the sale. Those are not negotiable. You are asking for control of the room. I am asking for what I am already earned. Matteo wants the sale to succeed. I am the only one who can guarantee that. If he wants to play the long game, he gives me this and he gets his authenticated sale and his clean exit. A long pause. I will relay the terms. Relay them now. I am not leaving this room until I hear Matteo's voice agreeing to them. The line went quiet, not dead. Quiet. Wren counted her breaths. 7, 12, 23. Then a new voice. Warm, cultured, familiar. Wren Calloway, you do not disappoint. Matteo, you have my terms. You have my interest, but I need something in return before I agree. What? A demonstration. You authenticate one page now, over the phone, something only the real ledger would contain, something so specific that I confirm it against my copy. I know you are not bluffing your way into my sale. Wren closed her eyes. She pictured the 1986 ledger, page 14. The handwriting there, cramped, precise, black that had browned at the edges. The entry for June 3, 1986, a transaction logged under initial S, A shipment of registered firearms from a federal artery in Ohio routed through 3 shell companies before being offloaded at a parish-owned pier in the South Channel. The receiving signature is Father Alistair Crane, St. Catherine's Parish, who died in 1992 and never saw the shipment he signed for. The silence on the other end stretched. Then, Matteo's voice, lower now. How do you know that name? I photographed the ledger. I read the entries. The man who signed for that shipment was dead 6 months before the paper was stamped. The handwriting on the receiving form matches the custodian entry for that year, not the parish records. Someone signed a dead man's name to move federal weapons through a church dock. The silence stretched longer. You just told me something I did not know. Good. Then you understand what I am worth to your sale. A beat. Then, your terms are accepted. Nico will be in the room. You will speak on your own authority, and when the sale concludes, you walk out with whatever pages you choose and your brother breathing. And Dante? Sevrin is not part of this negotiation. He is part of this negotiation because he is impotent of me. If your men touch him, I will walk into that room and tell every buyer that the Velvet Ledger is a forgery and that Matteo Albrecht is selling dead paper to desperate men. I will make sure no one in this city ever bids on your word again. Another pause. Then, Sevrin lives, provided he stays out of my sale. He will. You guarantee that? I guarantee I will not let him burn your city down looking for me. Matteo laughed, a low, quiet sound. Then I will see you at midnight. Old Customs House, Merchant's Row. Come alone. Your brother will be waiting. The line went dead. Wren set the phone down on the desk, stared at it, picked it back up. If I walk into that room, I am his authenticator. That makes me a target the second the sale ends. Yes. Then I need terms. You are not in a position to set terms. I am the only person in Cairo City who has seen both the digital and physical copies of the full ledger. I can authenticate it, or I can name 17 different ways the chain of custody has been broken and make the book worthless before the first bid. Matteo knows that. Which is why you are calling me instead of sending a car. The phone stared down, on the desk provided by my brother, the 30 years, for 5 difference. The 40 years where infiniting files will suggest that examples of Harold, his jobs droning for you, the ability to draw that every legends will astis for the Raminic design, but the first news star, the ultimately prisons, the discovery acaplet that comes away to the King, and as a discovery of godness. What did not want? We must not drawly that we have back your day too. It was not to shank it to someone you know that was bearing the gever. I completely pushed them far, but he's stowing from examining. I did not rescreen. When he wants to you, we cannot let me their competings neat. I created this, based on this drogue, and oddly vision. Your terms are accepted. Leave me my own. I am in their calls. You cannot rescreen, I don't each follow. Please clone my entire Arafic. Chapter 69. The fire escape ladder bit into her palms as she climbed down. Cold iron. Steady rhythm. Each rung a second she did not have. Wren hit the concrete and walked toward the van without slowing. Dante was already out of the driver's seat, the door hanging open, his silhouette sharp against the fog glow. He did not speak. She stopped 3 feet from him and let him see her face. It is done. He accepted. I heard. His voice was stripped of polish, raw at the edges. I heard every word. Then you know what comes next. I know what you agreed to. I do not know what you plan to do when you get inside. Wren looked past him to Rafe, who stood at the van's rear door, arms crossed, watching her with the flat stillness of a man calculating odds. I plan to authenticate the ledger, pick my pages, walk out with Nico. That is not a plan. That is a wish. It is a plan because I am setting the terms for how I enter, and you are going to help me hold them. Dante's jaw tightened. The muscle jumped once, twice. She stepped closer. I need open comms. A channel only you monitor, no one else. If I go silent for more than 90 seconds, you pull the trigger on whatever extraction you have ready. But you do not enter the building until I say so. You are asking me to stand outside while Matteo Albrecht runs a sale on the velvet ledger with my brother's blood as the centerpiece. I am asking you to trust me the way I trusted you when I walked back into your study. The words landed. Dante held her gaze. His hands opened at his sides. A surrender she recognized because she had made it herself. Open comms. 90-second silence trigger. What else? Visible exits. Every door I can reach. I need to know the building before I walk in. Rafe pulls the floor plans now. We will have them before you reach Merchant's Row. Third condition. No physical handling. Matteo's people do not touch me. They do not search me. They do not guide me with hands on my arms. If anyone tries, the deal collapses and I walk. Agreed. Fourth. She paused. You do not overrule me once the operation starts. Not over the comms, not by text. If you hear something you do not like, you hold it until I ask. The moment you override me in front of Matteo the buyers, I lose every inch of ground I just gained. Dante's throat worked. A long swallow. You are asking me to watch you walk into a room full of men who would sell their own mothers for a page of that book and stay quiet while you negotiate. I am asking you to trust that I know what I am doing. He stepped forward, close enough that she smelled the salt on his skin, the gun oil, the tension bleeding off him like heat. I trust you. His voice low, thick. I do not trust him. I do not trust the room, and I do not trust myself to stay outside if I hear something go wrong. Then stay outside because I need you there. Not in the room, outside. Ready. If you are in the room, you are a target. If you are outside, you are the response. Dante's hand came up. He did not touch her face. He stopped an inch short, his fingers hovering at her cheek, asking permission. She leaned into his palm. The contact was soft, careful. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone once, a question and an answer at the same time. When this is over, he said, I am going to spend a week not watching you walk into danger. When this is over, I am going to let you. His mouth curved, no humor in it, just acknowledgement. I will stay outside. I will trust your call. I will hold the trigger until you give the word or go silent. But Wren... His hand dropped to her wrist, fingers circling. Not a cage, a tether. If I lose you in that room, I will burn Merchant's Row to the waterline. I know. She said it without drama, a fact, the same way she would note a completed line in a ledger. Rafe cleared his throat. Floor plans pulling now. Neutral cars 2 blocks west. Dark sedan. No plates in any system I know. Driver does not work for Matteo. Wren stepped back. The air between her and Dante felt charged, cold rushing in where her warmth had been. One more thing. She turned. Elena? Not Elena. She already sent a message while you were on the ladder. Rafe held up his phone, screen toward her. The text was short. Marcus is alive. He will be at the exchange. He is the one who brought the Annex book to Matteo. The fog pressed in. The van hummed. Dante's hand found hers in the dark and held. Chapter 70. The sedan dropped her 2 blocks west of Merchant Row. Wren stepped out into fog that clung to her coat like wet silk. The driver, a woman with gray-streaked hair and no name she offered, killed the headlights before Wren shut the door. No words exchanged, no confirmation of return pickup. The old customs house rose through the mist, a 4-story limestone block with boarded windows and a brass plaque bolted beside the entrance. Preservation Trust Annex, 1907. The plaque was polished. The boards on the windows were clean, their edges revealing fresh saw cuts meant to look aged. Matteo had dressed the building like a corpse and called it a sale room. Wren crossed the street alone. Her heels clicked on wet cobblestone, the only sound in the block. No foot traffic, no cars, no watchful men on corners she could see. The fog swallowed everything beyond arm's reach. The entrance door opened before she reached it. A man in a dark suit, young, clean-shaven, with the flat eyes of someone trained to assess threat rather than welcome guests, held the door and stepped aside. "Ms. Calloway, weapons check inside." "No weapons." He studied her for a beat, then gestured her through. The foyer smelled of old stone and fresh wax. A marble floor gleamed under a single chandelier running with warm light. 3 more men in identical suits stood at measured intervals along the walls. None of them looked directly at her. That meant they were recording her entry, tracking her path through reflected surfaces and peripheral vision. The young man led her past a staircase to a set of double doors at the rear of the foyer. He stopped, touched his ear, listened, then pushed the doors open. "Miss Calloway, seat C." She stepped through. The sale room had been the customs house main hall, once a vaulted ceiling arched 40 feet above a floor fitted with rows of chairs arranged in a crescent around a raised platform. The chairs were velvet, dark green, each one occupied by a figure in tailored clothes. 14 buyers, as promised. Some she recognized from photographs, a city councilman whose name she had seen on port zoning approvals, a woman who sat on the board of 3 shipping lines, a man whose face matched the corporate registry of the largest private logistics firm in the Eastern Corridor. They watched her enter like they had been waiting for a show. She took seat C, second row, left edge of the crescent. Direct sightline to the platform. No one behind her. The arrangement gave her the room in her field of view without having to turn her head. Matteo stood on the platform, hands resting on a wooden lectern, dressed in charcoal gray with a single silver cuff catching the light. His smile was polished, patient, the expression of a man who had already won regardless of what happened next. "Ms. Calloway, I was beginning to wonder if you would use the rear entrance." "I use the front door for transactions I intend to finish." A ripple of low laughter from the buyers. Matteo's smile widened. "Then let us begin." He gestured, and 2 men brought out a table draped in black cloth. They set it beside the lectern and withdrew. A third man, older, spectacles, gloved hands, carried a single book to the table and placed it with the care of someone handling explosive ordnance. The velvet ledger. Wren's breath caught. She did not let it show on her face. The leather was dark, almost black, the spine cracked with age. The edges of the pages visible at the foredge showed layers of cream, sepia, and pale gray, years of additions, deletions, substitutions. "The original," Matteo said. "Not a copy, not a digital scan, the book that has tracked leverage in this city for 60 years. Every transaction that mattered to the people who mattered." He opened it to a marked page. "I will read 5 entries. Each one will name a buyer, a debt, and a price. After each reading, I will invite open bids for the documented claim. The ledger stays in my possession. The claim transfers to the winning bidder." The room shifted. Chairs creaked. A woman in the front row crossed her legs, silk whispering against silk. Wren's hand tightened on her knee. This was not what Matteo had described to her on the phone. An auction of claims, not pages. He was not selling the book. He was selling the power inside it, one transaction at a time, while keeping the original as his own perpetual weapon. She had walked into a sale of leverage over every person in this room. Matteo read the first entry. A name, a corporation, a debt dated 2004, owed to a Sevrin-affiliated trust that had been dissolved 7 years ago. The claim was old, dusty, but the name on the debt was still sitting in the second row, 2 seats to Wren's right. The man's face went gray. The biddings started at 50,000. It climbed to 210 before the man across the room took it. The buyer who lost looked like he had been handed a sentence. Matteo read the second entry. Wren watched the room instead of the lectern. She tracked who leaned forward, who sat still, who touched a phone or adjusted a collar. Fear looked different on each face, but it was the same shape underneath. "You are wondering when I will bring out your brother." Matteo's voice cut through her observation. He was looking directly at her. "He is here, unharmed. I keep my terms." He snapped his fingers. A door at the side of the platform opened. 2 men walked through, and between them, Mikko. He was pale. His shirt was clean but too loose on his frame, the collar gaping at his throat. A bruise darkened his left cheekbone, yellowing at the edges, days old. His eyes found hers and held. He looked terrified. Wren did not move. She did not speak. She met his gaze and held it, letting him see she was here. She saw him. She was not leaving without him. "Alive," Matteo said, as agreed. He gestured, and the men pulled Nico back through the door. It closed. Wren's pulse hammered against her ribs. She kept her hands still on her knees. "Now," Matteo said, turning back to the lectern. The third entry is special. It involves a document that was thought lost. A page from the Velvet Ledger that was removed in 1986 and has been in private hands ever since. He paused. Until recently. A door at the rear of the platform opened. Marcus Hale stepped through. He looked different. His suit was not the tailored glass she remembered, but something off the rack, pulling at the shoulders. His face was thinner. A healing cut split his lower lip. His eyes moved across the room and landed on her with a weight she felt in her chest. He held a bound book in his hands. Leather, dark, the same size and shape as the one on the table. The Annex book. "Mr. Hale," Matteo said, "has been the custodian of this page for 3 years. Tonight, he will authenticate it for the buyer." Marcus stepped to the table. He did not look away from Wren. "Hello, Wren." His voice was hoarse, different, like he had been screaming or holding his breath for days. The room watched. Matteo's smile did not waver. Wren's fingers pressed into her palm, counting under her breath. Chapter 71. The room waited. Marcus stood at the table with the Annex book open in his hands, the pages catching the low light. He looked at Wren like she was the only person in the crescent of velvet chairs, like the 14 buyers had dissolved into the paneled walls. "Everyone in your life priced you," he said. "I was just the first to admit it." His voice scraped out of him, raw and unfamiliar. The healing split in his lip pulled white when he spoke. "You think Dante kept you because he wanted the truth? He kept you because you were useful. Your father priced you when he let Mikko use your name. Your brother priced you when he signed that guarantor line. The Sevrins pressed you the moment you opened the Meridian file." He paused. The leather cover of the Annex book creaked under his grip. "I priced you too, but I told you to your face. That counts for something." Wren did not move. Her hand lay still on her knee, fingers pressed flat, counting under her breath. 3 beats, then 5, enough to let the room settle around his words. "Is that what you tell yourself at night?" Her voice came out even, the same tone she used on a column that would not balance. No heat, no wound. That if you name the betrayal, it stops being a betrayal? Marcus's jaw tightened. The cut on his lip split a little more, a thin line of red beading at the seam. I kept you alive. No, you kept me saleable. She said it without raising her voice. The words landed in the quiet of the customs hall like a seal stamp. You built my schedule around what made me marketable. You steered me toward clients who would notice my work. You pushed me into the forensic track because it was harder to replace, which made the debt look more credible when you sold it. She tilted her head. How long did it take you to construct me? The whole architecture of my life, the firm placement, the engagement, the habit of trusting you with my calendar, my access codes, my late-night doubts about cases I was too close to. Marcus's hand tightened on the book. 2 years. The room shifted. A buyer in the front row leaned forward. 2 years before we met, he said. I built the shell. I studied your firm's hiring patterns. I identified the partner who would take you on after your internship review. I arranged the project assignment that put Marcus Hale in your rotation. He said it like a confession, like naming the scale of the deception was a form of honesty. I built the door, but I never forced you through it. Wren let the silence stretch. No, she said. You just made sure the door was the only one I could see. Something flickered in his face, not guilt, recognition. She had seen it mirrored in 1,000 balance sheets over the years. The moment when a cooked number met an auditor who refused to look away. The split second before the story collapsed. 3 years, she said. You held the Annex book for 3 years. You knew what the velvet ledger contained. You knew the Sevrins would come for anyone who touched it. And instead of burning it, instead of walking away, you brought it to Matteo and you built a seat for yourself at his table. She stood, not fast, not aggressive, just enough to change the sight lines in the room. You did not betray me because you were afraid. You betrayed me because you saw a better offer and wanted to make sure the market knew your value. Marcus's face went still, then ugly. She's good, he said, turning to Matteo. You see, she always found the number that did not belong. That is why I picked her. That is why she is worth what you paid. Matteo's smile did not waver. Wren did not sit back down. She is worth more than you ever understood, Matteo said, which is why you are holding the book and she is standing in the room without one. Marcus's composure cracked. Without one. I gave her the key. I left the trail. I made sure she found the Cordova files, the Meridian papers, the letter in the 2010 folder. I built every breadcrumb she followed. He was breathing harder now. The cut on his lip leapt blood. You think any of this happens without me? I kept the door open. I made sure she survived the Preservation 1 fire. I made sure the chaplain's records were waiting. You made sure she survived because a dead auditor is worthless. Matteo's voice cut through, smooth and unhurried. You preserved her because the Velvet Ledger needed someone who could read it. Someone who would recognize the 1986 forgery. Someone who would care enough to expose it. He stepped down from the platform. The buyers tracked him like birds following a predator's movement. You built her to be sold. I intend to build her to be trusted. That is the difference between us, Marcus. You see a product, I see a partnership. Marcus laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, broken at the edges. A partnership. You will eat her alive before the year turns. You eat everyone. He turned to Wren, and his face was fully open now. The mask of the polished junior partner stripped away, leaving something desperate and cornered underneath. I loved you. She did not flinch. No, you curated me. That is not the same thing. The words hit him like a door closing. His hand jerked toward her, a reflex, reaching across the gap between them before he caught himself. I watched you sleep. In the apartment on Ash Street, before the Sevrins took you. I watched your chest rise and fall, and I told myself you could still walk away from it. I told myself I would find another way." Wren's throat tightened. She did not let it show. "But there was no other way," he said. "There was never another way. The deal was written before I met you. The 1986 page, the paragraph, the name Marcus Hale was already on the Carry T registration in 2004. I was placed in your life before your life started." His voice cracked. "I could not save you. So I built the best case I could, and I hoped you would never find the bars." The room was silent. Wren held his gaze for 3 deep breaths. Then she turned to Matteo. "Bring out my brother." Matteo inclined his head. "As agreed." He raised his hand. The side door opened. Nico stepped through. He looked worse than before. The bruise on his cheekbone had darkened, spreading into the hollow beneath his eye. His hands were cuffed in front of him, the chain looped through a ring on his belt. He moved like a man who had forgotten how to walk without someone telling him where. He looked at Wren. Something broke in his face. "Wren." His voice was a whisper. "I did not know. I did not know what they were going to do. I thought it was just money. I thought I could fix it." Wren crossed to him. She did not touch him. Not yet. She stopped a foot away and looked at his bruise, his too loose shirt, the tremor in his hands. "I know. I signed your name. I know. I thought, you thought you could fix it alone. That is what you always think." She reached out and took his cuffed hands in hers. The metal was cold against her palm. "It stops now." Behind her, Marcus said something she did not catch. Matteo answered, his voice smooth and dismissive. The buyers shifted in their chairs, the scent of money and fear thickening the air. And somewhere in the room, a phone buzzed. Wren did not look up, but she felt the vibration in her ribs like a warning. Chapter 72. Matteo's voice cut through the murmur. "The room has waited long enough." He stood at the platform edge, one hand resting on the velvet ledger's cover, the other extended toward Wren in an invitation that was not optional. "You authenticated 1 page over the phone, enough to earn a seat, not enough to satisfy 14 buyers who paid for certainty." Nico's cuffed hands trembled against hers. She released them slowly. "What do you want?" "Public verification." Matteo's smile did not waver. "Walk to the platform, touch the book. Tell these people whether it is real. Or your brother returns to the side room and the bidding continues without you. The next entry on the block is a debt signed by Calloway Holdings. I will find a buyer who wants that paper more than I wants your cooperation." Nico made a sound. Small. Animal. Wren did not look at him. She looked at the room. 14 faces turned toward her. The city councilman with sweat at his collar, the shipping board woman whose hands were perfectly still in her lap, the logistics executive whose foot tapped a rhythm she recognized as panic, disguised as patience. They had paid to see the velvet ledger authenticated. They had paid to know whether the names inside it were real enough to destroy them. Wren stepped forward. Her heels clicked on the old customs house floor. The sound echoed off the vaulted ceiling like a count. Matteo shifted aside as she approached. He did not block the ledger. He did not touch her. She stopped at the table. The velvet ledger lay open to a page she did not recognize. The 1986 entry was not visible. Matteo had turned to a different page, deliberately a test. She looked at the handwriting, the ink, the paper grain. Then she looked up. "This is real." The room exhaled. She held up a hand before the relief could settle. "It is real. It is also incomplete." Matteo's eyes narrowed. "Explain." "The chain of custody is broken." She touched the page without lifting it. This entry is dated March 4th, 1987. The ink matches the period. The paper matches the archive, but the binding shows signs of rethreading within the last 5 years. She turned the page carefully. Someone removed this ledger from its original casing, read it and rethreaded it. The original custody seal is gone. You cannot prove which hands held these pages between then and now. The shipping board woman shifted in her chair. Matteo's smile went thin. Interesting. And irrelevant. The authenticity of the entries is not affected by the binding. Unless entries were added. The room went still. Wren let the sentence hang. Unless someone opened the ledger, rid every debt, and added a false entry to control the value of the real ones. You bought the book. You did not audit it. Matteo's eyes went flat. She had his attention now. That is what you paid your seat fee for, she said, turning to the buyers. Not access to the truth. Access to Matteo's interpretation of the truth. He decides which entries are read. He decides which debts are auctioned. He decides whether the page you bought holds a real name or a planted one. The councilman rose halfway. Is that true? Matteo did not answer. He looked at Wren with something new in his face. Respect sharpened by the recognition that she had just taken control of his room. You are very good at this, he said. I am very good at knowing when I am being played. Then you know I am telling the truth about the ledger itself. The entries are real. Every name, every debt, every transaction. He stepped closer. I did not plant a single one. Then you have nothing to fear from an independent audit. The buyers exchanged glances. The logistics executive's foot had stopped tapping. Matteo held her gaze for 3 breaths. Then he laughed. It was not a pleasant sound, but it was genuine. You walked in here alone. Chapter 73. The dark was absolute. Wren pressed herself flat against the floor, Nico's cuffed hands digging into her side, his breath ragged against her neck. The room had dissolved into a chaos of scraping chairs, shouted threats, and the wet sound of something heavy hitting the floor. 2 feet to her left. Someone was crawling. A beam of light cut through the black, thin, flue white. A phone flashlight sweeping low across the floor, catching ankles, fallen chairs, the edge of the platform. The logistics executive. His gun hand was empty. The beam swept past her, caught Marcus on his knees, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other stretched toward the empty space where she had been standing before the lights cut. His mouth was moving. She could not hear the words over the screaming. Nico's fingers felt her wrist. Wren, I have you. The door. They took him through the door. Who? She did not ask. The answer did not matter yet. She pulled Nico sideways, dragging him toward the platform's edge where the velvet ledger had fallen, its pages splayed open on the dark floor like a wounded bird. If she could reach it, if she could get one hand on the binding before someone else did. A gunshot cracked the air. The screaming stopped. Everyone froze. The flashlight beam swung toward the platform and caught Matteo standing at the lectern with a pistol aimed at the ceiling, smoke curling from the barrel. Everyone, he said, voice flat. We'll sit down and stop moving, or the next round will find a chest. The buyers did not sit. They dropped. Wren counted 3 seconds of relative stillness. 4, 5, enough to map the room by sound. The councilman was weeping somewhere to her left. The logistics executive had dropped his phone 9 inches from her hand. The velvet ledger lay 3 feet beyond it. She reached. Her fingers brushed the binding. Marcus's hand closed around her ankle. Wren. She kicked. He held. Wren, listen to me. The building is wired. Matteo's men have charges in the stairwells and the foundation columns. If the wrong case leaves this room, everything burns. She stopped kicking. What case? The records, the page I brought, the ledger itself. Matteo will not let the evidence leave his possession alive unless he is the one carrying it. You brought the Annex book here to sell. I brought it here to end it. His voice cracked. I thought he would let me walk. I thought the page was enough, but he has been planning this room for months. Every exit is a trigger. Every buyer is a witness he can control. Another gunshot, this one from the far corner, the logistics executive's voice, shaking but loud. I am leaving through the back door. Anyone who tries to stop me will eat the next round. Footsteps, heavy, moving toward the rear of the hall. A third shot. Then a woman's scream cut short. Wren pulled her ankle free from Marcus's grip and crawled forward, dragging Nico behind her, her hand finding the velvet ledger's spine and closing around it. Keep moving, she breathed. Nico's voice was thin. Which way? She did not know. She looked up. The blue-white beam swept again, catching the far wall, the rear exit. The body of the logistics executive slumped against the doorframe, blood black and glistening against the old limestone. Beyond him, the door stood open. Darkness beyond. And footsteps, soft, measured, coming closer. Wren counted the steps backward as she crawled, pulling Nico with her, pressing herself against the platform's base, the velvet ledger crushed between her chest and the floor. The footsteps stopped. A voice she did not recognize said, The east wall is clear. Mirror the device. Device, not weapon. Something clicked in the dark. A switch. A circuit. Above her, Matteo's voice cut through the chaos. Seal the perimeter. No one leaves. More footsteps. More clicks. The sound of heavy doors closing one by one, each one a lock turning on hope. Nico's hand found hers in the dark. Wren. I know. The charges are not just in the stairwells. She turned her head, found his face inches from hers, his eyes catching the distant gunfire glow from the rear door. They are under the records floor. Matteo's men laid them before the auction started. If he loses control of this room, he burns the evidence and everyone in it. Then we do not let him lose control. He already has. You broke his auction. You made his buyers doubt. The only move he has left is destruction. Another door slammed. The footsteps in the corridor drew closer. Wren pressed the velvet ledger into Nico's cuffed hands. Hold this. Do not let go, no matter what happens. What are you doing? She did not answer. She stood, the dark swathed her shape. But she stood anyway, her hands open at her sides, her voice carrying across the room. Matteo, I have the ledger. We need to talk. Silence. The footsteps stopped. Then a low laugh from somewhere in the darkness. I thought you might say that. A light flared, harsh, white, flooding the platform from a portable lamp mounted on the wall. Matteo stood behind the lectern, his pistol still trained on the ceiling, his smile thin and frayed. You walked into my house, broke my auction, and took my product. What exactly do you think we have to discuss? Your survival. He raised an eyebrow. You have 14 buyers in this room, each connected to someone who can destroy you. You have a dead logistics executive by the back door. You have a councilman who will testify against you the moment he sees daylight. The building is wired to burn, which means the moment the fire starts, every piece of leverage you tried to sell turns to ash. She took one step closer. I am the only person in this room who can authenticate the ledger in front of witnesses who will believe me. You need me alive, and you need me willing. And why would you be willing? Because I need Nico out of this building. And you need an exit that does not end with you buried under the rubble you created. Matteo's eyes moved past her, to where Marcus was climbing to his feet, his hands still pressed to his ribs, the Annex book tucked against his chest like a child. You brought the wrong partner, Matteo said softly. What? 17 years. That is how long the Carry T shell has been active under your name. Did you think I would not check the signatory dates before I let you walk into this room? Did you think I would not know who drafted the original deal? Marcus's face went pale. Matteo, the deal was not written for you, Marcus. It was written for the person who placed you, and that person is still waiting for payment. Wren felt the ground tilt beneath her. Who placed him? Matteo's smile returned. Ask your brother. He knows. Wren turned. Nico was staring at the floor, the velvet ledger clutched to his chest, his face gray in the harsh light. Nico. I did not know his name. Whose name? The person who paid Aldo to inflate my debt. The person who told Marcus where to find you. The person who designed the whole thing before either of us was born. He looked up. His eyes were wet. Wren, he has been in the room the whole time. A door creaked behind her. She turned. The rear door, the one where the logistics executive lay dead, was swinging open. Chapter 74. The silver-haired man stepped into the light, and the room contracted around him like a wound closing. He did not carry a weapon. He did not need one. His hands hung open at his sides, unhurried, the same calm patience he had shown the night he stood in Wren's apartment doorway and told her to come quietly. Hello, little auditor. Matteo's pistol did not waver. You. Me. The silver-haired man walked past the dead logistics executive without looking down. His shoes made no sound on the wood. 17 years of waiting for this room to fill, and you nearly burned it before the final bid. You told me she was an asset. You did not tell me she would dismantle my auction. She dismantled it because you let her. I gave you the bait. I gave you the room. I gave you 14 buyers with enough debt to own this city for a generation. You could not hold them. Matteo's jaw tightened. The silver-haired man turned to Wren. Put the ledger down. No. You do not understand what you are holding. I understand exactly what I am holding. 60 years of leverage. Every debt, every favor, every soul this family has collected. You built this room so Matteo could sell pieces of it, but you never intended to let the whole book leave. The silver-haired man smiled. I intended to let it leave at the right person. Me. You were always the end of the trail, Wren. I just needed you to walk it yourself. Matteo stepped around the lectern. Enough. The building is wired, the charges are armed. If anyone leaves this room with a page, a folder, or a memory, we all go up. Then no one leaves. The voice came from behind her. Marcus. He was on his feet, the Annex book clutched against his chest, his face shining with sweat. He looked at the silver-haired man, and Wren saw recognition in his eyes, not surprise. You knew. Of course I knew. The silver-haired man did not turn. I placed you in the Carry T registration. I chose your firm. I matched your ambition to the shape of the scheme. You were never the architect, Marcus. You were the key. Marcus swayed. The whole time, every conversation, every warning, you were the one who told me to keep her close. And you failed. A gunshot cracked overhead. Wren flinched. Lico rolled, pulling her down. Plages of dust rained from the ceiling. Matteo stood with his pistol raised, smoke curling from the barrel. I am done with the history lesson. The building burns in 12 minutes. Either we leave with the ledger and the Annex book, or we leave with nothing and let the fire decide. The buyers, Wren said it quietly, Matteo turned. What? The buyers. She stood slowly, Nico's hand still gripping hers. 14 of the most powerful people in this city paid to sit in this room. They did not come to watch you burn evidence. They came to buy safety. They came to buy freedom. They came to buy control over the people who owe them. She looked at the crescent of velvet chairs. The city councilman was pale. The woman from the shipping board was pressing a phone to her ear. The older man with spectacles had his gloved hands pressed flat on his knees, breathing shallow. They need those records more than you do, Matteo. If the books burn, their debts do not disappear. They just become unprovable. And unprovable debt is the worst kind, because no one can ever settle it. She turned back to him. You built this auction on leverage. But leverage only works if the paper survives. If you burn it, you lose. If you let me walk out with it, the buyers will pay whatever I ask to keep their names out of the light. Matteo's eyes moved across the room. The buyers were watching him. Not with fear, with calculation. The city councilman stood. Mr. Albrecht, I have sat in this room for 3 hours while you read entries like a priest reading scripture. I paid $200,000 for a seat. I have not seen a single page change hands. Because the auction was interrupted. By the woman holding the book. The councilman's voice was steady. She offered us a way out. You offered us ash. I am inclined to take her offer. A murmur ran through the chairs. Matteo's face went still. You think she will protect you? She is a forensic accountant who walked into this room 3 hours ago with nothing but bad faith and a broken binding. She does not control the ledger. She does not control the debts. Then let her walk out with it. The woman from the shipping board stood. If she leaves with the book, she owns the evidence. If she owns the evidence, she can trade it. We can pay her for silence, for deletion, for whatever terms she sets. That is a negotiation. This is a hostage situation with a timer. Matteo laughed. You would trust her over me? She has not pointed a gun at anyone. The silver-haired man watched the exchange with the patience of a man who had already calculated every exit. Wren looked at him. You knew this would happen. I hoped. You wanted me to turn the buyers. I wanted you to prove you could hold a room that was designed to break you. He tilted his head. You just did. Nico pulled at her sleeve. Wren, the timer. He said 12 minutes. She looked at Matteo. Open the doors. Let me walk out with the ledger and the Annex book. I will give you 48 hours to negotiate terms for the buyers. You keep your leverage, they keep their secrets. No one burns. And your brother? He walks out with me. Matteo's smile was thin. And what guarantee do I have that you will not release every name to the press the moment you clear the perimeter? She held up the velvet ledger. Because there's the only leverage I have left. If I release the names, I lose it. And I am not done with this book yet. The silver-haired man laughed softly. Beautiful. Matteo's pistol lowered. 48 hours. Then I burn every page you left behind. Agreed. Wren turned to the buyers. Do not leave the room until I clear the perimeter. If any of you follow me, the deal dies. She took Nico's arm. Marcus. The Annex book. Marcus did not move. My errands. I just need to take a offer. A murmur ran through the chairs. Matteo's face went still. You think she will protect you? She is a forensic accountant who walked into this room 3 hours ago with nothing but bad faith and a broken binding. She does not control the ledger. She does not control the debts. Then let her walk out with it. The woman from the shipping board stood. If she leaves with the book, she owns the evidence. If she owns the evidence, she can trade it. We can pay her for silence, for deletion, for whatever terms she sets. That is a negotiation. This is a hostage situation with a timer. Matteo laughed. You would trust her over me? She has not pointed a gun at anyone. The silver-haired man watched the exchange with the patience of a man who had already calculated every exit. Wren looked at him. You knew this would happen? I hoped. You wanted me to turn the buyers. I wanted you to prove you could hold a room that was designed to break you. He tilted his head. You just did. Nico pulled at her sleeve. Wren, the timer. He said 12 minutes. She looked at Matteo. Open the doors. Let me walk out with the ledger and the Annex book. I will give you 48 hours to negotiate terms for the buyers. You keep your leverage, they keep their secrets. No one burns. And your brother? He walks out with me. Matteo's smile was thin. And what guarantee do I have that you will not release every name to the press the moment you clear the perimeter? She held up the velvet ledger. Because this is the only leverage I have left. If I release the names, I lose it. And I am not done with this book yet. The silver-haired man laughed softly. Beautiful. Matteo's pistol lowered. 48 hours. Then I burn every page you left it. Chapter 75. The corridor stretched ahead, smoke curling at waist height, emergency lights casting pools of amber every 12 feet. Between them, darkness. Wren pressed the velvet ledger against her chest with one arm, the Annex book wedged under the other. Nico walked close enough that his shoulder brushed hers with every step, his cuffed hands swinging uselessly at his waist. The silver-haired man moved behind them, footsteps unhurried on the concrete floor. You have maybe 10 minutes before he decides the deal is worth more as a cleanup. Wren did not slow. Then we move faster. The corridor branched left and right. A fire exit sign glowed above a push-bar door 20 feet ahead. Plain, unlocked, too easy. Nico's breath hitched. He'll blow it. He won't blow the building while he's inside it. He wired the stairwells and the foundation, not the main floor. He can get out through a basement exit and detonate after. Wren stopped. She turned to the silver-haired man. Is that true? The Annex book contains a diagram of the customs house renovations from 1978. Lower level has an independent egress at the old coal chute. Matteo's men are likely holding there with a trigger. Then we don't use that door. She looked at the fire exit. Too obvious. Matteo would have men waiting on the other side, or a secondary charge tied to the push-bar mechanism. The buyers are still in the room. The silver-haired man tilted his head. They are. If Matteo kills them, he burns every source of leverage he spent years building. He will if he believes the ledger is lost and the buyers will testify against him. Wren's jaw tightened. She looked at Nico. Give me your phone. He blinked. What? Your phone, now. He reached into his pocket with his cuffed hands, the movement awkward, and pulled out a cracked phone with a spiderwebbed screen. She took it. She pulled out her own phone and opened a voice memo app, pressed record. Lucia, if you can hear this, the auction room at Merchant Row has 14 witnesses who can place Matteo Albrecht at the center of a blackmail operation using stolen Sevrin ledgers. I am sending this to Elena with instructions to release copies to the City Ledger, the Port Authority Oversight Board, and Federal Customs if I do not check in within 90 minutes. She stopped the recording, pulled up Elena's contact. Send the memo everything. Then she opened the corridor access panel beside the fire exit and found what she expected. A wall-mounted speaker system, old brass grill, wired through the building's original intercom network from the customs house days. Someone had updated it for the auction. The microphone unit was clipped to the panel frame, small and black. She pressed the talk button. The feedback whine cut through the smoke. My name is Wren Calloway. If you are hearing this, I am still inside the building. The silence on the other end was absolute. Matteo Idrecht has wired this building with explosives. He has 14 buyers in a room who will not knob this city alive if he decides the evidence is more valuable as ash. She paused. I have just sent a recorded statement to an investigative journalist with instructions to release copies to the City Ledger, Port Authority Oversight, and Federal Customs if I do not check in within 90 minutes. That statement names every buyer I could identify by face, every seat fee paid, and the address of this building. Nothing. The buyers in that room are my insurance. If they die, the recording goes out. If the building collapses, the recording goes out. If anyone in this corridor gets shot, the recording goes out. The only way this ends cleanly is if we all walk out. She released the talk button. The silver-haired man was watching her with something like approval. Was that true? Lucia prepped a document cascade protocol this morning. She has envelopes ready to mail if I don't call her到midnight. Will she send them? She will if I tell her to. And will you call her? Wren looked at the fire exit. I will if we get out. Nico's hand found her arm. Wren. The timer. She nodded. She turned back toward the auction room. What are you doing? The buyers need to see me walk out alive. If Matteo thinks I am still in the building with the ledger, he holds the trigger. If he sees me leave, he has to negotiate. You are going back in there. I am walking through that room and out the front door with the evidence in my hands. If he shoots me, the recording goes out. If he lets me pass, he loses leverage but keeps the building. The silver-haired man stepped around her. Then I will go first. Why? Because I built this scheme. If anyone is going to draw his fire, it should be me. He pushed the door open. The smoke parted. The auction room was still intact. The velvet chairs were empty except for 3 buyers who had stayed, the city councilman among them. Matteo stood at the platform, pistol still in hand, watching the rear door. The buyers turned. Matteo's eyes found Wren. You are still here. I needed to prove the recording was real. I heard it. Then you know the terms have changed. He stepped off the platform. Nothing has changed. I still have the trigger. I still have the building. You still have a recording that only surfaces if you die, which means the only person who benefits from that bluff is you. Then shoot me. The room went still. Shoot me, right now, in front of 14 witnesses who have already heard my voice on the intercom. The moment I drop, Elena sends the recording to every inbox that matters. Your name, your face, this address, every buyer who paid for a feat, every claim we tried to sell. It all goes public. Matteo's jaw tightened. You are bluffing. Am I? He raised the pistol. Nico stepped in front of her. No. I said walk out with me. He stood rigid, cuffed hands raised. He shoots you, he loses everything. He knows that. He is trying to see if you flinch. Matteo's eyes moved between them, then he lowered the pistol. Get out of my building. Wren took Nico's arm and pulled him toward the main entrance. The silver-haired man followed. They passed the empty velvet chairs, the platform, the dead man in the rear corner. The front door was wood and iron, heavy, original from 1893. She pushed it open. The night air hit her in a cart on the wall. Rain. Steady, cold, washing the smoke from her lungs. Nico stumbled beside her. The silver-haired man stood on the steps, looking back at the building. He will not let this rest. I know. He will find another way to use the ledger. Wren pressed the velvet ledger tighter against her chest. Then we find him before he does. Behind her, the door opened again. Marcus. He lunged. His pistols turned it in. Gramly Wrinkly do not just be the lading complete gift, taking the organization ability, it is a back fail subser. I have just sent a recorded statement to an investigative journalist with instructions to release copies to the City Ledger, Port Authority Oversight, and Federal Customs if I do not check in within 90 minutes. That statement names every buyer I could identify by face, every seat fee paid, and the address of this building. Nothing. The buyers in that room are my insurance. If they die, the recording goes out. If the building collapses, the recording goes out. If anyone in this corridor gets shot, the recording goes out. The only way this ends cleanly is if we all walk out. She released the talk button. The silver-haired man was watching her with something like approval. Was that true? Lucia prepped a document cascade protocol this morning. She has envelopes ready to mail if I don't call her by midnight. Will she send them? She will if I tell her to. And will you call her? Jen looked at the fire exit. I will if we get out. Nico's hand found her overarm. Chapter 76. The door slammed open and Marcus lunged, his body a weapon aimed at Wren's chest. She had no time to move. The Annex book was still pressed against her ribs, the velvet ledger crushed between her arm and Nico's. She saw Marcus's hands reach for her throat, saw the madness in his eyes, the split lip, the tear tracks cut through soot on his face. Then Dante was there. He came out of the rain with no sound, no warning, just the force of his shoulder hitting Marcus's ribs in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The impact drove Marcus sideways into the iron railing of the customs house steps. His spine hit the metal with a wet crack. Dante's hand was around his collar before he could fall. You do not touch her. Marcus laughed. It was a broken sound, wet at the edges. Too late. I already did. I touched every part of her. I made her. I built her. She was mine before she ever knew your name. Dante's knuckles went white. Wren stepped forward. Let him go. Dante did not move. Let him go. He is not worth your hands. I will break his neck. No, you will not. She waited until Dante's eyes met hers. Then she walked past him, stopped in front of Marcus, and raised the Annex book. The spine was cracked, the leather was worn soft from years of handling. It weighed more than a ledger should, weighted with pages that had never been meant for public air. Marcus's eyes tracked it. You will not hit me with that. Watch me. She swung. The edge of the binding caught him across the temple. His head snapped sideways, and his grip on the railing loosened. Blood split from the cut, dark against his skin, running down his cheek into the collar of his cheap suit. She staggered. Dante released his collar, and Marcus fell to his knees on the wet stone. The rain washed the blood down his face. Wren stood over him, the Annex book still in her hand, her breath coming hard. You built nothing. You were built. You were placed. You were a tool someone sharpened and aimed. He looked up at her. I loved you. You loved the version of me you could control. There is no difference. She believed him. That was the worst part. She believed he had never understood the difference, that in his mind, curation and love were the same verb, that he had given her everything he knew how to give and still called it a gift while the cage was closing. Nico. Nico stepped forward, cuffed hands raised. Take the ledger. Wren. Take it, both of them. Get in the car. Dante will take you to Lucia. What about you? I will be right behind you. Nico hesitated. Then he took the velvet ledger and the Annex book, cradled them against his bruised chest, and limped down the steps toward the waiting car. Dante's hand found her arm. Wren, he has a gun. I know. He will use it. Marcus was still on his knees, blood dripping from his chin into the puddle spreading beneath him. Wren. His voice was soft now. I can still fix this. I know where the money went. I know who built the door. I can give you the names. We can start over. You do not have to stay with them. You do not have to stay with him. She looked at him. He meant it. That was the tragedy. He meant every word and still understood nothing. I do not want his names. You want to keep me alive? No. She knelt down to his level. I want you to live knowing you lost. I want you to walk away from this building, find whoever built that door, and tell them it did not work. Tell them the auditor they spent 17 years building walked out with the evidence and chose the male who let her go. Marcus's face crumpled. Please. Goodbye, Marcus. She stood. Dante's hand found hers. Behind them, the customs house door opened again. Matteo stepped out. He was not running. He was not chasing. He stood in the frame of the 1893 doorway with his hands in his pockets and watched them like a man reading the last page of a book he already knew. Miss Calloway. She turned. You had 9 minutes before the police arrive. I called them myself. If you are still standing on these steps when they get here, I will tell them you were the buyer who disrupted my legitimate business auction and stole property from the Preservation Trust. You called the police? I called everyone. Police, Port Authority, City Ledger, the Deputy Mayor's office. By the time the sun rises, this building will be surrounded by people who want answers. Then you will be arrested too. He smiled. I will be in the basement with the charges. If they search this building, they will find nothing but an empty customs house and a dead man in the rear corridor. The buyers will scatter, the evidence will be ash, and you will be the woman holding stolen ledgers outside a crime scene. He stepped back into the doorway. 9 minutes. The door closed. Dante paid her toward the car. We need to move. Marcus is still. He made his choice. She looked back. Marcus was still on his knees on the wet stone, blood dripping, the rain soaking through his cheap suit, staring at nothing. He looked smaller than she remembered, smaller than the man who had proposed to her in a restaurant overlooking the harbor, smaller than the man who had held her hand through the first weeks of her captivity and told her everything would be fine. She turned away. The car doors slammed. Wren was already behind the wheel, the engine running, the Annex book and velvet ledger pressed into Nico's lap in the back seat. Dante pulled her into the passenger seat, and the car surged forward before her door was fully closed. She watched the customs house shrink in the side mirror. Marcus did not move. The rain swallowed him. They drove 3 blocks before the first siren cut the night. Then another. Then a chorus. Wren counted them against her pulse, keeping time the way she always did when fear bit too close. 7, 9, 12. The city was waking up. The calls were going out. By morning, every desk in Taro City would know something had broken on Merchants Row. The silver-haired Wren sat in the back seat beside Nico, watching the streetlights slide across his face. He will not stop. Marcus, I called everyone, the most the June. Already don't read the first of his little. I still say this Vigarin Street for now. But this was me you. Chapter 77. The car slid through wet streets, headlights off, Rife's knuckles pale on the wheel. The siren swelled behind them, then faded as he took a sharp turn into an alley barely wide enough for the sedan. 2 blocks, the silver-haired man said from the back seat. There is a maintenance access beneath the old customs bonded warehouse. The tunnels connect to the east drainage system. Matteo's men will collapse the primary exits, but the secondary grate opens onto the North Pier Service Road. How do you know that? Because I paid the surveyor who mapped them in 1998. Wren twisted in her seat to face him. You built the escape route too. I built every piece. The bait, the auction, the tunnel that would let you walk out when the auction failed. Matteo never read the full annex. He met her eyes in the dim light. I designed this so you would survive the room. The rest was your choice. Rafe killed the engine. They were in a loading bay between two brick walls, a rusted roll-up door ahead, a thin line of light beneath it. 3 minutes before the first patrol reaches this sector, Wright said. We go now or we stay and fight. Dante's hand found the door handle. Wren, she was already moving. The rain hit her face as she stepped out, the Annex book pressed under her jacket, the velvet ledger in Nico's arms. Nico's legs buckled on the wet concrete. Dante caught him before he hit the ground. I have him. No! Wren took Nico's weight against her shoulder. I carry him. You watch the rear. Dante's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He stepped back, scanning the alley mouth, his pistol low in his grip. The silver-haired man was already at the roll-up door, working a key into a lock that looked older than the building. There's a chemical light inside the access hatch. 5 minutes of glow. Stay close enough to see my shoulders. The door groaned upward. Darkness. Cold air, wet stone, the smell of rust and standing water. The old bonded drainage channel, the silver-haired man said. It runs beneath 3 city blocks before it joins the main sewer line. There is a maintenance ladder at the far end that surfaces inside a private garage on the North Pier. Who owns the garage? Wren said. Someone who expects me to survive tonight. She did not ask the next question. Nico's weight pressed against her ribs, his breath shallow, his feet dragging. You need to walk, she said into his ear. Just a little further. He made a sound that might have been agreement. The silver-haired man stepped into the dark. The chemical light snapped on. Green glow, low, just enough to see the curve of the tunnel walls. Wren followed. Dante came last, pulling the roll-up door down behind them. The lock clicked. The tunnel was narrow, brick-lined, the floor slick with something that had not been water for a long time. The chemical light bobbed ahead, the silver-haired man moving with the unhurried precision of someone who had walked this path before. 300 meters to the first junction, he said, then 200 to the ladder. Nico stumbled. Wren took more of his weight, her shoulder screaming, her free hand gripping the velvet ledge against his chest. I can carry him, Dante said behind her. He is my brother. I know. She kept walking. The tunnel curved left, the chemical light reflected off standing water ahead, ankle deep, black as oil. Footing will be uneven through the junction, the silver-haired man said. There is a collapsed section where the 1987 renovation failed, step wide. How do you know about 1987? Because I drew the invoice for the renovation. She stopped. You told me you built the scheme 17 years ago. I built the scheme. The renovation was commissioned by a different client, but I kept the paperwork. He kept walking. She followed. The water depeened minutes before, Winston and Deacon. One is Turner and a play. Wren took more of his weight, her shoulder screaming, her free hand gripping the velvet ledger against his chest. I can carry him. Not for a glore. Wren took Nico's weight really braider. Her breath came hard. The silver-haired man reached the junction, a wider chamber where 3 tunnels met. He stopped, lifted the chemical light, today still exploding. The sweeping smix is on the path. And what is in the sink of the grate? Wren comes to crams down. Wren took his hand and opened the rear door. Dante laid Nico across the back seat, then stepped back. Wren climbed in beside her brother, the ledgers pressed between them. The silver-haired man got behind the wheel. Dante took the passenger seat. The garage door rolled up. Rolled air, rain. The distant sound of sirens still searching. The sedan pulled onto the North Pier service road, lights off, moving slow. Nico's hand found Wren's. His eyes opened. Wren, I am here. There is another buyer, inside the Sevrins, waiting. His eyes closed, the sedan kept moving, and the city swallowed them. Chapter 78. The sedan moved through the North Pier service road with no lights, the engine a low hum that barely registered above the rain. Wren kept one hand on Nico's chest, feeling the rise and fall. Shallow, irregular, but there. Dante turned in the passenger seat, his face half lit by the dashboard glow. He needs a doctor. There is a Sevrin surgeon 2 blocks from the estate, the silver-haired man said. Discreet, no questions. He is not going near your people. Then where? Wren's voice cut through. The estate, your surgeon, but he stays in my sight the entire time. The silver-haired man did not argue. The sedan to a hard left, slipping through a gap in the maintenance wall, emerging onto a residential street lined with dark townhouses. The estate gates appeared ahead, black iron, wet with rain, opening before the sedan reached them. No guard approached, no light changed. The gates closed behind them. The surgeon was already in the east wing when they arrived, a thin man in a gray coat with steady hands and no curiosity in his eyes. He took one look at Nico, asked no questions, and began cutting away the stained shirt. Wren stood in the corner of the room, the velvet ledger and Annex book pressed against her chest like armor. Dante was at the door, his back to her, watching the corridor. The silver-haired man had vanished. She did not know when. The surgeon worked in silence for 20 minutes, cleaning, stitching, setting a fluid drip into Nico's arm. He will recover, the surgeon said finally, packing his instruments. Malnutrition, dehydration, 3 cracked ribs, 1 healed badly. He needs sleep and protein and time. How long? A week before he can walk unaided, longer before he is himself. The surgeon left through a side door, closing it softly behind him. Wren moved to the bed. Nico's face was thinner than she remembered. The bruise on his cheekbone had faded to yellow-green at the edges, fresh purple at the center. His hands lay flat on the sheet, palms up, defenseless. She touched his fingers. His eyes opened. Wren, I am here. Did we make it? We made it. He tried to smile. It did not reach his eyes. Marcus raised the price 3 times while they held me, he said, his voice a rasp. Every time Matteo sent a new buyer into the room, Marcus demanded more. He wanted to be the one who delivered me. He wanted to watch your face when you saw me on the block. Wren felt the words settle in her chest like stones. He negotiated upward for weeks, Nico continued. Matteo let him. It was entertainment. Where did they hold you? 3 locations, bonded warehouse, a dry dock container. The last was a baseweight 2 blocks from the customs house. I could hear the streetcars. Did you see anyone else? Anyone who came to look at you? Nico's eyes shifted, focusing on something she could not see. One man, early 40s, expensive shoes. He never spoke. He just watched. Marcus called him the inspector. The inspector? He asked Marcus if I would survive transport. Marcus said yes. The inspector said good. The buyer wanted me reaving. Wren filed the detail away. Another ghost, another thread. Rents than the weight the document of his past had intromitted. Completely grace. Wren's so teeth, slow and comment. Renning clessed the temple every. The last was a basement 2 blocks from the customs house. I could hear the streetcars. Did you see anyone else? Anyone who came to look at you? Nico's eyes shifted, focusing on something she could not see. One man, early 40s, expensive shoes. He never spoke. He just watched. Marcus called him the inspector. The inspector, it asked Marcus if I would survive transport. Marcus said yes. The inspector said good. The buyer wanted me breathing. Wren filed the detail away. Another ghost, another thread. Wren's then we do not understand. Second 09, noticans from Allen's despite in the scar but the chur of the ground shoulder was dark in the textp. Allen alits to the days, hailing over the risk of slaving of foggers, Renning hasn't break into the library feature. And land take her Baclain, the vironators had a world slash did the recogtive of the gentles of a mild so's bed. Clanned around out the boil, doubling everyone droting it to the reading self. They're a justice aggress entirely, Dockler label. And it is not good, it is a fire. You just told everyone that a woman auditor broke a Sevrin Abrecht auction, stole 2 ledgers, and turned 14 power players into witnesses or targets. By morning, every journalist in Cara City will be asking who you are and why you are still breathing. Wren's felt the weight of it, the reach of the story already moving beyond her control. I have enough evidence to wound half the city. I know. I do not have enough to end the war. Elana stepped closer. You have enough to start it. That is what they are afraid of. That is why the rumors are already spreading. I had 3 calls tonight, not from Caro City, one from the state capital, one from a federal number I did not recognize, one from a man who would not identify himself but knew your name, your age, and the fact that you have a brother. Wren went cold. What did he want? He wanted to know if you were for sale. The words hung in the air between them. What did you tell him? Elana's eyes did not blink. I told him I did not know what he's talking about. Then I hung up and drove here. Wren stood very still. The Annex book was heavy in her hands. Somewhere in the house, a clock began to strike midnight, and in the corridor behind her, she heard footsteps that stopped exactly at the library threshold. She did not turn around. Elena, who else knows I am here? Before Elena could answer, a voice spoke from the doorway. Low, familiar. Everyone who matters, Miss Calloway. The silver-haired man stepped into the light. Chapter 79. The silver-haired man stood in the library threshold, the lamplight catching the hollows of his face. Wren did not move. Neither did Elena. Miss Vale? He said, I understand you have been fielding calls. Elena's hand tightened on her phone. Who are you? Someone who has been watching this city bleed for 23 years. He stepped into the light, hands open at his sides. I am the one who paid the surveyor who mapped the tunnels in 1998. I am the one who drew the invoice for the 1987 renovation. I am the one who built the scheme that brought Miss Calloway to this room. And what do you want now? Wren said. He stopped at the edge of the reading table, his reflection sliding across the polished wood. I want to tell you the rest of it. Before the people who built the original Joel find me and make sure I never speak again. Elena looked at Wren. Wren did not look away from the silver-haired man. Say it. He reached into his jacket. Elena tensed. Wren held her ground. He pulled out a folded paper, yellow at the edges, and laid it on the table. This is the Carrie T. registration, not the copy Marcus kept. The original. Filed with the Port Authority in 2004. Wren stepped forward and looked at the paper. The signature line read, Marcus Hale, Compliance Contact. Below it, in the same ink, a second name. Aldo Sevrin, Guarantor. Wren's breath caught. Aldo signed the shell. Before Marcus had a rear. Before you were hired. Aldo was the one who authorized the infrastructure that buried Nico's debt. The silver-haired man nodded. Aldo did not just walk through a door someone else built. He helped build the door. He and I. Then why did you expose him at the auction? Because Aldo stopped being useful the moment he tried to sell Nico to a buyer who would have killed him. Aldo wanted leverage. The new buyer wanted a body. Those are not the same thing. Wren felt the words settle into place, fitting a shape she had been circling for weeks. Who is the buyer? The silver-haired man's eyes held hers. That is what I came to tell you. The buyer is not Albrecht. The buyer is not inside this city. The buyer is a holding company registered in a jurisdiction that does not share ownership records. Matteo does not know who they are. Marcus never knew. I only know because the payment structure matched the same pattern I saw in 1987, when someone went the first door and walked through it without leaving a name. Elena stepped closer. You are saying the same entity that built the original financial infrastructure in 1987 is now trying to buy Nico? I am saying they have been waiting for Wren to surface. They built the door. They designed the corridor. They placed Aldo, Marcus, and the Chaplain in their positions. They have been watching since before Wren existed. Wren felt the cold spread from her chest to her fingers. Then who are they working for now? The silver-haired man did not answer. The silence stretched. From the corridor, a soft footfall. Dante appeared behind the silver-haired man, his face carved in stone. He knows, Dante said, and he will tell us before he leaves this house. The silver-haired man turned slowly. I will tell her. Not you. Her. Dante's jaw tightened. He looked at Wren. She nodded. Dante did not move. Outside the door, she said, not in the room. The silence between them was a held breath. Then Dante stepped back, one pace, two, and told the library door closed behind him. The silver-haired man watched him go. He loves you. I know. That is going to make this harder. What? The silver-haired man pulled out a second paper. This one was newer, the ink fresh, the edges clean. Because the buyer does not want Nico. They never wanted Nico. They wanted proof that you would come for him. The 3 holding locations were not to keep him hidden. They were to map your movement patterns, how fast you moved, who you brought, what risks you would take. Wren stared at the paper, the words blurred. They have been studying you, Miss Calloway. For months. From the night you opened the Meridian Coast file, they have been logging every choice you make. They know how you think. They know what you will sacrifice. And they know exactly where to apply pressure. He placed the paper in front of her. It was a photograph, grainy, taken from a distance. Her, Nico, Dante. Standing on the customs house steps, the velvet ledger pressed between them. The photograph was time-stamped 12 hours ago. They had been watching the whole time. The silver-haired man folded the paper and slid it back into his jacket. The buyer knows you are here. They know where Nico is recovering. They know the surgeon's name. They know the guard rotation at the estate gates. They have been inside this network for longer than you have been alive. Wren's throat closed. Then what do they want? The silver-haired man looked at her with something like grief. They want to see what you do next. Because whatever you choose, they have already prepared the counter-move. He turned and walked to the door. Wren did not follow. At the threshold, he paused. Miss Calloway, the person who built the original door is not the buyer. They are the one the buyer answers to, and they have been waiting to meet you for 17 years. He stepped into the corridor and was gone. Elena exhaled, long and shaking. Wren stood very still. The library door opened again. Dante stepped through, his eyes finding hers. He is gone. I let him go. Why? Wren looked at the photograph in her hands. Because he gave me the one thing no one else has. What? The truth about what I am walking into. Dante crossed the room. He stopped a foot from her, close enough that she could see the exhaustion carved into his face. Wren, whatever is coming, we face it together. You are now my same. Do you mean that? I mean it. Then tell me one thing. Anything. She searched his face. When you brought me here, did you know I was the end of a trail someone else built? Dante Dyer, I have a person who overwetting him. Your wonder not my munder, I am wonder I can good out. Craj, the holder, the drawed out on public confits of this galer, the displissing inchinal and velted bailed onity, in someone else. I am harsh nixta. You're connected that I let them actually find that time. It helps me to get this comeback on incidents. Morn is insane, so to go a little. If your blusha can stop it with gendry the disno, it could take a little ones in all. The silver-haired man stood in the library threshold, the lamplight catching the hollows of his face. Wren did not move. Neither did Elena. Miss Vale? He said, I understand you've been fielding calls. Elena's hand tightened on her phone. Who are you? Someone who has been watching. This city week will have to spear away like a jeskically shast to find the Franks blowing on this nichment. Wynn's throat closed. Then what do they want? But want. They have committed deridedly under the gram plus of a street wicket meter. I've been sentrying again. I just out. Think I get this message in the silest people on this main. A veril indiantly itched to dare. Menet cresting earn. Not the both, from all. Free pass. The moment that would out if just what wonder and has, is the entire from ethic. I'm not seeing it. I am not enough for billing it. I cannot believe the kid. I cannot believe the nature. We've got off the scoring programs and I've been very more. Listen here. My topic is it really because I deserve the teching exism. He takes his death's concept to be a note together with renaming the goal for widening the choral. The silver-haired man stood in the library. The cherry ran his spot in his face, and the jumblick legs by die name about the truth of being. Chapter 80. Lucia stood in the library doorway, the phone still raised, the message still glowing. Wren felt the words settle into her ribs like shards of glass. 3 pages. Circulating. The person who had asked if she was for sale now held them. How long ago? She asked. 20 minutes. The call came through a burner. Male voice. Disguised or modulated. He wants to meet. Where? He did not say. He said he would call back. Wren crossed to the window. The estate grounds stretched dark and quiet, the fog rolling in from the harbor like a second tide. Somewhere out there, a stranger held pieces of the velvet ledger. Somewhere out there, the person who had answered that anonymous call was deciding how to price her. She turned back to Lucia. When he calls again, I take it. Don moved to stand beside her, not in front, beside. That is not your fight alone. It is my name he used. Then it is ours. She looked at him, the exhaustion in his face, the steadiness in his eyes. He had let her walk into the auction alone. He had let her question the silver-haired man alone. He had waited outside the library door like she asked. He had kept his word. We need a plan, she said. Not a reaction, a plan. Lucia lowered the phone. The elders want a statement by morning. They need to know where the family stands after Aldo. Then give them one. On what terms? Wren looked at the photograph still in her hand. Her, Nico, Dante, the customs house steps, the velvet ledger between them. They had been watching for months. They knew the surgeon's name, they knew the guard rotation, they had been studying her, and they had made a mistake. They studied my patterns, she said, how fast I move, what risks I take, who I bring. She set the photograph on the desk. But they have never seen me hold ground. They have never seen me dig in and wait. Dante's eyes sharpened. You want to bait them. I want them to come to me, on my territory, on my terms. The estate is not secure. Then make it secure. Seal the gates, reroute the guard rotation, sweep every room for listening devices and cameras. I want this house locked down by dawn. Dante turned to Lucia. Wake Rafe, wake Corbin. I want the full security roster in the study in 30 minutes. Lucia nodded and vanished. The library fell quiet. Wren stood at the desk, the photograph beneath her fingers, the weight of the night pressing against her shoulders. She had won. She had walked out of the customs house with Nico alive. She had burned the contract. She had chosen. But the war was not over. Dante came to her side. He did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, the steadiness of his breathing. You are thinking about leaving again. I am seeing about it in standing. I am believing the graft, the result that are cost me the same. I am watching the acclimate. I am in the spectral Stuppispiger up the use of the Friendsboro. Chapter 80. Lucia stood in the library doorway, the photograph beneath her fingers, the weight of the night pressing against her shoulders. She had won. She had walked out of the customs house with Nico alive. She had burned the contract. She had chosen. The war was not over. Dante came to her side. He did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, the steadiness of his breathing. You are thinking about leaving again. I am just thinking about staying. Is there a difference? She turned to face him. When I walked out of this house the first time, I was running towards something, Nico. Evidence, a version of freedom I thought I could build alone. And now I am running toward nothing. His jaw tightened. Then what are you doing? She reached up and touched his face. His skin was warm, the stubble rough against her palm. I am choosing where I stand. She kissed him, not soft, not tentative. She kissed him like a declaration, like a name she had decided to claim. He responded like a man who had been waiting for permission. His hand found her waist, pulling her closer, and she let herself be pulled, let herself be held, let herself want him without reservation. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. I thought I would lose you tonight. I thought you would too. And now I am here, he exhaled, a sound like relief. That is all I need. She pulled back, her hand still on his jaw. This is not surrender, Dante. This is not me falling into your world because I had nowhere else to go. I know. I am here because I choose to be. Because the fight is here. Because the truth is here. Because you are here. I know. And if that changes, I leave. He held her gaze. I know that too. She believed him. In the corridor, footsteps approached, fast, urgent. Rafe appeared in the doorway, his face shadowed, his hand resting on the grip of his holstered sidearm. Wren, Dante, we have a situation. Wren straightened. Tell me. The message was force, entirely exactly. If you want to be phasing, I want to become into her, another. Now you are going to start that. Worman Swave is the entire distake. It provises the low vate. Let me little be to state. Welcome to the side of the war where truths are bought and lent, little auditor. The 3 pages are a gift, the next 3 will cost you everything. Wren read it twice, then she smiled. Good. Dante stared at her. You are smiling. because he just told me exactly how afraid he is. How did? I have seeing this suance a drayan. All. I am I here. He exhaled, a sound like relief. That is all I need. She pulled back, her hand still on his jaw. This is not surrender, Dante. This is not me falling into your world because I had nowhere else to go. I know. I am here because I choose to be, because the fight is here, because the truth is here, because you are here. I know. And if that changes, I leave. He held her gaze. I know that too. She believed him. In the corridor, footsteps approached, fast, urgent. Rafe appeared in the doorway, his face shadowed, his hand resting on the grip of his holstered sidearm. Wren, Dante, we have a situation. Wakes a fat. If you want to be basically just went by him. This is the need to step. The mazes are entirely safe with mancome. It previously had. But I believe. It doesn't feel pretty. Believing my grace that I perceive, but I believe yourself perceive. I am created little. But dealest those, this is to be a last of Jesus the heart of your oppers. We're been commenting by ain't on the Santy team mena results, and if ever one, you get goalie my blood, Danta. Wake around until the time. A grace in this cans, cress in his tense. The man that I have so much for your rach market, their ritteral smock swins in the hooligan. I must to get the stand, the prizing completes. That is what I need. I need to not the audience. We are self with anidal of la redemp. It should be no house pickflitch of a meaning of cloche and drawly misses of the flop. I am here, a-getting my trivial man's can, which is also five. Little like the sweet now, who searely on a stanged virgin with a case axe. We are completely immediately slave.